hello.
Yes.
Okay, you wanna...
Yes. I think that should be good.
Let's try it again.
Yes. It's been live, so let's see if there's anyone.
Wait, we're... Oh.
It's a new link. It should be new link.
Oh.
Yes, we're looking at it. So, but
oh, wait.
Yes, we're looking at it.
Yay!
We can hear it. But we...
This is a weird experience.
Yeah, it's a very weird experience.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, I just want to...
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll wait. We'll wait.
Here you go.
Yes. Okay.
Ah.
Oh, great.
All right. Well,
Cool.
people will
chime in. Yes.
Man, it's too bad they missed all that really
Really
interesting
really
stuff we talked about in the
conversation.
intro. Wow. Well,
Yes.
you know.
Welcome everybody. Thank you for tuning in. This is Mickey's Mode Unhinged. It's been unhinged already.
Yes.
It's been successful very much.
Yes, I think we can wrap it up now.
Yes.
Actually, I think we
Right.
did it.
Yes. Nicole, do you want to talk about the wine we're gonna have?
Oh
Show
yeah.
off.
Yeah, so I brought some wine because I like wine. And Mickey likes wine.
Yes, I do. Okay.
So I brought some wine.
Yes, this is your water.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is from the Jura region. Have you had a lot of wines from there?
Jura is cool.
Jura is cool.
Let's show the bottle.
Yes. Jura is cool.
I hope it's seen. Okay.
It's I mean, I know you know this, but for those who are not familiar, it's a little region in France that is bordering Switzerland in the south, kind of between like Dijon and Lyon, I think.
Nice.
And they just have really cool wines. Reds and whites are really, really tasty. Let's see if I can just do one of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Reds and whites are both really tasty. The reds sometimes have like kind of a... They're lighter bodied and higher acid, but they have kind of a earthiness to them, a kind of red fruit thing, a vibrancy to them that I really like. I just think they're really unique and really interesting wines, and kind of perfect for this weather we're having. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm excited, yeah. The light red, the baseball season red, basically.
Man, I'm emotional. Baseball.
Me too. Me too. In addition to wine, we also love baseball. See, this is actually me interviewing you.
You know.
I'm like, you see everyone, Mickey enjoys wine and baseball.
Yes.
As do I.
As
We have many things in common.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Oops. I guess the cork's a little dry.
Oh, whoops.
That guy just snapped right clean in half.
Damn.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. We're just hanging out, so if you have any questions, I have prepared a couple questions, but
this is really just an excuse to hang out.
Yes, exactly. Because I never get to see you. It's like, Nicole, do you want to do the unhinged? Unhinged.
Of course. Cool. Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, this is good.
Yes.
Because we get to hang out, we get to talk shit.
Yes.
I don't know.
Wow, all of my favorite things in one go. It's incredible. Wine, baseball, hanging out, and talking shit.
And we just watched the Knicks last quarter.
We did.
That was good.
From last night. So great.
Let's go Knicks.
Yes. All right, we're straight.
Yes.
Here you go, my friend.
Oh, beautiful.
It's a pretty color, right? Look at that.
Color.
Here, show the people.
Yes.
Show the people that color, huh? Yeah.
It's just like it's so delayed, and I was
Oh,
like,
so pretty.
Showing? Yay!
So pretty.
It's really pretty.
Cheers, my friend.
Oh, cheers!
Yeah, look at that. It's like a ruby red, but there's something almost like, I don't know. There's something almost orangish. Do you see? There's almost like an orange thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's nice.
It's really nice. It's really nice.
Ooh. Oof.
Yummy!
Yummy.
These
are the kind of reds I like, man.
Good. Oh, I'm a sucker for light red.
Yeah, the light high acid red.
Dude. Like juice.
Yes.
grape juice, here I come,
Yes.
So good.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Grape juice, here I come.
Grape juice, here I come.
Grape juice, here I come.
Here I come. Okay, great. Cheers to everyone.
Cheers to everyone.
If you're having drink or if you're having water, water's good too. I don't care about the jinx. Cheers. Yeah, hydrate yourself.
That's right.
I'm going to react to some comments. Okay, y'all can hear us now, right? Sorry for the technical difficulties. And, okay. Two legends, someone says.
Aw.
Oh, this is the legend I'm talking about.
If you're referring to Miki Yamanaka and Snoopy from Peanuts, I agree.
Dude,
Two
no.
icons.
No.
Two legends.
The icon, the legend, Nicole Glover. Someone says, I tend to prefer Italian red.
Oh, I love Italian reds.
So say the difference about it, Nicole. Someone asks. Well, first of all, people should know that Nicole is a certified sommelier.
It's true.
I like the story of McCoy Tyner used to do the cab driver.
Yeah.
And he's one of the best piano players ever existed. And here's Nicole Glover, who used to work at a wine industry.
Yes.
To pay rent.
Yes.
But now look at her. Just one of the best. Walking around. Playing the saxophone.
Just walking around.
Best saxophone ever.
Oh, shucks. Wow.
So people should know that. That's background, okay?
It's true.
So let's hear it. What do you think about that?
About the Italian wine or about the wine job in general?
Wine job in general. I kind of wanted to ask you.
Sure.
You didn't really start easy, no?
No, that's true. When I moved to New York, I had some money saved up. Some basically meaning enough to find an apartment, pay about a month or two of rent, see some music, and then it was over. So I had to get a job pretty quickly, and I ended up accidentally working in wine. I mean, it was something that always interested me on a cursory level. Growing up in Oregon, there was always good wine, and my parents liked wine, and I didn't know too much about it, but the little I did know I thought was interesting. So I was working part-time doing that at a wine store, and then I ended up working full-time doing that because, one, I needed more money.
New York is expensive.
Mostly. And two, just because I kind of just got into it, actually.
Yeah.
I ended up doing wine buying, and I really enjoyed it, and did it for about 6 years.
That's crazy. You did that for 6 years?
Yeah, on and off. Well, I stopped. I stopped in 2019.
When did I meet you? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember. We met early in me being here, though.
We met kind of a while ago, right? But we didn't get close to each other.
Yeah. We met I think probably in 2015 when I moved here, because I was out all the time.
And you worked at the Vanguard, no?
I did that
the
too.
Coat check, yeah.
So the first year I was in New York, I would work at the wine store till 6:30. Sprint to the 1 train. Go to the Vanguard, where I started checking coats at that time doors were at 7:30.
Right.
And then after that, I would go to Smalls.
Right.
Or whatever, and play with people and try to meet people. So it was something that it was not easy, but it was fun, and it was something that I definitely had the energy for in my early 20s.
Nice.
Because it was not a easy thing to be working 2 jobs.
No.
One full-time job, another part-time weekend seasonal job, and then also try to meet people and do sessions and follow up on all of that sort of thing. And I think probably the reason we met then, but then we maybe didn't get close for a couple of years because there was a period where I was just working. The job. And still doing my best to be around, but, at a certain point it was hard to be around as much as I wanted to be around, which is why I eventually just saved up as much money as I could from the job to quit.
Right.
So that's kind of what ended up happening with the wine thing. So while I don't actively work in wine now, I don't really have any regrets for so many reasons, but one of the reasons is because wine is, I've gotten an opportunity to now drink a lot of cool wines and have great experiences with people surrounding wine and with wine enhancing the experience. And so it's something I can kind of take with me forever.
No, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Like, as a knowledge to keep, like, that's one of the coolest things. And, like, you get to go on the road, go to Europe, whatever, and, like, you get to see, like, some of the coolest bottles, I'm sure. Like, and you're like, oh, I know this bottle. Like,
yeah.
Like, you get to see it, like, in the actual place or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
It's
really
nice.
Cool. Yeah.
It's a nice thing. But to answer the person's question, Italian red, I love Italian wine. You know what's interesting about Italy is that Italy is the one country where every single inch of Italy is part of a wine region.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
There's really no other place like that. So they are serious about their wine. And there's so many different kinds, so many little microclimates, so many micro-regions. I mean, Italy used to be not Italy. Italy used to be factions of much smaller,
villages
and not even really countries, yet more ethnic groups. Almost the way that Yugoslavia, when it was Yugoslavia, the way that was constructed, Italy was much more like that. So, within each part of Italy, you have all these traditions and customs and cultures and culinary cultures and customs and the wine goes into that. So it's so diverse in terms of the wine. But I tend to be partial to northern Italian wines.
Yes, I like northern Italian wines.
Yeah, the Barolos and the Barbarescos but I love a lot of the Tuscan wines too, and Sicily has some pretty cool wines.
I have a nice Sicilian bottle.
Oh, so nice. A red.
Nice. Yes.
And also, I will drink Lambrusco.
Anytime. Yeah, I think I don't know anyone who loves Lambrusco more than you.
I love Lambrusco. I absolutely love Lambrusco.
So cool.
And you guys are big, you guys love wine too, and we have some other friends like Margie.
Yeah.
Who owns a
wine bar?
Incredible wine bar down in Tribeca called Della's. That's just an amazing place.
Yes, I'm going to type it. Della's.
Yeah, Della's is great. And and they do a great job there. They have a beautiful wine list and incredible food. And we spend a lot of time there.
I was just there like a few days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. People are saying only Italian wines I like are from, how do you pronounce it? Puglia?
Puglia. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Those make beautiful wines too.
They said, this person said they don't like Sangiovese or Nebbiolo. I like Nebbiolo personally.
Yeah, I think it's...
Sangiovese. But I've had a nice one.
That's what it is. I mean, the variance between wines is so big. It's like music. It's sort of like being like, I don't like this kind of music, right? It's like fair.
Yeah.
You might not have heard something that you really resonate with yet, but there might be something.
Yeah.
That is there that you do resonate with. You just, gotta try it or gotta find it and then sometimes there's stuff you just don't resonate with, so that's cool too.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, like, I have a huge hatred toward the Californian Chardonnay.
Right.
But then I've had an incredible Californian Chardonnay too, so...
Exactly. It's like, I don't tend to reach for California wines if I'm in a shop and I'm buying for myself.
Yes.
That said,
usually.
Right, I agree with you. That said, I have had some that I thought were beautiful.
Yeah.
And I remember one time I went to this industry tasting back in, when I was working in wine, and it was a portfolio that I really liked, but it was specifically a California tasting. And I remember thinking, okay, this is a good opportunity for me to...
Right.
Because this portfolio is incredible. So if they're going to have anything from California...
Yeah.
If there's anything from California I'm going to like, these guys are going to have it.
Right.
So I went, and I was pretty blown away by a lot of the stuff. you know.
Yes.
What's up?
Trying to put it away from the shot because like it was kind of covering you, so I didn't like.
That's okay.
Yes.
That's okay if it's covering me completely. I think it would be really interesting
That's
if you were
very
just
unhinged.
speaking to like a disembodied voice for sure. I think that is unhinged. I think that would be fun. Or if Snoopy was just sitting here and you know, like Snoopy's here and you're like, so tell us about your wine industry experience, and Snoopy's just like, yeah, so you know, I used to work in wine back in 2015 and it was a really good experience. I think that would make for an interesting show, you know.
We should just have our like stuffed animals.
Yeah.
Just let them talk.
In conversation with each other.
Like, we're completely out of the shot.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. You go, oh, Mickey's been unhinged. Yeah, let's see what Mickey and Nicole are talking about. You tune in, it's Snoopy and
like a little
I
cat.
thought I saw Totoro in here somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
So cute. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I was gonna definitely get into the fact that, you know, you used to work in a completely different industry and like then now you do the music thing, and like I kind of wanted to ask like if you miss that lifestyle of having like a full-time job, like because you have to travel so much. You teach at MSN, like you have to kind of maneuver so many moving parts all the time, you know? Like do you get like sick of it sometime, or like how do you feel?
I don't miss having a full-time job.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that.
Well, there are things about the experience that I enjoyed a lot, and there are things about it that I think were of great value to me and are of great value to other people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actively miss it in the sense that I would prefer the consistency and structure of it to what we do. I hear you though. There is a way in which, as a freelancer, self-employed musician, whatever you want to call it, you are navigating so many moving parts and you're navigating a lot of inconsistency.
Oh yes.
Your schedule is never the same.
Nah.
Day in, day out. Even if I have a teaching gig, that does not remotely mean that I have a consistent schedule in those days or anything, you know.
Yeah.
So it is true, and that can be very challenging. So there, you know, the clock in, clock out system has some merits, but you know, for me, maybe I'll say that the things that I don't miss first, and then, you know, the things that were valuable. Having, you know, 8 hours at least of your day, where I couldn't really deal with music in the way that I wanted to.
Right.
And it's more than 8 hours. Because
Yes,
you're commuting.
You have to commute, you have to like sort out things, or like, you know, you still have to move some parts too, you know.
Yeah.
As a full-time.
Yeah. And it's not like when I would get home, I would throw myself on the floor, run to the horn, and pick it up. Sometimes it was like, I worked all day, now I gotta make some food for myself, I gotta, you know, hopefully I can get to something. It's energy management in a different way, you know?
Agreed.
And I did my best. I mean, I was as many hours as I could devote to music outside of the job I did, but you only have so many hours in a day, obviously. So that part of things was hard. You know, it was hard to feel really musically inspired, or even if I wasn't musically inspired, just if I was motivated, you know, motivated to shed, motivated to develop musically, and just feeling like not being able to put my energy in the places that I really wanted to put my energy. I was putting my energy in the places I had to put my energy, which obviously as musicians that still happens, where there are times where you don't really get to put your energy in the exact spaces you'd like to, but at least it's moving towards this thing that you want, which is ultimately, you know, for me to have a life in music. And the wine store gig, for me, it was that. It was, I would have to say to myself every day, like, keep your eye on the prize. And for me, what that meant was, like, I have to do this.
Right.
Because in order to have a life in music, I need to be playing music on a certain level. If I want to be playing music on a certain level, I need to be in New York. if I want to be in New York, I have to be able to pay rent. So it became one of those things where I just simply didn't have a choice, and so it became very much like a discipline. You know, it became very much a disciplined thing where day in and day out, it would be like, I never had that thing of God, what am I doing here? You know, just in New York working this day job. I never had that thing, because it was always like, I know what I'm doing. I'm here in New York having this day job.
Yes.
So that I can get to this.
You had the goal. You had the vision.
Yeah, and I as tough as it got, I never quite lost sight of that. So that was helpful, because then at least it was something kind of cool that I liked doing.
Right.
But I think there are benefits, honestly, too. I have a lot of students who work, and when I've done master classes or clinics or things of that nature, I get a lot of questions about day job stuff. A lot of people feel, a lot of different ways about it. Some students are embarrassed about it. Some students maybe aren't embarrassed about it, but they are trying to figure out how to balance their time. There's a lot of questions that arise from young people about the day job thing. And, I think, first of all, if you have to do it, you have to do it, and that's the bottom line. I mean,
right? You got to do what you got to do,
you have to do what you have to do, and everyone has to do what they have to do at every level.
I guess.
Do you know what I mean? At every level, you have to do what you have to do, and that can look like so many different things. That can be clocking in at a job. That can be playing a genre of music you don't enjoy playing because the check is all right. It could be,
like teach little kids,
Yeah, it could be having some sort of teaching job that is new for you, or that maybe is an age range that you're not comfortable in yet, or it can manifest in so many ways, but everyone has to do what they have to do at a certain point, and and sometimes you look at people too who are doing what we're doing, who have a degree of success and financial stability, but with the financial stability and the success also comes more overhead. And you know what I mean? Now you have a team of people that you have to take care of, and all these things. So I think at every level of the game, you have to do what you have to do. And there's no shame in that, as far as I'm concerned. And like you said, New York is an expensive place, and you have to take care of that first.
Yeah.
You have to take care of that first, and so you have to do it. And I think there's benefits. I think it makes it so that you have to interact with people every day, and like people, not this little bubble of jazz fans or people who study jazz. It's like, it's so easy to just interact with people like that, but if you're working retail,
I think it's really good though. Like,
it's really good.
I think it's good.
You're interacting daily with people from all demographics, all backgrounds. So at a certain point, everyone goes to the grocery store. Everyone goes to the bank, or you know what I mean? Any front-facing job of that kind, any job where you're dealing with people on that level, it's really valuable. It's really valuable, and I think also it keeps you grateful. It keeps you grateful for those opportunities when you are able to play a great gig or something like that. You don't take that for granted.
Oh.
You don't take it for granted. And if you get only, let's say you have an hour to shed. Man, I mean, when you have all the time in the world, it's so easy to kind of like
noodle and
mess around. But if you have an hour to shed, and you get your instrument and you get in that room and you're like, I have an hour. Let's go. Yeah, let's fucking do this. It changes the focus. It changes the way in which you, shape your attention.
Yeah. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I think
no regrets.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's really encouraging for the people. I mean, I don't know if any of them who are watching or later watching will be young people and any young people, but to know that like someone they look up to someone who they look up to have had this experience, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's really, how do you call that? Like a reassuring that
Mm-hmm.
we all gotta do what we gotta do in any stages, like you said. So I think it's cool.
Yeah, and
I don't know if you want to talk about this so vocally. Maybe you want to.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, like some people be like, "Oh no, that was my past." You know.
All right, no. I'm happy to talk about it because I think of what you said. There's a lot of people who this is their reality, you know, and when people aren't really talking about it that much, it's easy for you to kind of question it and be like, is this wrong? Is this taking me off the path? I feel like by the time I'm 23, I should be headlining festivals with my own band, and I'm not. So, am I doing things right?
Yeah.
Well, and that.
But I understand the thought process.
It's easy to fall into that.
Yes, I do understand.
Well, because that's more visible. That sort of success by X
the
age.
social media, right? Like, it's all about the social media. What we see is what people's success stories all the time.
Right.
Constantly.
Right. It's not like I'm on there being like, another day at work. Here I am clocking out for my unpaid 30-minute lunch break at Whole Foods. See you next time. That's not really...
Make a flyer about it.
Yeah, right? Right, that's not really the content that's being created in our world, and so I'm more than happy to talk about it, because I think the other thing that's important is understanding that everyone's timeline and everyone's trajectory in this music is different.
Yes.
I mean, when did you move to New York? How old were you when you moved here?
I moved here in 2012. I was 23.
Mm-hmm. And that's about when I...
Yeah, like, I didn't know any tunes. Like, I'm a late starter. Like, I was playing jazz with friends and stuff, but never thought to be a professional or anything, you know? I just kind of... I was young and foolish, and I love jazz, you know. It's just like, that was that. I didn't even think that would be a job at all, you know.
Yes,
I just didn't think that you can make money.
I can relate to that. I didn't know when I was really young, because my dad introduced me to the music.
Okay.
Not he's not a musician. He just loved the music.
Hi, Don.
Hey, Dad, what's up?
I don't know if
we'll get back to this job thing, but as a quick aside, my dad got me into the music, and I loved it. I loved it immediately when I was a little kid.
Oh, really?
I loved it immediately.
What was that? Do you remember the record? Like, what he introduced you to?
Yeah, the first two records I remember having, and I honestly don't remember. I don't think one came before the other. In fact, I think he made me a mix CD with both of these albums on the CD.
Gotcha.
Sonny Rollins, Saxophone Colossus, and John Coltrane, Giant Steps.
Wow, pretty.
Tenor.
Right. Wow, like, did he know that you wanted to play tenor?
No, I was like 4.
4?
Yeah, definitely. He was driving me to elementary school with that music playing in the car. And then one day I was just like, Dad.
So he liked the tenor.
He liked the music. When I was a kid, he got interested. Something compelled him to start checking out jazz, and he asked his friend, shout out Scott Stewart, my dad's buddy. He asked his friend Scott. He's like, "Hey man, I'm kind of interested in getting into jazz. Do you have any recommendations?" And thank God, Scott knew what he was doing.
He's a musician?
I think Scott is also just a fan of the music.
I see.
But check this out. If you were to take a random sampling of like 100,000 people,
yeah,
and be like, I want to listen to jazz, what would you recommend? There's a lot of different ways that could go.
I was gonna say it could be Kenny G. Like, you would have been another.
Maybe I would have been
Washington Jr. You know.
I love Grover Washington Jr.
No,
but no, you're right.
Like,
What if I could have
different...
had this? I could have had this alternate universe career as a smooth jazz sensation. But no, he gave my dad Sonny, Train, Miles, Cannonball Adderley, Something Else record.
Yeah, Something Else.
Porgy and Bess, Miles. The real, like, he got my dad started off on an excellent foot, and so my dad was just listening to that stuff, and I liked it immediately.
Yeah.
And I wanted to play an instrument, I wanted to play saxophone, blah, blah, blah. But I did not realize, because when my dad was showing me this music, it was when I was hearing all kinds of music. I had no real way of classifying in my mind chronologies, timelines, context.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I just heard the music. You know, he was also listening to like Led Zeppelin and classic rock.
Oh, cool.
And my mom listened to a lot of music too, and there was this classical harp record that she would play for me when I was going to sleep. There were just all these things that they were playing for me. I couldn't really differentiate between them, but all I knew is that they were old. That's all I knew.
Music, yeah.
It happened before.
Yeah.
And so I had no idea that people were playing jazz still.
Dude, man, I totally understand
Do you
that
know what
feeling.
Yeah.
That happened, and like no way like that. I guess that, you know, I know that there's a school band and stuff, but that's like just a school activity to reminisce the history or something.
That's
like
exactly
that.
what I
You know?
thought. Like studying Bach.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, Bach was great, so we're studying him.
Yeah.
As far as I was concerned,
Yeah.
Sonny Rollins was the same time as Bach. I had no idea.
Yeah.
You know, I had no clue.
Sure.
It was all just this thing that existed in the ether. I had no relationship to timelines. So yeah, so you know what I mean. It's like, and then so I'll tell you when I discovered that I was wrong, and then I want to hear when you discovered.
Okay.
So for me, I was just playing it in the school band. You know, I
middle school.
Yeah, middle school, and you know, even into high school, and you know, I enjoyed it, so I, you know, was trying to learn how to improvise and stuff a little bit, and I would learn little bits and pieces off records I liked. You know, I was doing early transcription stuff. And then my sophomore year of high school, so I was like 15, me and another kid at my school who was also very serious about, you know, music and liked jazz too. His name was Noah Hawker. He's a lifelong friend of mine. Him and his whole family, lifelong friends of mine. We went to this event that was happening in Portland, in my hometown, Portland, Oregon, in my hometown, where this man, Thera Memory, was getting honored with the Oregon Jazz Hall of Fame award. That was also, Berkeley was involved somehow. It was some sort of like Berkeley outreach event to try to encourage students to, you know, be aware of Berkeley and maybe go to school, all this sort of thing. And my band director was like, you two should go. And I was like, great. I get an excused absence.
Incredible.
I can miss school all day to go hear some music stuff. Sounds great.
Yeah.
So we go, and there's these performances, there's, you know, these talks, people are talking about, you know, this man who's being honored and all this stuff. And he comes up, and he's accepting this award. I learned that he's an educator in the Portland area. He's been on the scene for a long time. And then he presents the high school band that he's the director of, called the Pacific Crest Jazz Orchestra. These kids are my age. And it's a community band. It's like you know, kids from all over the Portland area who are really serious join this big band. And it was shocking because they're playing Count Basie, Whirlybird, they're playing Thad Jones, they're playing Ellington, and they're really playing it. And I remember each one of these kids would stand up and blow, and they were playing language, they were tipping, and it was the first time I ever saw somebody my age playing the music and playing it so for real, and it changed the chemical makeup of my brain, and I was like, God, I wish I had known this was an option. And I went that summer. I called him and I wanted to join the band, and I auditioned, and I was trash. I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I knew he had me improvise on Whirlybird, which is like blisteringly fast A flat rhythm changes.
Oh jeez.
And I just like played in A flat. You know, I didn't really know I had no idea, you know. And he took pity on me and I guess liked that I don't know. There was something he liked, even though I was truly sad. There was something he liked. There was an opening. He had me join.
Oh, great.
And my whole world opened up. Wow. So that's how I discovered that people were. And then of course these students that became my friends, then they started showing me like Roy Hargrove, Chris Potter, like all the Nicholas Payton, all the modern people who were playing. McBride, all these people, they showed me, and it just, man, that was it for me. I mean, it was like taking drugs. I mean, it was like the whole world. That's crazy. It's like in Wizard of Oz, you know, when Dorothy like goes to Oz and it goes to color. It was like that, you know.
Yes, that's really cool.
How was it for you?
For me, I was just doing the school band when I was in middle school. High school, I did choir, classical choir. Mm-hmm. So I was just, when I was in middle school, I didn't know that it was all improvised. The solos, I didn't know that. I thought it was written out because my former students of my school, like my elders, wrote out all those transcribed solos, and like they had that piece of paper for us. So all
they transcribed like
the recordings of Count Basie, recordings of Semi-Anestico charts. They transcribed the solos. They have it. So we were just playing the transcription all the time. So I just didn't even have the concept that jazz is improvised. I didn't even know that like Count Basie Big Band was just playing this laid back feeling because they wanted to. Like I just didn't have that concept at all because it just happened and like it was supposed to be. But who decided to do this? You know?
Right.
You know?
Right.
Little darling. Like who decided to have this incredible feeling of horns? Like
you were like, this is just how it goes.
This is how it goes. But I just didn't even have the concept that like someone decided to do, someone's decision and someone's improvising, someone's making decisions to play these. Yeah. I didn't have the concept of it. But then when I went to high school, like I decided to take jazz lessons from this piano player, and then she was like, "Yeah, it's all improvised." I was like, "What the fuck, man? Just, what?" Couldn't believe it. I was like, "Okay, so what do I have to do?" And she was like, "Yeah, let's transcribe." And like,
wow.
She gave me like a mixtape of things to check out.
What was on that mixtape? Do you remember?
I remember that Red Garland's "Foggy Day" was in there. Hampton Hawes.
Oh, great.
The stuff that I transcribed, I remember the first three things that I transcribed was, I don't remember the order, but I think Foggy Day by Red Garland and Oscar Peterson's Season Blues.
Amazing.
And then Hampton Hawes' Humps Blues, I think. Because like a lot of blues or like some kind of easier chord changes. Those three I transcribed the first thing. And then I listened to something else, you know. I listened to not too much Coltrane or Miles. Like I listened to Sonny Rollins' The Way Out West.
Yeah. Was that your first Sonny?
Yeah. My first Sonny, and
very
like no
cool.
piano. So she was like, well, like why don't you use it as like to practice comping? Like just imagine you don't have the vocabulary just yet. Just imagine that you are part of the band.
That's great.
Such a great exercise.
Wow, yeah, that's so cool that you got that so early. Yeah. That's not surprising though.
But because like this
based on the way you play, that's not surprising.
Well, thank you. But this teacher is a vocalist's favorite accompanist in that region.
Cool.
Like she's not really a piano player. She's like she does background gigs and she works with the singers a lot.
Okay.
So she knows how to comp.
Yeah.
So that's coming like already there. Like the love of comping, it's coming from her, I think.
Cool.
Like she was that.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah. Okay, I know some questions here, so I want to get into this. Because I saw one question Don Willis asked. Lenny White versus Kenny Washington, and I like that. Because they're both alive. You know, it's kind of
fun. If I get any questions like this, what I'm gonna do is just talk about why I like both of them so much, and then not answer the question. I mean, I can't.
You play with both of them.
I have played with both of them, and they're both two of the most crucially important drummers of the last several decades.
When I saw that question, I was like, yo, I gotta ask.
I simply refuse to even
compare.
Sorry, Don, I'm not even going to engage with that. Just want to say, hey, shout out to Lenny White and Kenny Washington.
Yes.
Two of the truly greatest drummers of all time. Wow. Incredible. Yes. Both so incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, this person says he's been following us for a few years, and they want to hear us play spiritual jazz rather than standards. Okay.
Yes, standards, the decidedly unspiritual. Just kidding. Standards can be spiritual.
Yes, I think so too.
Standards can be spiritual. Look at how about Train playing I Want to Talk About You?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite. Just the way he plays.
You can't listen to that and say that's not spiritual.
Oh.
But it's a Billy Eckstine ballad, man.
Yes, Billy Eckstine is the bad motherfucker, man. I like Billy Eckstine. Well, Russell Hall just showed it to me that Billy Eckstine sang Sophisticated Lady.
Yeah.
And he has this little extra tag part after the tune is done. And that shit is piping. That shit, it's so incredible.
Is it with big band?
Yeah, it is with the big band, but it's not under the name of Duke Ellington or anything. It's his record.
Yeah.
That
doesn't surprise me.
That shit is incredible.
That's something I've been thinking about lately, actually, is how certain big band arrangements have worked their way into the actual structure of the piece itself. Like Around Midnight. You know that intro is dizzy.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yes.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Or no, is it yes, the intro and also the outro.
Yeah.
I mean, the outro is, I've always thought it's like Con Alma. Right? The outro is so similar, right? And then the bridge of Con Alma. I was always like, this just sounds like Dizzy. Turns out it is.
Wow.
I want to check out this Billy Eckstine thing though. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yes, I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you later. It's really cool. It's just a little tag thing, but it's nothing to do with the form of the tune.
It's like a separate thing.
It's a separate thing, but it just sounds like yes, it needs to be there.
Right.
It just
right.
It's like almost a verse, but the end.
Yeah. That's like Around Midnight. Because when you listen to, I think I might have misspoke. I think the intro is Monk, but it's definitely the outro is Dizzy. Because I'm pretty sure if you listen to the original Around Midnight, the intro is
even know.
The original Around Midnight. The intro is there, and an alto player plays it.
Right.
It's slightly different, but it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it? Is it Gigi Grice? Maybe I don't remember who it is, but the intro is there. But I think the ending, if I'm not mistaken, I think they just end on E flat. Maybe I might have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure that outro is Dizzy. So it's kind of similar to what you're talking here. It's like a separate thing.
Yeah.
I want to hear that. That's cool.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Okay, sorry.
Any more versus questions I'm not going to answer? I'm waiting for someone to be like, Joe Henderson or Wayne Shorter.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
No!
They're dead, so let's hear it. They're dead, yes. That's easy.
And I'm going to be after answering the question.
Yes, you should, well, because, I like the questions to ask, especially to the tenor player.
Yeah.
The three important tenor players. Joe Henderson, John Coltrane, Wayne Shorter. And if you have to pick one, and you cannot hear the rest two forever, who would you pick?
What were the options?
Coltrane, Wayne Shorter, and Joe Hen.
Can death be an option? Can I mean,
So you don't want to hear them anymore?
Well, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I want to hear them.
Oh, that's awful, man.
That's awful.
I don't think man, that's horrible. That's actually.
I've asked.
I don't think you could have picked 3 tenor players that are worse for this question because that's Those are the three worst
the
people you
point.
could have picked to make this the hardest.
Yes, that's the point. It's so hard to pick one. But usually people pick Coltrane. You know? But my answer is not. But I'm not going to share it just yet. So you know that it's not Coltrane is not my answer.
I just don't even know if I can answer that because as soon as my mind drifts to one, I realize that it can't be that person because it would have to be this person. But then I go, well, but wait, then it would. Man, I don't know. It's impossible. That's impossible.
But you gotta pick one.
I have to.
You have to pick one. Come on.
Or what? Or what's gonna happen?
Nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah,
but
I guess
want to
nothing's
be
gonna happen.
entertained. You know. I want to know.
That's
What do you
horrible,
think?
man. That's horrific. That's
Yeah.
wow. That is unbelievable.
Think about it.
I mean, I could just sit here in silent protest for the next hour and not answer the question. No, I don't know, man. I mean,
do you remember we did this game that David Bryant introduced us to do? No, not David Bryant. You introduced us? Who did?
this is all my fault. I realize this because I brought this game to you.
So
No,
that was-
Jason Palmer.
That was you introduced.
Jason Palmer introduced this game.
But I know that David was there. That's why I thought about that.
Okay, no, yeah, for me it was
Picking
it was
five,
the
right?
Great Trump. Oh, that game.
Yes, picking five. So this is the game, guys.
Oh,
So
this is a good game.
There's a leader, like the curator of this game, and the curator decides, names 5 musicians.
I feel
of
like
the
this was a
instrument.
drunken trifecta. I sort of feel like was it David who taught us this game, or did we
I
kind of
don't
create?
remember.
I feel like the three of us kind of developed
Because we were at the bar.
We were at the bar.
And then 3 of us were hanging out.
You know, I played this game with Christian's band.
Yes.
On our last day of some tour, like a year or so ago, we did this for the different instruments.
Yeah.
Exactly like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes, the
continue.
game is the curator decides. Okay, so the instruments. Let's pick a tenor player, and
Right.
I'm gonna pick 5 tenor players, and then we have to eliminate, right? Like
No, it's
what
like
was the rule again?
so. Okay,
Sorry,
so
I'm trying to
here's how the
remember.
game works. So you need 3 people for this at least. You can have more, but you need at least 3. And the game. So if we had Snoopy here says tenor saxophone.
Yes.
And then you and I find some way to determine who goes first. You know.
Yes,
Coin
I
toss,
remember that,
coin
yeah.
toss, whatever it is.
Yeah.
One of us goes first,
Yeah.
and so. If we're doing, let's simulate the game.
Yes.
Let's play the game, and the chat can decide who's the winner.
Oh, I like this.
Okay, so
yes,
here's
yes.
what happens. So one of us goes first, and we pick a tenor player to be on like our starting 5, right?
Yes.
The next person picks. So each person after 5, you pick whose list wins. And now the thing is, if you were playing this in person, like we were playing, if you have the 3 people. The 2 people are making the list, and the 3rd person is the judge.
Yes, the curator, the person judges.
Right, so it's like, it's just a thing, right? Where it's like, I could feel like my list is the greatest list of all time, but the judge ultimately decides. Now, the other tricky thing about this is you have to, well, you were going to say different things, I can tell. You were going to talk about the judge, right?
You know, but the judge, you gotta know what the judge likes, though. You know, you gotta know the personality.
Right, of the judge.
Yeah.
Or, you know the personality of the judge, and you say, I'm going to do this anyway.
And
I'm gonna do this
the attitude
anyway.
kind of wins sometimes.
It depends, but the really tricky thing, the great thing about this game is like, I know that whoever I'm gonna pick as my number 1, whoever she picks as her, let's say I go first, whoever you pick as your number 1, I'm gonna be pissed that they're not on my team.
Yes, exactly.
So your top,
a draft, you know.
it's a
like
draft.
baseball.
So it's not like your 5 is really your 5. Your 5 is who's available to you.
Yes.
In that particular situation,
Yes.
so it's kind of fun. Okay, so let's play. Do you have a coin?
Okay.
We gotta. Oh, there's a coin.
Oh, right there.
There's one single coin.
All
Okay.
right, let's go. I go with.
What country is this?
I don't know. Actually.
Wait. Is it what country is that? Well, you have to call
Dude,
it in the air.
Dude, this is Polish.
No way. That's
Yeah, this is Polish.
I'm Polish.
Yes,
Wow, that's so weird.
Yes.
Okay. You have to call it in the air. You can't call it before it's in the air.
Okay. Oh, can I go with the kind of flowery?
Well, you have to call it in the air.
Oh, okay.
But we're.
Oh, I don't know.
That's okay. You don't have to call it in the air. It's okay. You don't have to call it.
But you flip them.
Okay, so that's heads.
Yeah.
And that's tail. Yes. We'll call this heads.
Heads.
And we'll call this tails. So you want heads?
I want heads.
Heads.
Hey, I go first. Okay.
Miki goes first.
Okay, guys. I'm reading the comments, but let's join us the game. Okay. So
we're gonna play the game and then we'll get to the questions.
Yes,
I promise.
I hope you understood the game. We're gonna. If you are down to do the game, please give us some emojis or whatever you want to say. We're gonna do that. We're gonna
NBA
pick
draft.
We're gonna tenor BA draft. Yes, we're gonna do it like a fantasy tenor.
You first.
Okay, so I won. So I'm gonna pick Joe Henderson.
All right, then I picked Sonny Rollins.
Oh wow, that's crazy. I'll take Wayne Shorter.
I'll take John Coltrane.
Great. I'll take Coleman Hawkins.
Fuck. I'll take Lester Young.
Dude, that's good too. I know it. That's a hard one. Okay. I will. It's only dead people, right, today?
No, it can be anyone.
It could be anyone?
Anyone.
I'll do, Okay, I just want to really nail this. I don't want to nail this. Okay. Okay, I just because I love him. Benny Golson.
Oh, that's a great call.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna write this.
So, oh my god, I mean, I would pick your list.
Your list.
Okay, I have Sonny.
Joe Henderson.
I have Sonny Hawk and Sonny Train and Lester Young.
Wayne Shorter. I Coleman Hawkins. And I picked Benny Golson. Man, my list is piping, bro.
Your list is so good. I'd probably pick your list. I do have Sonny and Train and Perez though.
That's pretty good, dude. It's really not.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah.
So it gets hard when you get to 4 and 5.
Yes.
Because you have to think about rounding out your list.
Yeah.
Wow. I am going to pick.
This is fun.
This is awful. This is all my fault somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pick Branford.
I almost thought about it. Okay.
I
cool.
picked him because I didn't want him on the table anymore.
Yeah. I'm picking Lucky Thompson.
Oh, that's a great call, man.
Okay, so that's my list.
Okay.
Nicole list is
Sonny. Train.
Rollins. John Coltrane. And then Press, right?
Press.
Lester Young. And Branford and Branford Marsalis. Is it 2 L's or 1 L?
1.
Okay, thank you. Cool. Last one. Waiting. You included someone who's alive. That's cool.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Let's go with Dewey Redman.
Fuck, I like that. Why didn't I not think about that? That's good.
The problem is that it's not that I couldn't.
Good.
It's not that I couldn't think of anybody. It's that I was debating between about 25 different people.
I mean, yes.
And that's just my list for right now. That's just my list for right now.
The thing is, like, we've done tenor definitely before.
A billion times.
But
and the lists are always different.
Yeah, always different.
In another situation, my list would be Coleman Hawkins. My list would be your list, All right.
Depending on who goes first.
Exactly.
Who's involved. Someone says Eddie Lockjaw.
I thought about him.
Yeah,
I thought about him too.
Thought about him.
I thought about. There are many honorable mentions.
Oh, someone says Betty Maupin is great.
Of course. There's a billion honorable mentions. More honorable mentions include Charlie Rouse, Johnny Griffin.
Dude, Johnny Griffin.
I almost said Johnny Griffin. I almost said Johnny.
Clifford Jordan.
Clifford Jordan, Hank Mobley, Harold Land, Don Bias. It was hard to leave him off. There's a billion people. Yeah. Eddie Harris. Wow. He's been on my list before.
Dude, Eddie Harris.
Harris.
I wish I'd put Eddie Harris.
Unbelievable.
Oh, unbelievable. 5 is hard, you know.
It's impossible. That's what's fun about it.
Yeah. Johnny Griffin. Yes, this is like you said, Johnny Griffin. Yeah. So guys, you gotta pick who wins.
Who wins?
So you guys have to pick Dexter.
Of course.
Yeah. You gotta pick which of our lists is better.
Dexter. Man, I've been listening to this Dexter record a lot lately. LTD, Live at the Left Bank.
Oh, I don't know it.
Oh, it's so great. Man, there's so many people. Jimmy Heath.
Dude, Jimmy Heath! Oh, I love Jimmy Heath!
James Moody.
Dude, James Moody as a tenor player.
As anything, but yes, as a tenor player, I love his voice on tenor.
Okay, what is it? LTD?
LTD, Live at the Left Bank. Great record.
Live at the Left Bank?
Yeah, the Left Bank Jazz Society. Down in Baltimore, I think.
Dexter.
Pretty sure. There's a lot of great records from the Left Bank. It was a joint. You know what I mean? Like, you listen to those records recorded there and people are yelling.
Oh.
Audiences are getting into it. There's also Freddie Hubbard Live at the Left Bank is
insane,
incredible. With Jimmy Heath is playing, and it's unbelievable.
Someone says Nicole plays better than she pours wine. Wink. It's a weird comment.
Yeah, that wasn't a great representation of my wine pouring ability. Listen, I'm actually not a certified sommelier in terms of service.
Yes, I was gonna say, because you are the buyer part.
Well, I got a degree, or I got a certification with the WSET, which is really like the educational part. It has basically nothing to do with service. But my pour wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Oh, sorry. Would you prefer... Here.
Yeah, let's see. Thank you for pouring for me. I got the...
You're welcome. Now you have a very full glass.
Very hefty glass. Nobody has voted for each one of us.
Because I can't decide. It's too hard.
Come on, you gotta join us.
You know, I might pick your list on a given day too. It's a great list.
The
other thing too is if I had started, my list would be different. Because if I had started, I would have said Coleman Hawkins.
Definitely.
I would have said Coleman Hawkins, but because you said Joe, I couldn't give you a list with Joe and Sonny. That would be unacceptable.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
Yes. Okay, I'm trying to get back to that.
Yes, we can stop ignoring the people now.
Yes. I want them to join us, and they're just giving us tenor players' names, and it's like, that's cool.
You must pick a list.
You must pick a list.
Yes. Trust me, there were a billion tenor players that we knowingly left out.
Yes.
That we love. Many living too.
Yeah.
Many great living tenor players.
Yeah.
Tenor's quite an instrument.
Yeah, tenor's kind of crazy.
Tenor's
I feel
crazy.
like
George Garzone.
Garzone's great. Mark Turner, Chris Potter, like doing the living one was fun too. I feel like we've done this. Like, we have to pick the list of only.
Oh, I wouldn't do that on camera though, because I would definitely leave people out by accident, and it would be a disaster.
Oops,
No, I've learned not to do things like that.
Fuck it up, like the including this is good. That's okay. Cool. Oh, cool. John asks, Nicole, what are your favorite Wayne Shorter grooves?
Grooves. Oh, grooves?
Like, he kind of, he has a specific. I'm kind of interpreting.
No, you're good.
Say it again.
Interpreting. But Americans, we all just
don't say the T.
We don't. Yeah. So interpreting.
Interpreting. Okay, I can't say this. Interpreting that
works.
Like Wayne's songs have specific moods, like a like a El Gaucho. We just played El Gaucho.
I love
today.
El Gaucho.
It's like a.
That's a great tune and a great. Joe Chambers' groove on that is amazing.
Man, Joe Chambers is one of the best groove creators, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Like the Joe Chambers on the Blackfire, Andrew.
That's Roy.
That's Roy?
That's Roy Haynes.
That's Roy? I thought it was Joe Chambers.
That's Roy.
Dude, oh my god, I missed it. Really?
No, that's okay. It's Roy.
Dude, it's really Roy?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
No, you're good.
What do you know what the cymbal sound though? Kind of.
The cymbal. There is something.
Oh.
There is something about that era of Roy and Joe Chambers' cymbal sound. No, it's Roy.
So what record am I thinking? Because he played with Andrew Hill too, right? Joe Chambers? Or am I mistaken?
Well, there's.
Fuck. It is. Yes.
Wait, that's a great.
Wait. Okay, Andrew Hill, Joe Chambers. I feel like I'm thinking of.
What's that record? Andrew?
Yes. Andrew.
Is that what Andrew with the 3 exclamation points? Wasn't that a record they did together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was trying to think about some of his other ones from that time period, and it's, Blackfire is Roy,
it's
and
Pax.
Point of Departure is. Oh, of course!
Pax.
Oh, I love Pax.
Pax. Yes.
I love Pax.
Sorry. Yes.
I love Pax. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So thinking of that time period, you have Roy on Blackfire, you have Tony on Point of Departure, you have Joe Chambers on Pax and Andrew. Isn't there? Oh no, that's a Bobby Hutcherson record I'm thinking of. But anyway, Joe Chambers, he's got such a vibe. Actually, Adam's Apple was my first Wayne record.
That's right. You introduced me to that one. Actually, I didn't know of that record at all.
That was my first Wayne. I checked it out at the library.
Do you remember the time?
Yes.
We were like one of the last people.
Remember the time?
What is this tune?
Michael Jackson.
I like Michael Jackson.
Me too.
Yes.
I don't want to live in a world in which I don't listen to Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
What were we just saying? Oh, remember the time checking out the CDs at the library? Yeah, man. That's how I got introduced to so much stuff. But it was funny because it was really just the whim of whatever the library had. Like my first Wayne was Adam's Apple, and my first Joe Henderson was Double Rainbow.
Dude, that's one of my first Joe Henderson too.
It was my very first, and to this day, still one of my very favorites.
Yeah, I think which one is actually is. I'm trying to think actually. Double Rainbow is the Jobim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one is the Billy Strayhorn one?
Lush Life.
I think that's
similar
the
time
first.
periods.
Yes, it's kind of similar.
It was his
label,
resurgence.
Right?
Yeah, Verve. It was his Verve resurgence in the early 90s.
The thing is, I think the Lush Life is the first one for me.
Lush Life's great.
It's so great, and the tune picks, just like out of all those incredible Billy Strayhorn tunes, just
it's McBride and Hutch. Who's playing piano? Is it
Stephen
Scott?
Yes,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think so.
And then on the Jobim record, there's like the Brazilian half with the Brazilian rhythm section and the American half with the American rhythm section. The American rhythm section is Herbie, McBride, and Jack.
I know. They're like that Chegazi Saudade. Herbie just went. No, it's not
Triste.
Herbie
goes in on Triste.
Triste on the Herbie on Triste. Crazy.
Yeah, one time, we were driving. McBride was driving in the car on a longer road trip, which we never do anymore. Crazy. It's not so often that like he'll be driving us on like a long car ride, but he was driving us early on a long car ride, and we were listening to a bunch of different stuff. And at one point, he had kind of his music on shuffle, and at one point, Triste came up. And I was listening to it, and, we were talking about something, so we weren't giving our full attention to the music, but then the conversation, mellowed for a second, and I clued into what we were listening to, and I was like, this is you. And he goes, yeah. He goes, I don't often like listening to, recordings I'm on, but this one's special for me. Because he was so young, and he's playing with Herbie and Jack and Joe Henderson.
So happy.
I mean, can you imagine?
Dude,
and
that record is so amazing.
And he plays so great on it. They all do. It's
incredible.
That record is so special, man.
I thought Elena Laya sounded great too.
Amazing.
She kind of she was like wanted to prove. Like I can
Amazing.
see like she just like prepped for this.
She
like,
was ripping.
ripping.
And please forgive me. Could you look up the name of the drummer too? Because I know he's a Brazilian legend. Like I am a little embarrassed that I forgot his name for how much I love the record.
Okay.
What's his name? The drummer on this record.
Sorry. Paulo Braga.
Man,
I didn't know his name.
Felicidad. That first track.
Dude.
It's so great because, you know, people talk about, speaking of grooves, hey, this loops back into the question.
Yay!
Speaking of grooves, people talk about, like, you know, this is a big thing that obviously I think teachers and people, you know, the mentor figures try to encourage us is like, okay, something's Brazilian, something's Afro-Cuban.
Cuban, yeah.
That's not one thing. That's not a stock groove. That's not a singular device that you use. There's a depth to that. There's detail. There's nuance. There's regional specificities. There's all these things. So that, you know, make sure to be knowledgeable about these different kinds of grooves. And it's great because if you tell someone Brazilian, you know, or
That's
samba
so
or
vague.
bossa, whatever,
Yeah.
this dude on Felicidad, right? He goes chop boom, 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 pop boom, pop, chop, do gong 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 gong, chop boom, chop boom. Right? It's like,
Dude. Incredible.
it's like
It's mind blowing. You know?
it is mind blowing. It's mind blowing.
I always wanted to go to Brazil. Have you been there?
No,
I really want to go to Brazil.
me too.
I really want to feel it.
Me too.
The whole groove of it.
Me too.
Just so many grooves. Like that. What you said is cool because swing, even like swing feel, could be completely different.
Yeah,
things.
swing is not ting ting to ting ting to ting. It could be.
Yes, tin is definitely, but
Yeah, but we've also heard a lot of ting 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 tings that are not swing,
no.
and a lot of swing that isn't that. The like you said, the pattern doesn't
Indicate everything, you know.
doesn't
just like
indicate. Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Okay, someone voted. Who says? Oh, someone says I can't choose between Lester Young and Coleman Hawkins. Agreed.
Who can?
Who can?
Who can?
Yes. Yes. Someone that guy reacted to about your wine pouring. Oh, he says. He says, okay, you may step down from the witness stand. No further question. Yes, she made you proud.
Thank you, sir. Well, you know, there's a great wine writer and critic that I've loved for a long time named Janice Robinson.
Okay.
She's just, you know, she's an iconic wine critic, you know, sort of like, you know, Robert Parker and some of these guys, but I like Janice. I kind of have, my taste is more aligned with hers, and I like the way she writes about wine, and she has some quote that's something to the effect of like, you know, I know about wine. I'll do anything there is regarding wine. I'll talk wine all day long. I know what there is to know about wine. Just don't ask me to pour you a glass.
That's like a similar to us. Like, hey, we'd like to talk about music, but just don't ask me to just play in your birthday party. You know?
Right. Yeah. Hey, why don't you play us a tune? Hey, there's a piano.
There's a piano. Hey, do you want to play us a tune? It's like, are you paying me?
Yes, you're like, yes,
You know?
I would love to play a tune for you. I will be sending the invoice.
Yes.
Can you please provide me a valid email address?
Yes. And the address. Like
Yes.
it's built to. You know?
Yes. Please send me
Please send
yes.
me-
Sure, I'll play Happy Birthday for you. Please send me a W9 at MikiYamanakamusic.com or whatever.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, someone picked Nicole's list. Yes. They say tough. Nobody's picking my list. Come on.
I mean, your list is ridiculous too.
Come on.
It's hard. That's it's all in good fun. And I do want to clarify.
Yeah.
It's all in good fun. There's
Yes.
nothing
Yeah.
is being written in stone here. Nothing is being immortalized forever. It's just a game.
Yes.
It's just a game.
Yes. It's just a game.
It's
By
just a
the
game.
way,
Yeah, don't quote us.
Yeah, don't don't quote us that we only picked those.
I heard
five.
Miki said she didn't like Sonny Rollins.
Dude, no. If you're enjoying us chatting, please feel free to donate.
Yes.
And,
yes. This wine didn't buy itself.
Yes, exactly. It's a crowdfunding for me. My project, Miki.
Did you say clout funding?
Yes. Crowd.
I like clout funding. That's funny. Crowdfunding.
It's in the air, it's in the air. Crowdfunding.
I mean, but for real, let me say, as your friend, let me take a second to say that Miki does all of this. Miki provides an incredible amount of content for the people. Performances, interviews. It's an amazing resource and an amazing service that she offers for free. So I would heavily encourage donations to Miki because even though this is two friends sitting on a couch having fun, it is your time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's part of the whole that thing we were talking about earlier, the thing.
Yeah.
It's part of the life in music that is difficult to sustain.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. Trying to reach. You
know?
Know?
There's a lot of people. I think what you do is great, and there's a lot of people who benefit from it, and it's amazing. The platform you give to musicians, and playing different composers' music and things like that. I think it's a wonderful thing.
Thank you, Nicole.
Great,
wow,
man. I think it's great.
I'm gonna pay her, for saying this.
With your money. No, I'm just kidding. No,
yes,
no. That was a free endorsement.
Yes,
that was a free endorsement. So send me a W-9 to.
Yes, I will send you a W-9.
Or I should send you a W-9 rather.
Invoice is coming.
Yes.
Yes, feel free to donate or spread the words. I'm gonna invite people over and have a really nice conversation like we're having today. I'm really learning about Nicole, even though we're one of the closest, she's one of my closest friends, but we still learn about each other, and it's been really great. So if you're enjoying, please donate, and the links are down below, but I'm gonna copy it. Donate now. Otherwise, please pick the list. Come on guys, who's picking my list?
And ask us more unhinged questions.
Unhinged questions, that's right.
Unhinged
Oh,
questions.
there's a question. John asks, where and when and how did you meet this? Oh, special Noriko Ueda. He really likes Noriko.
Oh,
yes.
Who doesn't?
Yes, and he went to see her play at Cellar Dog last autumn, and he was really happy. Yeah.
Noriko's so great.
Yeah, she's awesome.
We love Noriko. She's awesome. I mean, I met her. Actually, I was gonna say I met her through Artemis, but that's not true.
Oh yeah?
No, I met her years before that playing
Birdland Big Band.
Yeah, I think so.
I know she does the gig.
Yeah,
you used to do that gig sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I met Noriko through the scene, and she's amazing, man, and she's such a sweetheart, but she's also such a great musician, beautiful writer.
I love her tunes.
Man, we did so our latest Artemis record that came out, I guess, a month or so ago now. Yeah. I think the record turned out really great, but Noriko's tune is one of my favorites that we've ever recorded. I mean, it's beautiful. Her tune Como Rebi, which I know you know what that means. Como Rebi is it's one of those words that we don't have in English, or in English it takes a whole sentence to describe. Como Rebi is like the sunlight coming through the trees, right? Which is so beautiful. Man, yeah, her tunes are just incredible, and her playing is so great, and yeah, she's just a lovely human being that I feel really fortunate to know. And you guys have the same birthday and are from the same...
Oh, that's right. She's from close to Kobe, yeah.
Yeah, the same general region of Japan, right?
That's true, yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, actually. I forgot about that.
Wild.
Yeah, that is wild. That's crazy.
Pisces, baby.
Pisces, bro.
I love Pisces.
I think Pisces, I realize I have lots of Taurus and Cancer friends. Yeah.
Pisces and Cancer have a thing, the water signs, man.
Yeah.
It's a thing. I'm pretty sure Rachel is a Pisces.
Yes, Rachel's a Pisces.
And a couple other my friends. My dear friend Savannah Harris is also... Savannah's a Pisces, too.
Savannah's also Pisces, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like the late February?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
So many of my, my close women musician friends happen to be Pisces. It's funny. It's a thing.
Water sign.
Water sign, baby.
Yeah, I don't really believe in the whole fucking craziness about the zodiac signs too much, but I think I sometimes believe in like certain kind of energy, like that specific sign people have. Like Cancer people are so loyal. One of the most loyal people.
We'll kill you.
Yes, you would kill me if I did.
No, not you. No, that's not what I mean. No. I don't mean I'd kill you. I'd kill someone who tried to mess with you.
No. Yes, but like if I'd
kill them.
What I was gonna say, like if I messed like with like Marissa, for example, like.
No, that's not. Yes, but that's not what it's more like we're so loyal to our friends, to our people.
Yeah.
No, on the contrary, even if you were wrong about something, I would have your back. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like
that's even more loyal than I.
You know what I'm saying? It's like I would defend you.
Yeah.
Like you're my friend, and I would look out for you no matter what.
Yeah.
That's more the kind of loyalty. Not that I would kill you. I would kill anyone who tried to mess with you. Yes. My personal view on it is that I think there's something to it all, but I think that we don't always get it right. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
I think there is something to it all. But when you see this, horoscopes, daily horoscopes at a glance, I don't necessarily believe that some fucking person got it right. And
I mean, like, there are like a gazillion amount of people on the fucking earth, and like we can't just group in 12 ways, just like it's crazy, and it's like
it's not as cut and dry as it's made to seem, but there's cultures, there's places of the world that have been studying it for thousands of years, like music or something. So
it's a study.
It is one that I am not learned. I am not a practitioner of the art. But I think there's something to it.
Yeah, I'm kind of in between. Like I feel like it's something there. Like I'm not a religious person, but I always believe there's something is up there. I'm not a complete atheist. Like.
So does that mean you can't play spiritual jazz?
No spiritual jazz. Wonk wonk.
I'm kidding.
Yes. It's really funny that someone mentioned that we don't have any background music, and we don't. I think I don't like, sometimes you watch it like a, how do you call it? Like a instructional videos.
Yeah.
And they have like a really loud background music. And it's so annoying.
Well, that would be a different thing. That would no longer be an interview. That would be us listening to music. You know what I mean?
I should do that too, I feel like.
That would be cool. Like a listening session.
Yeah. So like people can actually hear what we're listening to.
Yeah.
And then we can react to it.
Man, I always,
that's cool.
I always say that, like, if I could have a class, right? MSM said, Nicole, you have a class in which you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
My class would be a listening class.
I like that.
In which you walk in, everybody, like, puts their phones physically in a different part of the room. Not just turns them off. Physically puts them in a different part of the room. We all sit there, and I put on a record. Before I put on the record, I say the year, I say who's on it, where it was recorded, that sort of thing. Not even just the year, the date, all that kind of, biographical information. And then we sit there and we listen to the record, and then class is over. If there's time left in the class, let's say it's an hour-long class and a 53-minute record, maybe we talk about it for 5 minutes. Maybe we don't, and the class is over.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like there used to be more listening classes in general, though.
I took a listening class in college.
Yeah, because people be talking about, like, like the elders that like I got to study with, they say, like when we did, when I went to such and such school, I had a listening class from such and such,
Mm-hmm.
When I did Betty Carter's Jazz Ahead, this 2 weeks program at the Kennedy Center.
Mm-hmm.
Kennedy Center. Yeah, are they gonna do it again?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's a whole another
No,
story.
they are. I just spoke to a student of mine today who's doing it this year.
Oh, that's cool.
The Jazz Ahead.
Glad. Because it's a really great program.
Amazing.
Jason runs it now, but he used to be what's his name? Billy.
Taylor?
Huh?
Was it Billy Taylor?
Yeah, Billy Taylor. Thank you. Billy Taylor's program.
Well, it was Betty Carter too.
Yeah, Betty Carter, Billy Taylor.
Yeah.
And because Betty Carter, that was obvious, I thought. Anyway,
yes.
So we had a listening class.
Yeah.
In the program, and it was like so refreshing to hear what all those motherfuckers like to listen to, or what they grew up listening to. Even like one class was just all jazz, and like other class be like non-jazz. Like could hear them, like how they shaped their musical, like, you know, brain. And it's so cool to hear that. It's really cool. I like knowing what people like to listen to and what people listened to.
Yeah, a lot of my lessons with students are a lot of listening. I mean, obviously, if there's something instrumental that I feel like we need to deal with, we deal with it, but it's a lot of listening. Because, you know, a lot of these kids, like a lot of our students can really play.
Yeah, especially on this set.
Yeah, they can really play, man. And so it from there, it just becomes about helping shape their musical mind. Like you said, it's like, I hear something in your playing, or I don't hear, but usually it's I hear something. Let me feed you this thing that might be of interest to you, that might show you, you know, in a more high definition way, this thing that you're kind of getting at. I think it's so valuable, and I also think that sometimes it's the first thing to go. You know, like when a student's really busy, for example, they're not necessarily going to get home and be like, well, now I'm going to sit down and listen to my favorite record. It's like, I got shit to do. And so it's one of the first things to go, which is unfortunate, which makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. You only have so much time in a day, but it is unfortunate, you know?
Yeah. I think listening is more important than what at least younger people think, you know? Listening can form us so much more than this, you know, just like actually intently listening, you know?
Well, it's like, sometimes you can hear people who are really good at their instrument, and you can tell they don't listen to much jazz. And then the opposite happens, where you hear somebody who maybe has some instrumental work to do, but you can tell they listen to the music.
Yes.
It's obvious.
I think it's listening is. I always like to emphasize in how important the listening is. Like real listening, not like, oh, you're cooking and you're listening. That's good too, but
that's cool too. But
that's cool. Not, but like really listening, and it's so tiring if you really like trying to really get all those things out of that. It's like so tiring. I enjoy both. I enjoy both.
And all the ways in which you can listen. You know, I mean, it's obvious, or it seems obvious, but one thing I have my students do a lot is, you know, name a recording that they think they know really well, and I tell them to listen to it again and focus primarily on each instrument, you know?
Yes.
Focus on the horn player. Focus on the pianist, the bassist. Listen through a whole passage where the bass is the primary point of your listening. The drums are the primary point, and you hear everything differently.
Oh, I have a question. I like to ask this randomly to people. So this is coming from a story, but I'm just gonna ask that question. You are on a bandstand. You're a saxophone player. What instruments in the rhythm section do you listen to the most? Let's just say
bass and drums.
Bass and drum. Well, you gotta pick one. Bass drum. Well, your band doesn't have a piano, but let's say you are working with Artemis. You have Rini in the background. But you would work with piano player. Yeah, Mike King in the Christians band. You know, you work with piano player too. So let's selfishly include myself.
Well, it's not that I don't listen to pianists first, but I feel like if I'm rooting myself, then I actually can hear the piano better.
Yeah, that's cool.
Do you know what I mean? It's like if I'm rooting myself in really the bass. If I'm rooting myself, bass and drums. I actually, it's both.
You can't.
I can't. To me, it's one thing, but it's bass and drums.
Okay.
and then comping instrument, because if I'm able to hone in on that, then whether piano, guitar, vibes, whatever it is, if I'm rooted in that, that contribution is clearer to me because it's in dialogue with me, but there's that relationship there to the root.
Right.
Does that make sense? Like, for the reason I can't separate them is because when I play my trio, I'm not listening to Tyrone over Kayvon or Kayvon over Tyrone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It really is.
It's like a one unit thing.
To me, it's one thing. But then if it's, you know, playing with Christian, it's Christian and Savannah. And then that makes it so that what Mike does or what Eli does, it enters my awareness as it's happening. But there's a way in which Mike has a choice. Mike or Eli or Rini, there's a choice in activity, in density.
Right.
You don't have to play all the time. You're not playing every quarter note. They're playing every quarter note, so I listen to that. I listen to every note that's passing, and that makes it so that the kind of landscape that you're providing...
Right. Like foundation, right? Like you have that...
Right.
Base.
Yeah. And it makes it so that whatever you're... Because you're listening to them, too.
I'm listening to the bass first.
Yeah.
That's like my answer to me, always. I listen to the bass the most.
Well, that's the thing. If you're listening to that... then your contribution is also going to be related to what they're doing, just like my contribution is also related to what...
Yeah.
It's like, if I as the saxophonist and you as the pianist are listening to them, then whatever we're contributing together is in dialogue with that.
Right.
And it makes what we're doing make sense.
Yes, okay.
And so it's not like...
I like that.
You know what I mean? It's not like I'm not hearing you. On the contrary, I hear you better if I'm focusing on this.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool.
It's like we're kind of layering these kind of landscapes on each other.
Yeah, I kind of didn't even think about the effect of me listening to, like, as a piano player.
Yes.
Listening to the either rhythm section, like bass or drums or both, whatever, that is basically coming through me.
Yeah.
To you, potentially, who would be listening to me as well, you know?
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
cool.
You and I are hearing the same thing, which is the bass and drums. And we're moving with that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So
that's a really cool way to think. I like that.
That's kind of how I think about it, but I can't separate bass and drums just because I play trio so much, and
right.
I really don't. Now, obviously, it depends because there's hierarchies involved too. You know, if I'm playing with Christian,
yeah, it's his band, so you will listen to.
Well, I hear Savannah hearing Christian.
Ah, I see.
And it's not like she is being 100% herself and contributing what she is hearing, and I'm still very much honed into what she's doing, but Christian is so strong.
Right.
He's so powerful. He is anchoring us in a way that I'm focusing on him. We're all focusing on him, and by doing that, by focusing on him and giving our trust to him, it's like everything else kind of happens by virtue of that. Everything else kind of falls into place.
Yeah.
Based on what he is doing.
I like that.
You know, if really Elvin Jones is the band leader.
Yeah. Forget it.
Do you know what I mean? Then it's I think
that's important.
I think there's something to that. But again, I want to clarify that it's not like Savannah isn't making musical decisions that are hers, that she is really hearing, that she feels is appropriate to contribute.
Yeah.
She is in there. She is propelling the music forward. She is making these choices autonomously, but we're all really trying to be inside what he is doing as much as possible, and he's kind of like the well, you know, from which we all spring. Like he's the reservoir, and we're trying to pull from the reservoir.
Yeah.
Does that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really cool. I really like it. I never thought like that. It's really cool.
Yeah, so I think there is obviously in terms of the
cool.
music making, you know, sure, maybe there's an idea in which we all have equal contribution, but there is a hierarchy. I mean, if you're playing with McBride, you're listening to McBride. I mean, we're all doing it.
Yeah.
And his lines and his sound and his beat are so beautiful that it's like if you just listen to him, you get all the ideas you would never need. You know what I mean? It's an endless wellspring of great information and great ideas, you know?
I like that, because, like, music happens at this, it's really simultaneously, right? Like, we are playing it, hopefully, together. Hopefully we're paying attention to each other. So, what you do, what I do, what whomever does should be contributing at the same time, and that coming from like whomever the hierarchy, the well of the information or like the inspiration, but it's through us too, and it like kind of goes back to the well as well, you know?
Exactly, because
like
because Christian is
ecosystem.
Yes, because he's moving with us too.
Yes.
So it's like, yeah, and it's interesting because it's just one of those things that just feeds upon itself. It's like, we're listening to Christian. I hear Savannah hearing Christian. Savannah hears me hearing her hearing Christian.
Yes.
And then I hear her hearing me hearing Christian. And then Mike is hearing all of that and then playing a chord. And then I'm hearing Mike hearing me hearing Savannah hearing me hearing Christian.
It's really cool.
I mean that, and I think that's what it is, in my opinion. We are hearing each other, but we're hearing each other hearing each other.
Yeah. And
because you know the experience of playing with people and feeling them hearing you versus not hearing them hearing you. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, dude, I've experienced both.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, in that band and in Artemis too, it's like and of course in the trio, like the bands that I'm fortunate enough to play with regularly, you hear everyone hearing you, and that's part of, the greatest joys of playing in those bands is you feel so supported, you feel the trust, and it is a way in which you are able to, if you can really tap into it, hear all these things kind of happening simultaneously.
Right.
I think,
Yeah. It's beautiful though. I never got that answer before.
Yeah.
And I think it's really, really cool way of thinking. And it is so true. I agree. Like, I cannot agree more. Like, it's really cool.
I think there's also ways in which dialogues are happening at the same time. Like, I think about Artemis, there are times where, Allison and Noriko are playing and they're providing something, and the dialogue is with all of us, but it might be like more actively a dialogue with me and Rini, or it might be more actively a dialogue with me and Allison, or it might be more actively, but that's another thing with this music is like interaction is an interesting concept where what does it mean to interact? Do you always, there are times where you are more actively involved with the interaction maybe, but there are times where you're not. If you listen to like Miles Davis's band with Train and Red Garland and Paul Chambers and Philly Joe, it's not like Miles goes, and everyone goes, it's like, there's a way in which sometimes the best thing that can happen is a subtle interaction. It's a more subtle shaping of things. Or Ben Wolf talks about this a lot. He was like, him and I talked a lot, especially when we were doing his last record. He's like, I feel like people misunderstand. They feel like everything has to be played at the same time, or like everyone is playing the same thing at the same time. But really, if you listen to the records that we love, the music we love, it's really like each person is contributing something. There's like a role, and there's a consistency to the role, and in order for it to all work, this role has to exist, this role has to exist, and this role has to exist together. And actually, if you break it down, people are playing less than you think they're playing.
Yeah.
And I found that to be true even with denser bands like the John Coltrane Quartet. For example, like, when they get into that kind of that dotted quarter note, if you listen to what Jimmy is doing, you know what he's not playing? The dotted quarter note.
Exactly. Man, so that's crucial, don't you think? If Jimmy was the guy who was like, yeah, I can do it too.
Yeah, I can do it too. Watch me do it too.
And that band would have sounded completely different. What we imagine from that is Jimmy providing the quarter notes.
Yes. Or dancing around the dotted quarter, or
Or like
the dotted half. Sorry, I'm saying dotted quarter,
No.
but I really mean like. No, it is dotted quarter. It is dotted quarter. Sorry,
I think you're right.
Well, they're like on transition. There's this part where Elvin and McCoy get into the dotted quarter, and they're going into and he's going like boom 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 boom.
He's singing though, you know. He's playing around it, but that's like a huge interaction without being like, "Hey, I can be on the do."
Well, when you think about it, if all three members of the band are going bum bum bum, actually the flow kind of comes to a screeching halt because now all of a sudden everyone's going.
Yeah, it's a different, it's almost like a, how do you call it? Metric modulation.
Yeah.
It's a completely different kind of thing now, you know?
Right.
But it's still like a 4/4 and like it's still like, you know, just like tip in, but with the grouping of something or like an almost different groove, you know?
Yeah. Jimmy's dancing and he's providing that constant, the continuation of. I feel like this music is so much about forward motion.
Yes.
It's all about forward motion. And that's you know this app Moises.
Yes, that you can get rid of the track and like you can practice with.
I play with this app so much. I take people
Jimmy
out.
does it, yeah.
Oh, I take people out. I put people back in, and it is so fascinating to hear the choices people are making because you can really see in which all these parts come together to create a beautiful whole, and how often you think that more is happening than what is really happening. Do you know what I mean?
I think the way it's happening, the way we listen to it, is just the outcome of what they were doing, right? Not community, but like as a band.
Yeah.
And then the effect of that is so much bigger. Mm-hmm. So like it's really big. So we were like, oh, this dotted quarter note thing is really cool. So like I have to be able to follow. Otherwise, this thing is never gonna be cool. It's really not like that because it sounded cool because that's the way it happened and like just Elvin and McCoy were doing it. It's just not like because Jimmy joined or like even Coltrane being like just like, hey, you know, like, oh, I'm on top of you too.
Yeah, he didn't
give a fuck about that. It's like he was just like maybe he created that or like he provided that inspiration or idea or sorts. But it's not like, oh yeah, guys, let's do this thing, you know. It's just like,
right.
But it just so organically happened. So like it just we just see the effect. We just see the, you know, effect.
Right.
But we just don't really see it from the other side.
You're right. We don't see the process.
Yes.
We only see the result.
Yeah. So like it just looks like, whoa, that's the coolest thing ever.
And right, and it's not cool because they played the same thing at the same time, right? If that was the reason why it was cool, then okay, great, we can play the same thing at the same time. But that's not really what about it is cool. It's that when that happens, there's like a propelling that's happening. There's a momentum that's being created. There's a feeling. It's a kind of tension and release. It's this we've gotten into, really it's like a trance. It's like we get into that, you know, when you listen to that band's music and you hear them get into that thing, it feels sort of like this trance. But when you really listen to what Elvin's doing too, it's not like he's just going boom doom 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 doom. He's getting into this sort of like cyclical, trancey sort of thing that also isn't just the same thing McCoy is doing. And McCoy, it's, you know, it again, if the end result was just to play something at the same time, we could just be a rock band.
Yeah.
Or a pop band.
I like the story that's actually involves Ben Wolf, that someone who went to Juilliard, I think it might have been Jimmy's story actually. Maybe I'll invite Jimmy to join us. Jimmy told me that I have to pee too.
Me too.
Oh, great. Jimmy told me that I think there was a class, the ensemble class that Ben Wolf was doing, and
shout out Ben, by the way.
Yes, Ben Wolf. I saw him real quick last night. He was playing with Addison Fry last night.
Nice. I love Ben.
But Ben Wolf is a great bass player
I
from
love Ben.
Portland, Oregon.
That's right.
That's the homies there. He's an incredible bass player and educator, and he teaches at the Juilliard.
An incredible composer.
Yeah, incredible composer. I like his tunes too.
Unbelievable tunes.
I didn't check out the newest one, but I checked out the one before. Yeah, that one is really
this
good.
newest one.
It's piping. Yes, ma'am.
It's one of, I think, it's one of the projects I've been involved with and I'm most proud of.
Oh, amazing. Okay, I'll listen to him.
It's really great. I think it's
good.
Ben really, yeah, his music is just incredible.
Cool. Well, the story is, so Ben Wolf was teaching this ensemble class, and then he stops the band, and then guys, yeah, like cool, good stuff, whatever, and he will be nice and whatnot, but he goes like, but it sounds like you guys are just playing all simultaneously.
Yep.
It's really not together. Like, it's just, y'all started 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you started, but it really didn't do anything to do with each other.
Right.
And I think that's a really cool point. That could be like like this should be in like the 101 book, Jazz 101. Like, just don't fucking try to play simultaneously. Like, just you gotta play with the musicians that you're playing with,
this music is so hard because it's so many things. It's like you don't want to play on top of each other. You don't want to play simultaneously, but you want to play together. You don't want to play something that has no rhythmic relation to everybody else, but at the same time, you want to generate your own rhythmic contribution. There's so many kind of interesting things, which is, part of what makes this music so special and so incredible is that the music we love to listen to, it's like everything is just placed perfectly. It's like the way it went is exactly how it was supposed to go in that moment. There's both a
momentum.
Yeah, there's both a trust in what you're contributing as well as a way in which you are carefully making choices too, because it's not like every song you play everything. It's not like
it's not supposed to be that effort.
No, you don't tell your whole life story in one solo. No. But at the same time.
But like you give a fuck.
Exactly. But there's a way in which
pour yourself into it, right?
Exactly.
That's a fine line, though. That's a fine line.
Very fine.
So bad. So I'm gonna invite Jimmy. But I wanted to acknowledge the John comments. That thing with Emmett Cohen and Sasha Berliner, where you did footprints, was 50 Shades of Awesome.
Thank you.
Yes.
You sat in on
that.
Yeah,
I sat in on that.
I remember that.
Yes.
That was fun.
Really gained like 50 more followers after that. It's crazy. It's like, Emmett, thanks, but fuck you. So I'm always outwardly like not supporting Emmett Cohen because I'm jealous. I'm gonna go pee and I'm gonna invite Jimmy. Jimmy's gonna come here, okay? You can read the comments if you want.
Okay. It's Nikki's mood now. Nikki's mood now. What's up? You get me for 2 minutes. What do we have? Jimmy is a sick-ass drummer. Actually, let's make something very clear. Jimmy is one of the greatest drummers in the world. Just want to be extremely clear about that. Gonna go back a little ways and look at some of these comments. Do you think I'm corny because I love Gato Barbieri? No. I do not. Gato Barbieri, if I'm not mistaken, is on one of my favorite records. I'm just looking it up to make 100% sure that I'm not bullshitting. Yep. He's on a great record called Complete Communion by Don Cherry that I really love. I think it's great. With an amazing band, Henry Grimes and Ed Blackwell. Two of my favorite musicians of all time. But Gato, Argentine legend. No shade there. Okay, looks like I won the game. Happy about that. Thank you guys. Although, you know, as I said, it's an impossible list. Nicole, I met you at the end of your New Blue Triumph last year with Tyrone Allen. Where and when did you meet drummer Matthew Fu, who also played with you at New Blue? Matthew...
Oh, the student, no?
Is a student
Yeah.
at Manhattan School of Music. I met him because he was actually subbing for my improv class, subbing for another drummer. And
I brought you a wine glass.
he was so respectful. He didn't say a word. He just came in, did what he had to do, was there, and played so beautifully every time he was in the situation, and he just had such a natural understanding of all the concepts we talked about. His swing feel was beautiful, but he could also move wherever we moved, and I just thought he really had something really great. And so, you know, when I was doing that gig at New Blue, Kayvon, who is in my trio, he wasn't available, and I asked some other drummers too. Jimmy was unavailable. You know, I reached out to some friends, and it was the summertime, so people were gone. People were busy, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna call Matthew Fu.
I think it's a really cool move that you called your student.
He crushed it, man. He learned all the music. He learned it for real, and some of that music was kind of hard, and he just rose to the occasion, man. Jimmy!
I'm gonna be the host. So Jimmy's joining.
Jumbo!
Hello.
Yes. Thank God Jimmy's coming.
Shout out Matthew Fu and shout out Glovettes. Luca! That's one of my students.
Oh, no way!
Yep, we met today.
That's cool.
What's up, Luca?
Thanks for tuning in.
Luca's a bad dude, too.
Oh.
Yes. Shout out Matthew Fu and shout out Glovettes.
Yes, Glovettes. What is Glovettes?
It's a group at the school that calls themselves
Glovettes.
The Glovettes.
Oh, cheers!
Shout out.
Yeah.
Thanks, Luca. Thanks for tuning in, man.
Yes, cheers.
Cheers.
Jumbo.
Happy to join you.
Yes. We'll welcome Jimmy to join us, and we'll keep talking.
Thanks all.
Yeah.
Whoever's up.
Yeah, now we can really do the game. I think nobody else voted.
No, I won.
I think you won. Yeah, I think you
There
won.
were 2 people that voted for me.
Yes.
One person said, well, I guess I choose the Coltrane list.
Yes.
You know the game where you choose the 5?
Yeah.
We played it earlier.
Oh, nice.
I won by a commanding score of 2 votes.
Yeah, I had no votes.
Well,
yes.
It happens.
It happens. 2-0 is still a win.
What mostly happened was people told us other tenor players that we forgot about, even though we didn't forget about them.
What is?
Oh, just how the voting went.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't remember.
Jimmy, you're a hit!
Yes, everybody loves Jimmy.
Aww.
Yay! Yeah.
Look at Luca, longtime supporter. Shout out Nikki Yamanaka.
Yeah, Nikki Yamanaka. Hi.
Luca,
together.
you're a real one, man. Thanks for spending your Sunday evening doing this.
Yes, exactly.
Thank
you to spending, you know.
Oh, of
Sunday
course,
evening
man.
with us.
This is honestly such a beautiful way to spend a Sunday evening.
It's really
Hanging
fun.
with my friends.
Yeah.
Getting piped.
Getting piped.
Getting piped.
My face is getting red.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, someone said they enjoy Mickey's program more than Emmett's place.
I'm gonna pee.
Yes. I was like, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, my program is more awesome. No. It's okay. Nobody watches it, but yes. You guys. Only you guys.
Mickey has a cult following.
Yes, core following, you know. What?
Cult following.
Cult? Oh, shit.
It means there's it's a small but mighty,
Yes,
group
you
of
guys are
people
small
who
but mighty crowd.
who
Perfect timing, Jimmy. Okay, let's ask Jimmy a question. Well, you can just sit fully.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. What did I ask? Oh, I asked Nicole the question like what you listen to the most. What instruments do you listen to the most
When
you're playing?
Oh,
But it's coming from a drummer. It's like it's a little different, you know. What do you listen to the most? Like, let's say it's a quartet, and then there's a guitar or horn player, or whatever, soloing,
yeah.
and then piano or like a guitar, but like a comping instruments, and a bass, and you.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you listen to the most?
Good question. I think I listen to I listen to whoever. If it's the horn player that's soloing, if it's the right hand of the piano, that's some.
Oh.
Pardon the noise.
Yeah.
Guitar. I listen to whoever the soloist, where they put the notes.
Wow, like not the notes.
No,
Not the notes.
I'm listening for
Rhythms.
whoever the soloist, their feel is.
Hmm.
Wow.
I think first.
I asked who listens. Yeah.
That's cool because I feel like a lot of the times the soloist is listening to the drummer for the feel. So that's that
It's kinda
cyclical
like
thing we were talking about, the
Yeah,
reciprocal relationship thing.
Marinates.
Yeah.
Marinates.
I mean, nothing against the bass player. I mean, I listen to the bass player, but if the bass player's good, then I probably listen to the bass player a little bit less
Interesting.
because I don't have to
Focus.
worry about them or think about what they're doing.
Yeah.
I just feel it,
Yeah.
and then I'm listening to the soloist for okay, where are they putting the eighth notes, so that I can lock up with them rhythmically. Of course, I'm also I'm trying to listen to everything else, but I mean, first and foremost, rhythmically, I check out whatever that person's feel is,
Cool.
and then I'm like, how do I lock in with the eighth notes
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
that
Cool.
they're playing? Whether that's the right hand of the piano or the horn players, where they put the notes, guitar, whatever.
Yeah. The rhythm.
The rhythm
Rhythms
first. Yeah.
first.
Rhythm first.
I like that too.
Yeah.
But I really like
What
Nicole's
did Nicole
answer.
say? What did you say?
You
What
want
did I
to
say?
repeat that? Well,
No,
what I
it's
really
like
liked the
repeat it.
most was there two things that I liked. She said that because I mentioned about the Artemis and the Christian span,
Mm-hmm.
and she mentioned about the hierarchy exists. Like when she works with the Christian span,
Mm-hmm.
everybody listens to Christian because
Makes sense.
he's the leader,
Right.
And
and
he's
he
just so
provides
strong.
he's
Yeah.
so strong, and he's like a well of inspiration, ideas,
Yeah.
and source of groove and
Mhm.
stuff like that. So that for example, like a Savannah listening to Christian,
Mm-hmm.
essentially Nicole listening to Savannah is Savannah listening to Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So basically bypassing Nicole listening to Savannah is basically Nicole listening to both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm listening to Savannah listen to Christian.
Mhm.
Yes.
She's listening to me listen to Christian too,
Yes,
but
like
also
it's
listen to
Nicole-
her.
It's like it's a cycle of a thing.
Yeah,
And
I think
like
so.
that.
I think so.
That's cool.
Yeah. I think I never thought like that
Mm-hmm.
because it's it's because it's coming from like Tyrone's story. Like he did the workshop with
Mm-hmm.
remain nameless, this artist that he toured with, and then he said that artist said like, oh sorry bro, like we
Right.
just listened to drums. That's what they said.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I was like, it's really interesting that people always say like, oh this instrument, that instrument. I didn't really hear deeper meaning of that, and I think I really agree with what you were saying. So it's like it's really cool.
I also said that for me it's bass and drums, and I can't really separate them. And the reason why is because I said like if I play saxophone trio, I'm not listening to Tyrone over Kayvon or Kayvon over Tyrone.
Right.
There's no hierarchy there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a collective sound because it's just three people. You know what I mean? If I can't listen to two at the same time, then yeah,
Mm-hmm.
trying to listen to the two at the same time.
Definitely.
Okay, someone asks, Jimmy, top 3 best what? Is it a made up word? Best spectacled jazz drummers?
Be speckled.
Bespectacled.
Meaning people that
Glasses.
wear glasses.
Oh, what? I didn't. What
Top 3 drummers that wear glasses.
Glasses. Okay,
Thank you
yeah,
for
thank
that.
you.
Wow,
Think
that's a
about the
great
drummers
question.
That wear glasses.
That's a great question.
Who wears glasses?
Who wears glasses?
Did DJ Network glasses?
I was gonna say, what? Man, not too many people wear. Oh, Tootie wore
guess so.
glasses. I'm trying to think of a
Yeah, it's just,
anyone.
DJ Network's glasses for sure, and Tootie and
Did Jeanette did that?
Alvin didn't. Tony.
No,
Didn't.
Tony didn't. Roy didn't. Lou Hayes doesn't. Who even does? Billy Hart doesn't. Al doesn't. Victor doesn't.
Wow.
Jimmy Cobb, does he? Did he? No, he didn't. No, he did. Wait.
Later in his life.
I think
Yeah.
he did wear glasses.
Yeah, he did.
How do you pronounce this word again?
Bespectacled.
Fuck, what?
Yes, bespectacled.
Spectacles are glasses. Another word for glasses.
Spectacles.
Really?
Spectacles. Yeah.
Spectacles.
Spectacles. So then bespectacles.
Ah, okay. Spectacles is easier to
Meaning wearing
pronounce.
them. Wearing
Spectacles.
It's English class for me. Okay. I thought it was a B in like best and like a spectacular. Like a
I like that too. Jimmy, top 3 best, most spectacular drummers.
Do you remember that I thought obese? What obese? Obese?
You had another one too that I wish I
Unicorn.
remembered. Okay, unicorn is brilliant.
Unicorn.
I thought it was a unicone. Yes.
Because
unicorn. It makes
there's a
sense.
single
Fucking
cone.
Yeah.
single cone there. Dude, it has to be unicone.
I agree.
Okay, whenever.
I agree.
Whenever. Okay, so 3. You have to name. You have to find one.
I have to find one. We said
We'll be
Jimmy
back.
Cobb and Jack, but I don't even think Jack
I
wore
thought
glasses
he did. Am I crazy?
that much because there's a lot of pictures of him without glasses.
I thought he did.
It's hard to think of like drummers that wear glasses all the time, that aren't just wearing them for style or like for.
Is there any even like in our generation or like a little above?
Kayvon wears glasses.
Okay.
Oh, Kayvon
Yeah.
is. Yeah, Kayvon is.
He is bespectacled.
He's
Yes,
bespectacled.
and you too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
So Jimmy can be on the list.
Can
No,
I
why don't
include
you-
myself in the best, most fat,
So we got-
most spectacular?
So we got wait. So we
drummers?
got Kayvon, Jimmy, and Tootie Heath. That's a
Yeah.
great list.
Goddamn.
What great company to be in.
Oh my god, that's great.
Both great.
That is
Oh.
an interesting question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Well,
I'll do my research.
Yes, me too.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
That's-
forgot to
you stopped
mention
me.
about this, but someone named the tenor player when we were doing the tenor game.
Yeah.
What's his name? I didn't know this tenor player.
Who? Oh, Gato Barbieri.
Yes.
I talked about him while you were in the bathroom.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you like him? I don't know him
Yes,
at all.
he's
I
an
don't really
Argentine
know his
tenor player,
playing either.
and he's on a record that I love, Don Cherry, Complete Communion, with Henry Grimes and Ed Blackwell.
Ooh, Henry Grimes.
Yep.
And Ed Blackwell, that's your favorite.
I love Ed Blackwell.
I still remember that you put him in the list of the drummers.
Did I? Yeah.
And
that makes
almost
sense.
like a first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, when we were doing the game.
He's so great.
Yeah.
Ed Blackwell's so great.
Okay. Oh, whoa. I don't know if you have any comments about this, but John asks, did you play with Ryo Sasaki? Ever?
Did we play together?
Yeah. He says you played with him.
Rio,
a lot.
yes, of course.
Yeah, the Rio from the Mesro.
Yeah.
So did you play with him?
Yeah, I used to play with him in Central Park.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Like, did you?
Pretty regularly, yeah.
I didn't know that. What?
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
I didn't know that. What?
Yeah.
Like,
He's been, man,
Who started?
him, that's
I know
his.
I know he does that.
Oh man,
his
that's
shit.
his thing.
Yeah.
He's been doing that. He's an institution. I don't remember how I started doing that, to be very honest with you.
What was the occasion that you started joining him?
I actually don't remember. I think he just hit me up. I think whoever he was playing with, maybe as the other horn player, was largely not available, maybe had a job or something like that, and maybe he hit me up to do one or two, and then he said, like, would you ever do this again? And I was like, man, just call me whenever. And then he would, and then a lot of the time I could do it, and then when I couldn't, he would call someone else.
I see.
You know, I think he had like a rotation of people that he would call to play, but there was a summer where I did it a lot.
Wow, I didn't even know.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago.
That's crazy.
It was fun.
Wow.
He knows a lot of tunes.
He does know a lot of
So he would just like start playing a tune, and sometimes I'd be like, I don't know this one. He's like, it's easy, you'll hear it. You know, and
Classic.
sometimes it was easy and I heard it.
Oh, cool.
Sometimes,
It's like a little bit, you know. Ooh.
sometimes it was harder.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out Rio.
That's cool. Yeah.
Shout out Rio. It was fun.
I didn't know you did that. That's
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
I know it's his thing. Like he's been doing that forever.
Oh, I've definitely
That's
done.
like he's been doing this. Washington Square Park, like that's
We
his
did it in
shit,
Central most of the time.
Yeah. Okay.
But Washington
Maybe
Square, we
there's
did
a-
Wash Square a
yeah.
couple times. He would do, if I'm not mistaken, I think he would do Central on Saturdays and Wash Square on Sundays, maybe. And I would usually do Central with him. It was fun. I've done
really cool.
I've done a lot of park playing for sure.
Dude, I
Yeah.
didn't know.
A lot of
That's
park,
crazy.
a lot of busking.
Nicole Glover used to do.
Oh
Busking.
yeah, oh yeah. I feel like
that's
just
pretty-
about every horn player I know has done busking.
Dude, it's encouraging though.
I mean, it's easy to just go out with your horn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's harder if it's
No, like us.
yeah, it's harder
Yeah.
for you
Yeah.
guys, but
It's more commitment, you
Yeah.
know.
I can just walk into the park with my horn, so it's a
Yeah.
little different
Yeah,
situation.
yeah.
But
Easier, I guess.
oh, I feel like a lot of horn players I know have had stints with that.
Yeah.
It's great. Learn a bunch of tunes. Sometimes you make money. Sometimes not at all.
Mm-hmm.
But at least you spent the day
Playing.
with people and learning tunes
Yeah.
and playing
That's really
tunes
cool,
and
yeah.
stuff. You know, worst case scenario you shedded. Best case scenario you made money.
Yeah, that's cool. Money is almost like a secondary.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you can play that long, usually when you do basking, like
Yeah.
you end up playing a lot. You know, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it was good for stamina. It's also good for knowing the tunes you know too. Because if you just have to play outside for 6 hours, it's
Exactly.
you know.
You kind of have to.
You have to know tunes, but you also have to be good at calling tunes too. Because if you're playing for 6 hours, you can't do this like, what do you guys, what do you want to play? Oh no, not that one. We doing. You just have to play
Them, yeah.
tunes.
You just have to go.
Just keep it moving.
I'm
Everyone
pretty good
knows
at
it. Great, play it.
Yeah. I sometimes it's like I do the hotel gigs still
Mhm.
a lot, and then like, I start playing and the bass player didn't know it. It's like, and I play maybe a chorus and then just come back to it. It's like don't worry, and I finish sometimes, but like I just keep moving.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like you can't really get hurt by it, you know. If you don't know the tune, but nobody can know everything,
Right.
you know.
Mhm.
We have to. So this Pittsburgh bass player Tony DePaulis
Oh
played
yeah.
with us.
I think I have played with him.
He's incredible.
Really
he
good.
sounded really
good
great.
bass player,
Wow.
yeah.
That was my
Wonderful
first
bass
time
player.
actually playing with him.
The name is so familiar. I know we've played together. I just don't remember the situation.
Yeah, he was incredible. But I told him like I like to say that. I was like, hey man, I know a lot of tunes. What do you want to play? You know, and he just throws some real like curveball.
What do you throw? What do you say? What do you say?
Oh, do you happen to play As Long As There Is Music? And I know the tune actually.
Oh, shit.
I know the tune, but I was like, I never learned it. I was like, fuck. So it's not like a tune that nobody played.
Right.
It's like Denny Zeitlin played Hampton Hawes. That's the version he really loves with the Charlie Hayden. It's like, dude, I love Hampton Hawes, but I didn't know he played. It's like, man, this guy knows tunes. And like he kept naming things. I was like, fuck, I don't know. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. And he said Barbara by Horace Silver. And
Yeah, yeah.
I know that one. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Woo! It's like, and we
Wow,
play
that's
that.
a good call.
It's like, but nobody can know the same thing, you know? Just so.
Right.
If you don't know it, just gotta keep going.
Mhm.
Someone requested Jive Coffee by Peter Bernstein.
Yeah, yeah.
And then like Tony's never heard that.
Yeah.
But I just explained it's just contrafact. It's in 5, and there's this little tags and like vamp, and like he was like, okay.
And then you play it, and then you
Yeah.
learn it.
Yeah, he picked it up quick.
Really quick. It's just like you kind of have to go.
Man, there's no better way to learn a tune than to
Yeah.
fold in public. Not that he folded, but
No,
but
he-
I'm saying
he
for
did
me,
really
I'm
good.
saying for me, there's been so many times where I folded on a tune in public, and then I was like, all right, well, now I know how that goes.
Yeah.
Like a Bichet folding super hard on the Pensativa. He would kill me if I said that. He really gets mad if I talk about this. Yes, I'm not
It
gonna
was one of the
elaborate.
funniest things I've
It
experienced
was
in my
really
life.
funny. I laughed so hard. I just laughed when
We love you, Bichet.
Yeah, we love
My
Bichet.
cancer brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually have Bichet on the guest one day. Yeah, because Bashir has a lot to say, and that motherfucker has a lot to say, so let's hear it.
He's a bad dude.
Okay, this person says Jimmy is the best, most spectacular. The best.
Be
most
spectacled.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he actually says spectacular.
Okay.
Yeah. What is it again?
Be spectacled.
Be spectacled.
Be spectacle.
Be spectacle.
That's so hard.
So spectacle.
Yeah, spectacle. Be spectacle.
But spectacle also refers to like some event that's extremely over the top or
really?
extravagant.
Oh.
Yeah, like if
and
it's
not
something
just the glasses?
like a spectacle. Like sometimes you walk into Smalls at 3
there's a
a.m.
spectacle.
and it's a spectacle. It's people are playing the wrong instruments. Someone is
Joe Sender's sitting in on the drum.
Yeah, someone exactly.
I'm scatting.
That's a spectacle.
Yeah, Mickey scatting is a spectacle.
That's a spectacle, but you see there's
you
a
sitting
similar
on a drum, spectacle.
but there's a similar root. It's like seeing. It's like
oh,
do you see what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Like if something's a spectacle, you are witnessing something
Yeah.
really unique.
Yeah, a sight to behold.
An absolute sight to behold.
Wow, it's really funny. Thank you for the nice comment, John Bato Borja. It's fun to hear the great musicians talk about music. Can't wait to tune into more of these.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
See, musicians talking about music is fun.
Yeah, it's fun. We don't really get to hear it, too often. So.
Did you ever see? You ever watch John Lewis's show?
What? The John Lewis?
Yeah.
No.
Oh man, there's like all these great interviews. He had like a public broadcast show.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Shit.
He has all these incredible interviews, man.
What's the woman's name who did a lot of interviews?
Marion McPartland.
She still does it, maybe?
No.
No, she's not
I
alive.
think she's dead.
Oh, whoops.
That show was incredible. I think
John
Bill Charlotte was doing some of that for her.
Yeah, I think I listened to one of the episodes of her, like only once. With whom?
Yeah, check this out. The John Lewis show. It was a thing. It's incredible. It was like I said, it was a public broadcast show. Here's him with like interviewing.
Oh yeah, the schedules,
So at TD, we run on your
Please, just
I hate you. He's like, look, the John Lewis show. Who's that swing? Welcome to the John Lewis show.
John Lewis Show.
Here's him interviewing Charlie Rouse, man.
It's
It's
like
like us. It's us.
Oh,
Come
wow.
on. It's us. It's literally it's like Charlie Rouse plus friend, And then here's him with Louis Hayes and Art Taylor.
Oh my god, I'm gonna
amazing.
watch
Yeah.
that.
Man, no, it's
I'm gonna
amazing.
watch
That's
this.
awesome.
Mal
John-
Waldron and Vernell
Dude,
Fournier.
Mal Waldron,
Wow.
come on.
Yeah, man.
John.
Cool.
Lewis.
The John Lewis show.
John is with the H.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
John Lewis show.
Yeah.
I'm gonna type it. So
Yeah,
everybody
one
should
time I
watch.
just went down a
Wow.
rabbit hole and just
Oh my
watched
God,
all
that's
these, man.
great.
Dr. Billy Taylor.
That's incredible.
Buster.
Dude.
There's one
young
with Buster. That's the theme song.
Exciting.
Who's that swing? He always says, who's that swing?
Who's that
That's
way?
cool. I didn't even.
Dude,
Look at young Buster.
dude, that's so cool.
Ooh, look at the hair. I love it.
Clean.
So clean,
Man, I'm telling you, man.
Here I am in my hoodie and jeans. Look at
Musicians
this
back
man,
in the
man.
day looked so clean.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
incredible,
I'm
man.
just not talking shit about musicians nowadays, but sometimes people just shows up with a black t-shirt and black jeans. Like, it's cool. Yes, it is cool, but come on.
It never goes outside.
I know. Kids try.
Jackie Byard.
Oh, Jackie Bart, dude, Nicole, you just fucking opened my rabbit hole.
No, this shit is crazy, man.
Wow.
Oh yeah, did I open your rabbit hole? Wow, Mickey.
Oh,
You
I have a
you
question,
shouldn't have,
Nicole.
man. Amiri Baraka. Yes.
What was playing at the Hollywood Bowl like?
Oh, amazing, man.
Yeah.
It was. Have you ever been to the Hollywood Bowl? They have this revolving stage.
Did
I've heard
Do you know
of
about
it.
the
like a-
revolving
like a-
stage?
I've heard of it.
Like a goes like that?
Yeah. So there. So
Yeah.
when
Can you be in the middle?
No.
Mickey, you're the star. You need to be in. So when the group that's playing before you is still actively playing, they're on stage, you go to the back side of the stage and you get all set up.
Mm-hmm.
So that there's really only a 30-second turnover between each group. So, the group will finish playing and the host will say something, and as he announces you, in this case for us it was Arsenio Hall. So that's why I said he. I had it in my mind. It was Arsenio who announced us.
Yeah.
So he said, Christian McBride. And then we started playing immediately.
Oh,
We're
really?
playing
Why
as it's turning.
Oh!
I heard a great story from, Charlotte, I think, told me the story about at the Hollywood Bowl, Dorothy Denigan. That's her name, right? The pianist? Do you know about Dorothy Denigan?
No.
Man. You have seen her. You've seen Dorothy Denigan. There's videos of her that were going around recently. She was just like a bad motherfucker pianist who, maybe didn't get as much due as she should have gotten.
Yes,
But
I've seen
you know
her.
who she is? You know about her?
Yeah.
She's incredible, man. She's like ripping, right? So she's amazing. You should check out some more. She's incredible. She was just one of the people, you know? She was one of the people, absolutely ridiculous. So she's like ripping. Her man is absolutely ripping. And Bill was going on with Jerry Mulligan.
Oh, cool.
And so Jerry's getting nervous too because Dorothy is just like absolutely ripping,
yeah.
and he's like, oh man. So, the set ends and it's like, thank you, Dorothy Denigan.
Yeah,
But they're still like ripping.
Yeah,
They're trying to like end it, and she's just absolutely. So the stage starts turning, and she's still ripping, and the stage is turning, and now like Jerry's band is presenting something. She's still ripping, and then they turn all the way. She's completely gone, and Jerry's in front, ripping still, and someone had to like come get her and be like, stop. So that's my favorite Hollywood Bowl story.
Dude, that's awesome.
So the stage turn is a thing, and it's really cool. But it was cool for me because, I was born in LA and all my family is from LA, and my parents grew up going to the Hollywood Bowl to see all sorts of shows when they were kids, and so they came, and
that's cool. Yeah.
it was really fun for them to see me playing there, after all those years of going there themselves, and it was a great experience, man. I mean, the Hollywood Bowl is really cool.
Cool.
But that revolving stage was a standout memory.
That's a really funny story, but that's Dorothy's thing.
Isn't that great?
Yeah. Okay, I have a question for all of us. What non-jazz music has influenced your playing the most?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's non-jazz influence that's like, well, I mean, it depends on what you're saying, because there's some that might have influenced my playing, and then there's some that I don't know if I can say it influenced my playing, but it was important to me at a certain time in my life or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. You can answer both.
Yeah, because I don't know to what extent some of the non-jazz music I've listened to has worked its way into my playing, consciously or subconsciously, you know? But non-jazz music, there's a lot I've loved and listened to in my life. I mean,
pick one.
Growing up, I loved Led Zeppelin and a bunch of classic rock. I mean, that was what I grew up on, like Led Zeppelin and Jimi Hendrix and
oh, I didn't know.
Oh, my dad loved that stuff, so he played, and my mom too loved that stuff. Pink Floyd.
Yeah, Pink Floyd's awesome.
A lot of that, like the 70s classic rock stuff,
Cool.
But then I grew up in like the Pacific Northwest in the 90s, so I love like Nirvana and Soundgarden, like the grunge people, and a bunch of hip hop that I love too.
Yeah.
I obviously like Biggie and Tupac and Nas and all those guys, and I love Kendrick too, and
cool.
like MF Doom and stuff. Like there's a lot of rappers I love, and I remember we talked that one time about you
turned me on to that. What's it called, right?
Yeah, the like Pharaoh Monk and
yeah.
The Queens duo.
Queens hip hop.
Queens hip hop duo.
That was awesome. Yeah.
A lot of stuff like that. Classical music, obviously. Brazilian music. I love like North African music, like Moroccan.
Yeah,
Ganawa
Moroccan
music and
is
stuff.
Super cool, yeah.
Yeah, there's all kind. I mean, the stuff we were talking about, Michael Jackson.
Yes.
You know, a lot of like
Yeah.
R&B, soul music, a lot of like 90s R&B too. You know, all kinds of
Yeah.
shit, man. What about you, Jimmy?
Yeah. I'm kind of curious, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some similarities with Nicole. I mean, I grew up listening to the Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
Beatles.
Also, all sorts of British invasion bands and stuff like that, because that's what
Speak
my
up.
dad liked.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Who and
Oh yeah, the Who.
and then Michael Jackson, Stevie Wonder,
Yeah.
Motown,
Motown.
stuff like that. I mean, I don't know how much those things have influenced the way that I play.
Right, exactly.
Hard to say. I guess it's in there.
Yeah,
But
you
it's
know,
it's all should be in there though, right? Like
I'm sure it's
the
in
way
there somewhere.
we play
Yeah, I'm sure.
should, like, I mean, the way you live your life
Exactly.
should affect the way you play. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it affects your musical values too. You know, whether it's overtly something that you've gotten from that music or not. I'm sure there's a way in which something about that music is compelling to you
yeah.
and is interesting to you. And it might not be in an overt musical language thing. It could just be a vibe thing. It could just be a who knows
Cool.
all the ways in which it could manifest.
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up listening to Japanese pops.
Yeah.
So that's like a specific genre almost, I think.
J-pop.
J-pop. Yeah. I love them.
I remember doing karaoke with you in Japan.
Oh my god, that was fun. Oh my god. Yes, that was fun. And everybody else were singing like American songs, and I'm singing Japanese songs. It's like, guys, I'm just gonna sing my Japanese song.
I loved it.
Yeah, and me and the wedding planner Koshiba-san just like singing the pop tune together. It's like, it was fun.
I remember you, Sakura.
Yeah. Oh, that's Mark's favorite because Mark Takeshi
I
sings it.
remember.
Yes.
Sakura, Sakura.
No, you really remember?
I remember it. That was a
good.
banger.
That's a good.
I was in the karaoke bar like.
like this, yes.
I was in the karaoke bar. Oh, bye, Jimmy.
No, I gotta get some of that.
Okay. Yes.
Oh.
Can I open another wine?
Yes,
Are
I was
you
gonna
down?
say.
Are you okay?
Yes,
Are you still
Mickey, I
good?
came
Are you
here.
guys still good?
I came here to drink wine
and talk a bunch of shit.
and talk a bunch of shit. So,
Yeah.
and I'm all out of wine.
More wine, must wine. We can go many different directions.
Do you know that there's that movie called They Live?
They
John
Live?
Carpenter movie, I think it is, and he says,
No.
I think that's what the movie's the line that the movie's from. It's like a super corny.
Super corny.
It's a great movie actually, but there's a classic quoted line where he goes, "I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum."
But we're not.
No.
Unfortunately, we're not out of the bubble.
That's what I'm saying. I came here to drink wine and talk shit, and I'm all out of wine, so
Yes, you need more wine.
time to talk more shit, I guess.
Okay, so I'm gonna suggest many bottles. So
Okay.
you can have the soup and the chablis, or
Ooh, yes.
we have a fancy sparkling wine. I don't know if it's actually fancy. I can't remember. Oh, this is the red you gave me, so like I'm not gonna suggest that. We have the Riesling. We have the Sicilian fancy natural wine.
You choose, man. Dealer's choice. You know, I brought my Jura wine.
Okay,
So,
those are the ones. Okay,
You pick. What's your heart telling you?
We have 4 bottles, guys. I just walk over it. Well, people cannot see the bottles. Let's see.
There's questions.
There
I want
are?
to see.
Okay, let's see.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Here, you deal with the wine, and I'll read some.
Okay.
Let's switch roles here.
Okay.
I'll be Mickey.
Okay.
Um,
Nikki's mood now.
Nikki's mood. Okay, there's several I want to mention. Somebody says, when are you going to do Mean Interviews Volume 2?
Oh.
Will you be filming it in Japan?
Yes, maybe. That's a good one. Yes, I'll interview them about the tour. What's bad about Mickey as a band leader?
Ah, Billy Cobham?
Yes.
Dennis Chambers,
Dennis
Joe
Chambers.
Morello, be
Yeah,
spectacled drummers. Excellent calls.
Yes.
Excellent.
Dennis Chambers.
Fantastic. Yeah, Dennis Chambers, unbelievable.
Yes.
Just saw Nicole in Seattle with.
Yeah, he
Thanks,
was.
man. That was a fun run in Seattle.
Okay.
What led you to disable being tagged on your Instagram?
Oh, what?
All
You
the
did?
bad photos taken of me.
It really happened?
No, you can tag me on Instagram.
I can?
Anyone can. They're just not like if you go to my Instagram page and you click photos tag, nothing shows up.
Oh.
Because I would like to consent to the photos of me that are on the internet. That's why.
Oh, that's a good point. Which one?
Yes, I'm a big I'm still a big Led Zeppelin person. I love Led Zeppelin is part of when I think about the
Me too. I don't know
first
if I would
music
say
I
it's
loved.
You don't like?
Led Zeppelin is part of that.
Then not this, because we want to.
Houses of the Holy, incredible, great record.
Which one
My
is it?
favorite, I think my favorite Led Zeppelin song comes from that record. I'm just checking. Yes, my favorite Led Zeppelin song is Over the Hills and Far Away, which came from Houses of the Holy. That's my favorite Led Zeppelin song ever. My mom used to play that on the 12-string guitar when I was a kid. So,
I'll serve the soup.
yes, Led Zeppelin forever.
Wow.
I
don't
love Led
really
Zeppelin.
know too much about it.
So great, man. I can send you some stuff.
Great.
I just grew up with them. I love them. It's like Led Zeppelin was an early love in the same way that anything else was. Actually, like I said, Led Zeppelin was really part of some of my earliest musical. It's some of the music I remember liking first.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Did you? You said you grew up in a church or something. Like, did you do like a choir or anything?
I did some choir. Yeah, I sang some choir and played some bass in the church. Actually, a little bit of electric bass.
Oh wow.
But I wasn't very good at strings. Stringed instruments were always hard for me. I don't know, something about them. Especially guitar. I sucked at guitar. I really wanted to be good at guitar, and then I was absolutely horrible at guitar.
Yeah, that's my
The
story.
intervals changing really was really upset me greatly.
Greatly.
Yeah, really greatly upset me, and I couldn't ever get past it.
Someone asked me if I remember the Frank chickens. I don't know what that is. I don't know. What is it? Frank chicken? Frank chickens. Yeah, we're gonna open the Chablis, and I'm heating up the soup.
Oh yes.
So I think that'll be
It's
good.
soup time, baby.
It's soup time.
It's soup time.
Okay. Did you answer that question, Nicole? Do you know the song "Reach Down" by Temple of the Dog?
I don't know Temple of the Dog.
Yeah. Oh, Caroline Davis. What?
Caroline! What's up, man? Hey, shout out and congratulations
Yes.
to Caroline Davis.
Dude, everything you do is beautiful.
Man,
Oh.
congrats to you, man. So well deserved. You know, the Guggenheim.
Yeah, go
Oh,
Caroline.
dude, the questions
Incredible.
on there is Caroline's question is really funny. Okay, here we go. I'm late here, but here's an
No, you're right on
And-
time.
unhinged question.
Yes.
What celebrity in our community would you punch in the face? Dead or alive?
Okay, well, an answer immediately came to mind.
Dude, I have the answer already. Go
So
on.
do I. I don't know if I should say it.
No, I don't know if I should say it, but he's dead at least, so I think I can say it.
I'm going to say this. I'm not going to answer the question
Oh.
exactly, but I'm going to say their name has been mentioned this evening.
I
That's
knew.
it. That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
At some point during
We'd
this
have to go
broadcast,
back and figure it
at some point during this broadcast, their name has been mentioned.
Oh my god.
That's all I'm gonna say.
funny.
That's it.
out.
Oh yeah, sure.
Can
We'll
I use this?
take a.
I'm just gonna drink this water.
This is gonna be the newest thing, like LaCroix Pinot Noir, or like you know what I mean. It's gonna be like LaCroix Pamplemousse and Tangerine, and then like
Yes.
Cabernet,
Oh my
and it'll just be
God.
like if you drink water and think about Cabernet, it'll taste
Yes.
like that.
I think for me it's Russell Malone. Yeah, I would punch his face. Yes. Thank you very much. Do you have? You don't seem to be an aggressive guy, so yeah. You can sit comfortably.
In our community, I don't know.
You-
I'm gonna pass it rather than answer.
That's a smart thing to do.
Yes. You guys are smart, and I said I named his name. You know.
You did.
Yes.
You
He really
went for it.
cursed me out, so I just can't do him. You know. So good that he's dead. Okay. Chickens were a vocal duo from Japan who worked in the UK with Steve Beresford. Beresford.
Okay.
No idea. Okay, cool. Chilean wine is very, very good. Greetings from Chile. Obviously, greetings to the drummer. I also jazz drum. Tony Williams, the best. I really
Yeah,
like this.
baby.
Yes. Yes.
Can't argue with that.
I can't,
Can't
argue with that. Cheers to Tony Williams.
Cheers to Tony Williams. Yes.
Yes.
And cheers to Jimmy McBride.
Yeah, cheers to Jimmy McBride.
Thank you for
letting me
joining
crash.
us. Yes.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
I know
Thanks
you
for
were-
crashing the party in your home.
Oh, whoa.
You're very lucky that I allowed you to crash the party
Yes, Nicole.
in the
wow.
space in which belongs to you.
Yes.
Ooh, that smells great.
Dude, this is pretty good, I think. I don't know what you think, but I like this.
Is the ship?
It's Chablis. It's not Riesling, definitely.
No, I was
It doesn't
like-
look like Riesling,
no.
first of all. The color is different. We are having a bottle of Chablis.
Chablis is from Burgundy, in a northern region of Burgundy, known
Oh,
particularly.
is it just northern region of Burgundy? Is it true?
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's known for particularly for their whites.
But there are whites. I mean, there are reds.
Oh, they might grow small amounts of some red grapes, but they're really known for the Chardonnay.
Oh.
But to be called a Chablis, it has to be Chardonnay. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because that's how Europe works, right?
Mhm.
In order to be called Chablis, it
Yeah,
has
okay,
to
this
be.
is the region
There's
and
so
the
many
grapes
specific
and
rules
yada,
about what it
yada.
has to be. But I mean, that said, I mean, I'm sure there are people in the region who grow,
Yes.
small amounts of something, probably for, their consumption or as table wine or something. But they're known for their whites, and they're
Cool.
like, as you guys know, they're like super high acid,
Yeah, it's
lean,
really
mineral.
lean, yeah.
Citrusy.
Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
It's nice.
Very like minerally to me.
Yeah, it's super mineral. Yeah.
Super minerally.
Yeah. I like this.
Yeah.
It's not a bad direction.
I love Chablis.
Yeah. Good. I'm heating up the soup. But
Good.
okay. Okay. Oh, nice. You have the.
No.
You're
little-
getting comfy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting comfy. I like. There are people who do barbaric things,
Yes.
like add Zinfandel to Canada ginger ale. Whoa.
I've never heard of that one. I have been in certain countries where
Sounds sweet.
when I went to Argentina, they were doing red wine and Coke.
Japanese people do that too.
But I've never heard of Zinfandel and ginger ale. That sounds horrible,
Yeah.
actually.
Sounds gross.
Yeah, it sounds really bad.
I think that especially Argentinian people like to mix drinks with Coke.
Yeah, Fernet and Coke.
Fernet and Coke.
Red wine and Coke.
Red wine and Coke.
They love Coke.
Yeah. I
That
think so.
that is something. Whenever I go abroad, I'm always like, man, you guys hate on America, but like, you drink so much Coke. You drink more Coke than we do. You go out to dinner. You go to Europe? It's like breakfast. It's 10 a.m. or whatever, and everyone's having like their omelette and a fucking Coke. Everyone's drinking Coke. It's like, damn, you don't see that in the States. You guys love Coke.
I kind of
Anyway.
now I just this really reminded me that the persona you Whoopi, the daughter of a Hans Gruner, Gazelle. That was
Glinda.
Glinda.
Or
No,
was
no.
that it? Was that the name?
I can't remember. It started with a G.
No.
I
Sam.
don't think it was called.
Greta.
I can't remember.
Greta Groiner. Yeah, if Larry Goldings is okay with this, I want to.
Dude, this definitely tastes okay.
I really want Greta Groiner, Hans Groiner's adoptive child, to
Yes.
maybe have an opportunity to enter the lexicon.
He would talk about the music, you know. It's like
Mm-hmm.
the Thelonious Monk would have been better. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You should have a different kind of edge to it. It's just like not the classic, like the Hans Groiner does classical music aspect of it, you know.
Maybe I can do because I feel like Train had a lot of songs in minor keys.
Yeah.
Maybe I can do like Train, you know, but major, like
you play
Alabama, you know, major. You know.
Spiritual jazz, man.
Yeah, spiritual. There you go. You know what I mean? Or like, yeah, any of
Dangerous
those.
territory.
Exactly. Any of those transition major. It's just a major scale. Greta Groiner being like, yeah, so I really enjoy when John Coltrane plays the saxophone, but I think that I think that there is something too sad about it. I think that maybe if he played everything but in a major key, yeah, I think it would sound. I think it would sound a lot better. I don't care for the minor tracks.
Oh, that's incredible! I'm crying. Okay, more questions. Oh, they really want to talk about the Frank chickens. I don't know about Frank chickens. Okay. Oh, Frank chickens were before Mickey's time. I'm not that young, but maybe before my time. Cool. Okay, great. Okay, maybe. Do you have a question to Jimmy publicly? Like something interesting?
All right, Jimmy, let's get this all out in the open right now. You know, man, we got.
Yes.
I know you've been holding back.
Can we talk about sports, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
We must.
I would love to, actually. Here's my question to you, Jimmy. Why you told me that your opinions on the Mets and Mets fans and just the Mets as a franchise has changed recently. I'm curious as to what did we ever do to you? And can we just have this one thing, please?
What is this one thing that you want?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the. Well, let me ask you this: why have your feelings changed? What is it? Was there an event?
No.
Was there
one
a
specific
singular event that happened?
No. I don't know who that is.
Okay. So what was it?
Never heard of him.
So what transpired that changed your opinion?
No, I grew up a Yankees fan. When I was a kid, the Yankees were perennially successful.
Yes, certainly.
And
yes.
they had a certain reputation.
Yeah, right.
Around baseball and around sports. That has, they kind of have a certain identity as a team.
Sure, absolutely.
And in New York, as a team.
Indisputably. Yeah.
And perhaps that things have changed. The landscape has shifted a little in recent years, so that perhaps they don't have quite the same, I don't know, gravitas that they did. But now the Mets are sort of, and to me the Mets were always sort of
the lovable losers.
Yeah, and they're just sort of forgotten about. I didn't really pay attention to
right,
them.
who cares? They're just out in Queens.
Yeah.
It's
and then,
what's Queens even? I don't even. What's in Queens? I can't
don't like
even.
where you're going with that. Stop right now. I don't like it.
To clarify, I'm a massive Mets fan, and I live in Queens.
Yes. And
so you feel like are you sad at the, what is it? Is it a transference of is it
I just feel like now there's a kind of two superpowers in New York, and I feel a little
oh, wow, that's the truth
threatened.
right there.
I really respect that.
I like
I
the
really
Yankees
respect
to be
that.
number one, evil empire. I know we don't have to talk about the Dodgers, but I think
who are the real new evil empire.
Yeah.
But
in New York,
yes.
I don't know. I always felt like there's only room for one. But now it seems like there's another power emerging, and I feel a little,
I respect that, Jimmy. I really,
a little bit.
I really,
you know, like
I really respect that.
I'm losing something that I, you know.
That you, yes, it's a.
that
There's a way in which the power balance is being disrupted.
yeah.
I
And
re-
it's not just due to one
Sure.
man whose name we
Actually,
shall
to
not
be,
speak.
it's not.
Yeah.
I agree because actually the Mets are
Thanks, Miki.
destroying right now, and this person, it's not really
Really a
because.
part of it.
Yeah.
Although I will say that I think
Remain,
that
remain nameless.
I do think that the addition of is. I do think that first of all, he's not playing bad.
Well, no.
He is playing consistent. He's not the power player that is so far that,
Mhm.
that maybe people were
Man,
signing
y'all
up for.
paid a lot of money for him, man.
But I have a couple thoughts. One is that paid a lot of money over a long period of time.
right.
It's been 2 months.
True.
I remember
True.
when Lindor came to the Mets. He really struggled for several months in his
Oh, I didn't
first
know.
year. Yeah, he had a really rough start to his year for much longer than this, and he was playing way worse. He was like slumping, and people were like, "Wow, did we really fuck this up?" And he's playing way worse than, or he was playing way worse than Soto is now. And then it changed inevitably, you know, because baseball is weird. And it's a lot of ups and downs, and it's emotional, and it's, you know, all these
Right.
things. And so, first of all, I'm not worried about him as a player at all. Some Mets fans will have different things. I'm not worried whatsoever. The other thing is, I think just simply his presence alone has affected the entire team because, you know, I've been a fan of the Mets for like 10 years, and you know, over the last several years with this kind of core, right? You see how roles happen, you see what roles people take on and everything, and I feel like before he came to the team, I feel like Lindor and Alonso really felt like they had to be the guys.
I mean,
They
yeah,
had to
yeah.
be the power hitters. They had to be... Pete Alonso felt like he had to be Aaron Judge in order to be worth anything to the team, and Lindor had to, like, be the... And when they do that, I feel like they don't actually play that well.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's
so much
kinda-
pressure.
Yeah. That's how it goes, right?
I feel like simply the presence of Soto is making... I mean, Alonso's having a ridiculous
Ridiculously
start to the
better,
year.
yeah.
Unbelievable. He is mashing home runs. Like, almost every game he's hitting a home run.
Yeah.
And Lindor is playing better. I think that just his presence is allowing them to take a little pressure off of
Yeah,
themselves.
that's a good point. I think that's a really good.
Well,
point.
so this
that kind of
brings a
goes to
question.
the Soto to referring Judge.
yeah. I mean, Soto's,
Right.
Soto's like a floor raiser. Like he raises the floor.
He is.
And I have a question for you because I was talking to Miki about this based on a conversation I had with someone else
Yeah.
about this concept of high ceiling versus high floor
Oh, I
as
like.
artists. Like, what are we, or what do we identify as? What do we want to be? And you can be both. I think the best, the greatest people are both kind of things. But I was talking to someone else about, this musician to me is like high floor because they're so consistent. I can go hear them anytime and I can expect like just a base level of excellence. Whereas I feel like
And they make everyone around them better.
Yeah, other musicians that maybe are a little more inconsistent, other artists that are more inconsistent, but then the highs are so high.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
They do things that you never could even expect or dream of.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about how does that apply to me, or how do I, what do I consider myself, or what do I want to be? What do
Right. And if
hope
they're
to
different,
be,
if they're
and-
the same,
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And how would I identify other people?
Yeah.
Not that one is better or one is worse, or like,
You need all of it.
You need all of it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, that's interesting.
a kind of sports
Yeah, which
analogy
one do you wanna
to
be?
music.
If you would pick.
Or
Oh,
I mean,
I don't know.
yeah, not that you have to choose
One,
and be
right.
like, I'm this and I'm
You
not
can be
that.
both in
Yeah.
different situations too. Is something I'm thinking about. Like my first immediate thought is like thinking of Jimmy Garrison's role in the John Coltrane Quartet because like Mickey.
Hi, I'm historical.
Do you remember when Mickey Yamanaka, most known for her
Work with
for
Jimmy
her stint
Garrison.
in the John Coltrane Quartet? McCoy and Elvin and Train were already part of it.
It's really fun.
They
What
were
is your thing? Sorry.
they were a part of it already. The three of them were locked in. they needed somebody to come in and I guess be, well, what would he be? I guess it's an interesting. Well, Train is obviously. Obviously it's the high ceiling. It's like you
The
things you would
highest
never,
ceiling.
the highest ceiling imaginable, the god
Oh, yeah.
ceiling.
Yeah.
So Jimmy comes in and becomes like the high floor where it's like, as soon as he was brought into the situation, all of a sudden the band was able to be what they were. And so in that
That's
way,
pretty
I
cool.
feel like maybe that's
Right.
that's one definition of a high floor is like you're the piece that allows the band to be what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
You
about that
unlock
a lot.
everyone
Yeah.
else and-
You unlock everyone else, exactly. So you're asking what is Soto?
No, I know that Soto's like a high floor.
He's a high
player.
floor big time.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about how that applies to
Oh,
music and to
Oh,
artists
yeah.
and like how can we identify art that way or musicians
Yeah.
that way or whatever.
That's really
Yeah.
interesting.
Not to mention obviously the parallels between. I mean, we've talked about the parallels between basketball and jazz and like chemistry
Oh, big time, yeah.
and how people work together in roles and the roles that you play and how that switches even within the course of
Please eat.
Yes.
a song or a set or
Yes. Or a week,
or a week
a
or
residency,
or
or
yeah.
or you know,
over
in
the
baseball,
course of
you
years
know,
of a band, whatever. Yeah.
a series, or exactly, and it could change at any given moment. That's a really interesting idea. So then, in that case, you would say like someone like Judge or Alonso would be like a high ceiling player.
I guess so, but also like to me, like a
They're
judge
like-
is like both.
Both though.
Well, right. Okay, so then who's a? Okay, if we're talking. Okay, let's
Like
take
a high
the.
ceiling would
let's
be
take
like
the
a
Knicks.
judge.
Yeah.
Let's take the Knicks.
Sorry, not judge. Jazz, like for Yankees, is
Yeah.
like a high ceiling guy.
Yeah.
Because he's more inconsistent, but what he can bring if.
Yeah, Winker. You mentioned about Winker with being unhinged a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Winker's presence doesn't necessarily impact the entirety of the ball club, but if he has a moment, which he is capable of having, it can change the entire outcome of the situation.
Sure. Yeah.
So then then what's Josh Hart on the Knicks?
To me, floor. He's
So
like
floor.
raiser. He
Yeah.
just does everything right.
Mhm.
He's so fundamentally sound
Yep.
that he's like the glue guy that he makes. Like you were saying, he unlocks everyone else.
Yeah.
Without him, things don't really function.
Who's well, then what's Brunson?
Oh, wait.
But I
Because
don't
he's
know.
kind of both too.
He's kinda
That's
both.
gonna both because he's. Oh man.
I thought Cat is like kind of more of a ceiling.
I was gonna
guy.
say,
Yeah.
so like who would be a ceiling person for them? Cap.
Cat, like Payne, Bridges maybe.
Bridges is the perfect example because he is inconsistent, but when he's on, he's
It's like
so on.
good. Yeah.
He's so on, and it's sort of like it feels like his contributions don't necessarily, they're kind of singular. Like when we need him to really turn on and he turns on, it's like we're so glad we have him.
Yeah.
But
So
he doesn't
glad,
necessarily always impact the entire chemistry of the team the way that someone like Jalen Brunson does.
yeah.
Right.
Oh,
That's really interesting. I
Yeah.
like that.
Yes. I hope you guys are okay with us talking about sports, but yeah, we're very passionate about Knicks. Let's go Knicks.
Yes.
All of us. The fun part for me is because Nicole is a Mets fan and we are Yankees fan, so we don't really sometimes agree upon certain things. But then when we talk about the Nets, we're like,
We're fans of it's
Yes,
fun to be
we're
it's fun to be
family
fans
now.
of the same team, yeah.
Yes, it's really fun.
I mean, that said, for me personally, I have always wanted the Mets and the Yankees to be good at the same time because I
I think it's really cool though. New York being strong is cool to me.
I want a Subway Series rematch.
I know. We were dreaming.
You
about
realize that this year is the 25th anniversary of the Subway Series.
that. Oh, is that right?
Yes. What better way to celebrate than by having a Subway Series rematch?
This is very true.
Hey, so far we're on the right track. Mets and Yankees leading their division.
Yeah. Oh, is the Yankees really?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't
and
know.
Mets are leading.
Yeah.
Mets are having an incredible start to the
I
year.
know. Mets were great. Well, JC the drummer,
Mm-hmm.
just like wearing the new NYC, the uniform your soup is piping, bro.
This is great soup.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Well, someone said that I'm using sriracha sauce, and I am Asian, but I'm not using sriracha sauce. This is called Louisiana brand hot sauce.
That's right, Americanized.
It's a fucking American.
USA.
USA. Bichet will be proud of me. Yes, this is the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Thank you very much.
in the USA.
No, definitely not born, but yes. Thank you. This sauce was born in the USA.
Mm-hmm.
If only we had a producer for the show that could like put a bunch of American flags
Yeah,
across
like-
the screen, sound effects and stuff.
Oh my god.
That would be
Or like a
pretty
radio
crazy.
show. You know.
Air horns and stuff.
Eagles exploding and stuff. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, it's getting unhinged.
Well,
It wasn't
hey,
before.
that's why I
That's the
brought
point.
wine.
Yes, that point. This is way more fun because when I interviewed Larry, we didn't have any.
It was really
alcohol.
like an interview.
It was like
I
really
watched
an
it.
interview, and I was like, man, like Larry without alcohol is like fun, but like that's not the side that I wanted to show.
I feel like that's the point of Unhinged is that you know, obviously if we wanted to do like a nice interview where I really, you know,
It has to
But-
talk about the career.
in my mind the idea was that it always was going to devolve. Like we would start with real, genuine, measured, sober conversation, and then
Yes, that's it.
eventually it would
Gets
just
to
get
the
to
point.
us singing the national anthem and eating lentil soup.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. It's
It's
going
good.
perfectly.
Mhm.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay.
We can play drinking games next. I mean, you know.
Drinking game, streaming drinking game. It's fucking ridiculous. That's some out shit. Jazz musicians talk about like we can do something like we can prepare jazz questions, right? And whomever fails, you have to drink.
Okay.
Like, who was the drummer on Blackfire?
Oh, then I totally failed it. Womp womp. You know, it's like
is that already
No, I said I thought it was a Joe Chambers.
Just kidding.
I mistakenly.
That's okay. I would get so many things
Boy,
wrong.
Yes, you know.
That's okay. I would get so many things wrong myself.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool. It's cool. Jimmy repping security blanket for the win.
Yes.
Yes.
This is
My
made by
sibling Alma
yes.
made this quilt.
Oh, Alma made that? That's
Yes.
awesome. Great quilt.
Well, happy
Yeah.
birthday, Alma.
And Alma's
Almost.
birthday's tomorrow.
Yes, in 2
Really?
hours. Yes.
Mhm.
Happy birthday, Alma.
Yay.
That's awesome.
Okay, let me question you. Let me ask you.
But before that, Jimmy, what is the root vegetable that's in here?
Pumpkin?
It's great.
That was Mickey's idea.
Excellent. Oh, I remember your pumpkin curry.
Yes.
I thought maybe it would be pumpkin, but I wasn't sure.
Yes, it's pumpkin.
I wasn't sure where we were at with the seasonality of
Yeah.
pumpkin, you know.
No, I
It's
had
great.
the pumpkin, and I was like, it was really good, but I didn't.
Where'd you
have
get the pumpkin?
J-Mart.
Yeah, Flushing.
Man,
Flushing all the way.
shout out.
Shout out!
Shout out Queens.
We
Shout
would
out
like
Queens.
to move to Flushing.
we love
eventually.
Queens.
Hey, I'll move to Flushing with you.
I'll move to Queens and I'll still be a Yankees fan. I'll still go to the Bronx to see games.
Yes, that's okay. Luckily, it's pretty easy to go from Queens to the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to be one of those people who park at the Yankee Stadium. Whoa.
I'll take the train.
No. Take the train.
Parking around there.
It's easy.
sucks.
You just take the 7 to Grand Central. It's easy.
That's true.
It's not that hard.
And then take the.
But it's a lot of people, though.
Yeah, but you're not
When
going
we
to
drive
drive
to
to
our
the
old
game.
neighborhood, we park and we walk across the.
There you go. You can do that too.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Reminisce our old
Yeah.
hood.
Yeah.
We live in 20 minutes away from Yankee Stadium. Yes.
Wait. But
Walking.
you should clarify that. 20 minutes walking.
Walking.
No. When I was walking up to your house tonight, it's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's right there.
You know, I had a thought when I was walking up to your house. I was like, man, that's so. I was really like, that's so cool that they live this close to Yankee Stadium. I remember I was like, man, if I ever lived this close to City, I would be so happy.
I know. You will be there all the time. you
It's
know?
right there. It's
Yeah.
so amazing, man.
That's
You
the
guys have it.
reason
It's
why
beautiful.
we go there that often.
I think it's
Mhm.
beautiful, man.
and
I
we
think
go
it's
there so much.
I think it's fantastic.
Okay, well, someone got hungry because we're eating. Good. Okay.
Yeah, eat up
some
whatever
food.
you have.
Grab a bowl.
Yeah.
Join us. Grab some wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get unhinged.
Yes, get unhinged.
Get unhinged with
I need
us.
some unhinged questions. So I have a question. Okay.
Shoot.
Okay. Can I go really unhinged?
Yes, you can go there.
Okay. Do you want to call out someone for doing something? Don't become political.
What do you mean?
Political.
But what do you mean?
Political.
Do you want to call them out as in like?
Like this person's been like doing this, and like I think it's not cool.
Oh shh.
Is it too unhinged? Jimmy's like, I'm out.
I'll stay away from it.
Man, I will say this.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm gonna answer your question. However, I will say this.
Oh,
However, I have long thought about, wouldn't it be great? Do you think jazz would benefit from like an inside the like a NBA on TNT type show with like Shaq and Charles Barkley and whoever, you have like a panel.
Yeah,
you know, you have
yeah,
a panel of like people, you know, with like institutional power, you know, like
Yeah,
Winton, like McBride, whoever, you know, whoever it is, you know.
John Brackeen.
Yeah. Terry Lynn.
Yeah, Terry Lynn.
Terrence Blunt. You have just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a panel of people, like you know, every live stream at Smalls or something.
Oh.
Like after the gig, it cuts to the panel of people, and they talk about it, and then somebody has to be Shaq, where they're like, you know, yeah, well, you know, they played like that when I was around.
Yeah, back in my day.
Oh, back in my days.
I never would have, you know, they wouldn't have lasted a minute when I was, you know, four rings, you know, 4 rings.
So basically, jazz musicians acting the way they always do, but just on TV.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I think
That's really funny.
I think that would be an interesting concept. I've often wondered what the music would be like if we had something like that.
I mean, like, we kind of joked around that we should watch Smalls live, like, literally, like, right now, and in commentary what's going on.
You know what, though? There's already people doing that.
Really?
On the feed!
Oh, that's right, about y'all, basically.
Yeah.
Y'all.
I don't
It's
know if it's
commentary.
these same people.
No, some of the people.
Because these
who
people
watch-
seem reasonable.
Yeah, this doesn't get too
But they go ham
toxic in here.
on that Smalls feed, I think.
Okay.
These guys seem nice.
Yeah, they're
So
nice.
far,
They're
right?
nice. They're nice people. Yeah, John's super nice. and-
Here you go. I'll call out the people who comment on the Smalls live stream.
Okay, let's tune in right now.
No, but I mean, those are the people I'm gonna call out. You said if you had someone
Oh yeah,
call
no, you
out.
have to call out.
I call
Okay.
out the people who night after night go on the
Okay.
Smalls live stream and talk shit about the people playing.
Yes.
It's like, here's all I'm gonna say about it.
Yes, man.
Here's
y'all
all I'm gonna
don't
say-
know how to play.
Here's
first
all
of
here's all I'm gonna say about it.
Oh, Nick Hampton's
Uh,
playing right
post the videos of you playing
now. Yeah.
live to an audience,
Yep.
and then we can talk.
Let's have a conversation after.
I know none of you can.
Oh yes, keep going. I'm gonna comment. Should
That's
I
all I have
comment
to
on
say.
Smalls chat and
Say Mickey was here.
yeah.
Join us here.
Join us.
Join us here at Mickey's Mood.
At
Wait, who's playing right now?
Nick Hampton actually.
Hey, what's up, Nick?
Yes. What's up?
What's up, Nick Hampton? Mickey was here.
Nikki, Jimmy.
No, I'm not saying that going on and watching the Smalls feed is you know, you can do whatever you want and commenting is okay, but there is a crew of people that every night go on there and talk shit about the people playing.
Yes, they do.
Those are the people I'm talking about.
Yeah, they do.
You all are a bunch of fucking losers.
Yes, call them out.
You need a life.
Yes.
Actually, you don't. I actually don't care if you have a life.
Mm-hmm.
Just leave them alone.
Yes, I agree. Man, leave us be and let us have a good life.
Yeah.
Don't hurt
We're
us.
trying. You know how hard it is to play this music? You don't.
Yes. You're not even trying. You're not even trying.
There you go. That's it. That's my
Yeah.
call out.
Yeah. Well, what is cage matches?
What's the
Who wants to
context?
see- yeah. Who wants to see a cage match?
Jazz these days definitely needs a better PR department. Cage
Yeah,
matches?
for sure.
What's
Cage matches. Fights.
Oh, whoa. Fights. Like Nicholas Payton versus what's her name?
Tony Han.
Tony Han.
Oh my God.
It's
That's
almost
not even.
died down.
That's not even a fair fight.
Yes, it's really not a fair fight.
It's not even a fair
I
fight.
already forgot about that.
Yeah, it's really funny. It
It
was going on
disappeared.
last week.
It was only a week ago.
That's like a worm picking a fight with a dinosaur. So it's like Tony, what do you? You don't stand a chance.
Man, I don't know anything about Connie Ham, but like people do not mix us up, but people always talk about, oh, so do you check out Connie Ham? And it's like, no, I don't.
You know, one time somebody after a gig told me that my playing reminded them of this other female tenor player, and I said, how so? And they were just like, well, it was great to hear you tonight.
Yeah. How so? Elaborate.
I've started doing that more and more, actually.
Yeah.
When people say something in that realm of ignorant or stereotypical or pigeonholing or whatever it may be, I've started just asking them to explain what they mean.
Yeah.
Instead of being like having an attitude or anything. Just be like,
Oh.
yeah, tell me about that.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
What about me reminds you
Yeah.
of X,
Okay,
Y, and Z?
like what reminded?
Just to try to get
Yeah.
them to either say it or
Or-
realize what they're doing.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
I think it is working.
I think it's good. I think I'm gonna start doing that.
I recommend it.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good one.
Do you check out Connie Han and be like, no, not so much. What about her?
Yeah. To even mention about her.
Yeah, what about her do you think I'll resonate with?
Yeah. Like we're very different kind of piano players, but let's start from there. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Amount of
It's
skin
a
I show
thing.
is very little. Cool. Okay. There's a question. For all three, which jazz musician would you most like to fight, dead or alive?
Wait, didn't we get this question earlier?
That's
Somebody
a valid
asked
question.
who would we want to punch in the face,
Yeah.
dead or alive? Isn't it the same question?
Punch was by Caroline Davis asked that the question.
But isn't this the same question?
Kinda.
Who would we want to fight, dead or alive?
Do I want to fight anyone? I don't know. Like I don't know if I want to necessarily fight. Like maybe I would have a chat. You know?
Yeah, like I would drink wine with certain jazz musicians.
Yeah, that would be
Sure.
really fun. Like I really want to. You know, like I keep hearing it, like really shitty stories about Freddie being such a sexist. Like he would have been terrible. Like in Japan, he was just fucking all the waitresses. Blah blah blah. So I just kind of want to actually play a gig with him, and then after that, I want to have a drink with him. That would be fun. Like I would just, I'm not trying to prove me or anything, but I'll comp my ass off. I'm gonna fucking lift his fucking spirit up, and then he'd be like, yeah, and then I want to have a conversation with this motherfucker.
And be like, what the fuck?
yeah, what the fuck? Let's talk.
You know what though? I feel like sometimes some of the old school guys, like when you kind of stand up to them like that, they kind of like it. You know,
Yeah, I think so.
it's like their
Right.
way of sussing you out, kind
Yeah.
of.
Oh, I didn't
Sometimes.
realize you used to have it. Oh, you don't eat carrots?
No, I wasn't done.
You just took it away.
I see carrots.
No, Mickey just took the bowl from my
I thought
hands.
you were done.
Wait, I was holding the bowl. Mickey took it and goes, "Wait, I noticed you didn't finish your bowl. What, you didn't like it?
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I realized I forgot that you eat so slow.
I'm a very slow eater.
Yes, you are one of the slowest eaters I know.
I'm the slowest eater I personally know, yeah.
Yeah. She eats so slow.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
It's because I'm talking a lot.
Yeah.
you
But
do.
it's also because I just can't eat fat. Like if I eat fast, I don't feel very good.
Oh, okay. That's good.
So if I want to be able to properly digest, I eat slow. Because then I feel fine.
Okay. This person from Chile says hello, and especially capitalized, say hi to Jimmy.
Hello.
Jimmy is a fan favorite, man.
Yeah, I think Southern American people like Jimmy.
Well, hello. I love Chile.
Yes.
I've been there a couple times.
Yes, he's been there.
Great country, great people.
Yeah.
What's James is what? Jaime?
Jaime.
Hi, man.
Right?
I think so.
It must be Jaime, yeah. I think it's Jaime.
Amy?
No.
Jimmy.
Jaime. It's got to be Jaime, because I think that's James, right?
I think that was my Spanish name.
I had
in
a
Spanish
great
class.
super.
Really, hi, man?
When I lived in
Jaime.
Jackson Heights, I had an excellent super named Jaime. He was a good dude.
I realized that I have to do my Duolingo, so you guys talk.
What's Julio? That's like,
Oh, someone donated! Thank you!
Like Julian or Julius.
Julius.
Thank
Julius
you
or
so
Julius.
much.
Yeah, I think
That's
it
right.
must be Jaime.
Yeah.
Because that's like Jamie.
Yeah.
James. Yeah.
What is your, the Spanish, nickname? Nicole. I know a
I think it's
person named
just
Nicole, but...
it's just got to be Nicole. Well,
Yeah.
it comes from Nicole comes from Nicholas. Comes from Nick.
Yeah.
So Nico.
Nico?
Well, Nico would be
What
the
is the man? Nico?
Well, Nico would be the male name. Nicolas.
Okay.
Nico or Nicolas. And then my name is just a derivative of that.
So what's the female version?
Well, I guess it would just be
Nico?
Nicole.
I think just Nicole.
It's just Nicole, okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying the root of it was Nicholas, which would be like Nicolas or Nico.
Okay, yeah.
You know.
Well,
I
this
think.
person keeps saying
What-
chat loves Jimmy, yes.
What's Mickey?
Mickey?
What's Mickey? in
People
Spanish?
think that Mickey is short for something.
No, I know it's not.
But
No, but I mean in
Mickey's Mickey.
Spanish, I wonder.
It's an, well, Italian is Michaela, right?
Michaela?
Michaela,
Or
yes.
Michael.
Michael, yes. Same thing.
Is Mickey like, is that technically a derivative of Michael?
Not how yours is spelled, but yeah,
No.
I think so.
It wasn't
That
supposed to be, but yeah, I
But
guess.
some people who are named Michael go by Mickey.
Mickey, yeah.
But I mean,
Like a Mickey Rourke.
yeah, I don't mean it's supposed to be as in your parents were like, let's name her a derivative of Michael. But I mean, the origin, Michael Yamanaka.
What a terrible name. Sorry.
Oh, Michaela
Sorry to
Yamanaka is
anyone.
also.
I still think Jimmy Yamanaka is a great name. Oh, but you know, what about Mickey
McBride.
McBride?
Sucks,
That's a
bro.
hilarious name. Mickey.
Usted es profesor?
Huh? What'd you just say?
Usted
Us-
Usted es profesor?
Is that your Duolingo?
Yes, usted es profesor?
You-
Usted es profesor. Yes.
So this has now just become Mickey doing Duolingo.
Yes.
I love it. Wait, do another one.
Wait, you still have another.
Do another one.
Okay. Usted es profesor. Same thing again.
¿Usted es estudiante?
Usted es estudiante?
By the way, that's a question I get asked every time I show up to MSM.
Seriously? Oh
Like,
no!
are you a student? No.
Oh my god. You don't even look that, like, I mean, in a good way, that, like, young.
Thank you. I also didn't think I looked 18, but I guess if you're a certain age, maybe everyone looks like 18.
Yeah, they wouldn't ask that to Ingrid.
I'm also showing up in like a hoodie. And
Oh,
jeans.
look at that.
I wonder if that has
Kinda
something to do
college
with it.
Look.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Usted es profesor. Sorry.
Good job, Mickey.
Yes, I have time. Okay. I'll do the rest later.
I
Don
enjoyed
Bias
that.
used to keep a blade in his boot.
Yes.
Do you know
The
that?
story is that the legend is that he pulled it on Basie, and that's why he that's why he left the country.
Whoa.
'Cause you know, he moved,
Seriously?
that's the story, because he moved to Europe.
Yeah.
The story is that there was a gig or something one night, and he got like fucked up, and he pulled a knife on Basie, held it to his
Where's
throat, and the next day
Uh-huh.
he woke up and he was so ashamed of his actions that he like quit the band and like left the entire country. He was like, I'm a
crazy.
disgrace, I don't deserve to be whatever, and he split.
Wow.
That's the story, you know. Stories are stories, but
Wow.
Nicole, do you want more?
I will finish this and then. But thank you, Jimmy.
Well, everybody likes Jimmy. What the fuck, man?
Everybody loves Jimmy. Jimmy's very
I'm gonna
likable.
Use the restroom and I'll be back. Excuse me.
Jimmy's very likable.
Oh, this person said that you you played with this person.
Oh.
Yeah.
You'll have to do a Mickey's Mood Unhinged featuring Jimmy.
Nicole is Nicole in Spanish, someone says.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying.
I figured.
Thank you. Okay.
It seemed like it was a direct translation because of the root word.
Yes. Okay. We'll do another public announcement. Please donate, and I just would like to personally mention thank you to Marta. Thank you, Marta Banda, for donating. Thank you, Steven, for donating.
Wow,
thank
amazing.
You. Okay. I'm gonna tune in Smalls. Oh, Smalls is just one person just kind of yapping.
That happens.
Yeah, it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's pretty funny. Yeah, we should one day like a criticize Smalls jam session. It's really fun. I kind of do that in the back of Smalls anyway.
Well, sometimes I pull up my phone and I just see what's going on at Smalls.
It was really funny. One time we were outside of Smalls.
Yeah.
And they're like maybe out smoking cigarettes or something.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh yeah, let's check out what's going on down there.
Well, I didn't know if I wanted to go inside yet.
Exactly.
And so I pulled up the stream and I was like, no.
No, I'll stay out with you. And it's like, oh my god.
Hey man, sometimes you're not ready for the spectacle.
Oh, spectacle.
The spectacle.
Be spectacle.
Be spectacled. You got it.
Oh,
should write a tune called Be Spectacled.
Yeah, I'm gonna write a tune.
You should. I think that's actually a great tune name.
Be spectacle.
It's a great tune name, and then you have to say it in public all the time. So you'll learn the word.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, you have it already, but
yes.
I think you should write a tune called Be Spectacled.
Be spectacle. Yes. Okay. I'm writing so many new tunes right now, and I need all the titles. So.
Amazing.
Yes, I have a jazz gallery commission coming up, and that's coming on May 2nd and 3rd. Too bad you couldn't do it because you're playing at Rose Theater with a Christian, I think. I asked you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am playing at Rose at a Pell Room.
A Pell Room, yes.
But you have a late set?
No, it's just 7:30, 9:30. Yeah.
Well,
it's cool, bro.
Well, I hope people go to both of our shows.
Both of our shows.
Go to one night and one the other.
Yes.
Because I wish I could be there. That'd be amazing. That's awesome. So great. It's also just great that exists. I think that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
The Jazz Gallery commissions.
I think it's really cool. I'm really inspired, and like I just been composing my ass off.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I wrote 7 new tunes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
In what span of time?
Well, I got the notification of a commission last year, and I wrote probably 3 tunes then.
Amazing.
Or I had an idea for 3 tunes.
Yeah.
And then I seriously started working on it a couple months ago. So
you have a whole record in less than a year, a new record.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
It's really cool.
Good for you. Cool. That's awesome.
And
Congrats.
I want to do more. So it's really great.
Congrats. That's fantastic.
Okay, this is a fucking unhinged question. Actually, it's kind of creepy question. For all 3, which deceased jazz musician would you like to have kissed when they were alive?
Oh my god. That is an unhinged question.
That's pretty unhinged. I wouldn't usually even acknowledge this question because this thing is supposed to be unhinged. So I'm gonna.
Can we maybe rephrase it to say
who would
not kiss, but what jazz musician from the past do you have a crush on?
Yes, let's do that.
That's less creepy, maybe a little bit.
That's better. That's better.
Yeah, I don't want to be violating anyone.
Yeah, kissed is a little too real.
It's violating because they're dead.
Yeah,
so you're
weird,
this person's dead, but you would have kissed them.
Yes.
So maybe we'll say crush. We'll say crush.
Crush.
Okay.
Yeah, the celebrity crush almost, The jazz celeb crush. Wow, who
That's a good
looked
question.
Good? Man.
Yeah, let's do multiple categories here.
Okay.
Okay, what? In what?
Different genders. Let's give an array of
I like that.
of
Both
genders.
gender like
Let's
admire.
give an
yeah,
array
yeah.
of genders.
Mhm.
Yes. Dead. Dead.
Okay, well, there were some. I feel like Eric Dolphy was kind of a cutie.
Eric Dolphy is a cutie. Yes.
I feel like Elvin was kind of a cutie.
I don't know.
Train was kind of a cutie.
I always thought Train was a cutie.
Joe's kind of a cutie with his little glasses.
Joe definitely is a cutie.
Definitely, and
Yeah.
you could say
Man, it might be weird, but I like Horse Silver, how he looked.
Hey man, to each their own, you know.
There he is. Looks kind
feel
of
like-
creepy in that photo.
Mingus!
Yeah, especially like
For me.
Fit Mingus.
Yo, come
Fit
on.
Mingus.
Yeah.
And
I always thought Mingus has such a unique look. I like unique look people.
That's why I said Dolphy, because Dolphy kind of had
Yes,
like a
striking look.
he had a kind
yeah.
of striking,
Mhm.
unique look.
Yeah.
You could say
Who else did I thought?
well, Miles was extremely handsome.
Yes, I mean he knew that.
He was beautiful, actually.
Yes.
He was kind of like pretty.
Mm.
You know what I
He's
mean?
definitely pretty.
He had a pretty face.
Mhm.
He was like a
Yeah.
pretty boy. That's not really what I meant. But like he was pretty. He was a beautiful,
Yeah, he was a beautiful boy. Yeah.
beautiful,
Mhm.
beautiful guy.
Beautiful guy. Do you have any men that you admired, like the way they dress or they?
Mm.
Right, fashionable. Or,
Yeah.
Right.
Just like as a
Trying to
man,
think.
like you just sometimes like, man, this guy looks so cool, man.
Right. Like hip. And,
Yeah.
I think Lee Morgan is really pretty.
Oh
good.
yeah.
Oh, Lee Morgan is
Young Dexter too had a vibe.
tall and like
Yeah.
suited up.
Yeah, well dressed.
That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I like the Lee Morgan. Lee Morgan is cool. Trumpet player kind of always had kind of swag, you know,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah. Like horn players in general, though, it's kind of swag.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of stand there.
Yeah. It's
Even
like
when
you
you're not
gotta-
playing, you kind of just like stand
Mhm.
there and
you gotta
vibe.
look in a certain way.
Mhm.
Okay, we can switch to the
And Chet Baker,
woman.
very good looking.
Oh, Chet Baker, sure, but I never thought he was a good looking.
Fair. Well, also the singers were all beautiful. Frank and Nat and Billy Eckstein.
Billy
and
Eckstein is gorgeous.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yes.
Totally beautiful.
Totally beautiful. Singers definitely had their own
Vibe.
thing. you know?
Aura.
Yeah, definitely. They kind of had to. Okay. Woman.
All of them.
Yes. Nancy Wilson. So
All of them.
Is she dead yet? She might be alive.
No, I think she's dead.
Nancy
Really?
Wilson? There's no way.
No.
There's no way she's alive. Wouldn't it be horrible if she was? That's not Nancy Wilson.
This is the Nancy Wilson. Oh, she died.
Yeah. In what year?
In 2018.
Oh. Yeah.
Quite recent, right?
Yeah. No, I mean literally all of them.
Yeah.
Sarah was scary, like scary hot. You know what I mean?
When she,
She
was
was like-
young, oh
she
my
was
God.
like she was like punch me in the face hot.
Yes,
You know, like
yes.
step on my
oh,
face.
yes.
Hurt me hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
For sure.
Jerry looks incredibly
Oh,
powerful when the
Oh,
picture
beautiful.
with her with
Oh
the
man.
her kid, probably Wallace,
Wally, yeah.
in like in her back,
Oh,
like doing the sound check and shit.
beautiful.
Beautiful,
Beautiful.
skinny,
Oh,
just like brilliant face, just with the hair tied and just like one of those festival.
she was
so
beautiful
rich.
at all ages
Yeah.
of her life, man. She was
Yeah,
stunning.
I like the older
stunning
age of
woman.
Jerry too. Jerry just is a good looking woman, I
Oh,
think.
she's beautiful.
Yes.
She's beautiful.
I like Jerry.
All of
who
them,
do I
man.
like? Well, like she's not dead, but I think Leah Gregorian is one of the most gorgeous female
This is-
musician
Not
ever.
true. Well, that was I didn't expect that.
That's unhinged, right? That's really unhinged.
She goes, this person's not dead yet, but my friend who's our age.
Yeah, she's really gorgeous.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing,
No,
but
I
that
don't
was
disagree
that
with
was
that.
I
just didn't expect that.
no, I wasn't really expecting that trajectory
I
at
think
all.
she is the most
no,
objectively
she's gorgeous. She's
gorgeous female musician ever. If I was a man, or if I was attracted to men.
Hey, why do you have to be a man to? Yeah, right.
No,
there you
if
go.
I was attracted to women.
There you go. Yeah,
in
yeah.
any
But you don't have to be
gender.
a man to be.
No, I don't have
you
to
know.
be man. Like, I would just really try to be with her.
Hey, man. I love
could
it.
dream. I could dream.
Hey,
I
why
admire
not?
women.
Why not?
I admire.
Why not?
I always thought it's the okay. Has the landlord ever smeared peanut butter on your doorknob? That's not a door. That's not a
Not the
landlord.
No, that would be
Neighbor.
crazy because the landlord could just be like, leave. He's not gonna smear peanut butter. on
No,
your doorknob.
he's like chilling. And did you channel this experience into composition? No. I should. I should write a song called Peanut Butter. First of all, I don't like peanut butter.
You only seem to write. I noticed that all your songs that are about food is all food you don't like.
Yeah, that's true.
Oatmeal,
Yeah.
clam,
Yeah.
peanut butter. It's not like you wrote a tune called rice
No.
or
I didn't.
pumpkin curry.
No, I didn't do that.
It's like
no.
foods you actively dislike, which I
Yeah.
think is great.
I guess like it's some kind of an energy that I channel that energy.
Yeah, I get it for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes, John, I should write a tune called Peanut Butter. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. It's coming, okay? Now that you all have zombie crushes, we are officially unhinged.
Oh, zombie curses. Yes.
Well, someone said not Carla Bley. Dude, Carla Bley looked
Oh, come on.
cool
yeah.
as fuck,
Yeah.
bro.
She's
Like,
super.
I'm also not in a
Striking.
position to
dude,
speak ill of the appearances of the legends of this music
dude.
who are no longer with us.
And also, she looked so hip. Like,
Yeah,
I
she had
can't.
a vibe, man.
Dude, I don't understand that. Okay.
She had a
well,
vibe.
Sorry, yes. Man, Tara Lynn. Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Hi, Miki. I'm researching you for a class right now, taught by Roxy Cost. Whoa. What are some facts I
Oh,
can
Miki.
include in my paper that I can't find online?
Mickey's favorite food is rice.
Yes, go on.
She makes a
Anything
mean pumpkin curry.
else? I do make mean pumpkin curry, yes.
That's where I would start in terms of things you can't find online. I would start there.
I am a huge Yankee fan.
Mm-hmm.
You can find that online.
You love Switch.
I love
You
Switch.
like video
Yes.
games?
I love playing video games.
Big
yes.
Nintendo. I'm just thinking of things that you wouldn't find.
They're on social
Online
media.
anywhere.
Because I share Yankees and Knicks all the time.
Yeah, but you love video games.
I do.
What else could they not
Do
find?
you have any secrets about me?
Any secrets about you?
that people wouldn't know?
Mickey can fall asleep in any situation. Or you can fall asleep in situations that would be surprising to most people, I think.
Wow, that's kind of crazy because I don't fall
Because
asleep
you
really
don't
well.
sleep.
But you're a heavy sleeper.
No, the thing is.
Okay, well, I can think
When
of
I'm
a couple
drunk.
of very...
Yeah.
There you go. That's something they're not going to find online. When Mickey is drunk, she can sleep through anything.
Yes, I do.
There was one time where we got like 12 people to take a selfie with Mickey while she was asleep, and she did not wake up.
And apparently you guys are loud.
So
Yeah,
loud because
very
we were
That's what
drunk
Jimmy
too.
told me.
Yeah.
We were drunk too,
Everyone
so
was drunk.
it's not like we were being quiet. We were like, we thought we were being quiet, but we were not being quiet.
Dude, I don't remember it at all. I only know the photo. I really wasn't
Photo is so iconic.
aware of anything, and that remains it within me. And I was like,
Yeah.
it's like not gonna be.
Oh,
on
don't
my-
share that photo.
No, that's
No.
with me.
No.
Yes.
You,
I'm pretty out loud in online situations, so people know who I am.
You're very giving with showing who you are, with demonstrating who you are.
Yeah.
You know.
So I'm authentic.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. So I think a lot of things are gonna be available.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah. But thank you for researching. Thanks to Roxy.
Yeah, I don't know if any of those things are you can be, including in your paper, but
I don't think you can, but thanks. Just say thanks. Yeah. No, just everything that's out there. I've had so many interviews out there, so yes, thank you, Kat. Given that oatmeal was a masterpiece, yes, I like that tune. Okay, thank you very much. Whoa, Nicole's hip to my songbook.
Oh man, I'm a well-researched bitch.
You are, wow. Well,
I try.
well-researched bitch.
I try.
Yes. Okay. Well. Can I ask you a question then? Then we can maybe wrap up soon.
Yes, sure.
Unless you guys don't have any questions, come on, guys.
You better ask questions because you know.
Nicole showing up to my series is almost so rare.
Oh no! Come on!
Come on, you are one of the busiest people. I can't even see you.
You're busy too, man.
Remember,
our original Mickey's mood had to be moved because you were busy.
Yes, that's true.
I was free. You had a gig.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, that's right.
So see, it's a mutual thing.
Yeah, it's a mutual thing.
But
it's not just one of us.
No, it's just the life.
It's really hard to
it is hard.
align. Yes,
it's really hard. Schedules are so inconsistent. But people should ask questions because I think we still have a quarter of a bottle.
Yeah, that's right. We gotta get unhinged.
We have to get unhinged, and I'm starting to feel progressively more unhinged. So
good. Okay.
In fact, I will.
Do you have any questions?
Jimmy, may I?
Please.
Thank you, sir.
Not at the moment.
Fair.
Jimmy's so fair. Yeah.
Jimmy's so measured.
Yeah, I know. He is. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Jumbo.
Oh yes, John. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Cool. What was the question that I got? Oh. Okay. So I asked the same question to Larry. That if you have to pick either you were gonna become a musician and you're gonna specifically work on one of the three. No, that's not a good way to ask. Sorry. Okay. A musician exists, and then the musician is lacking either sound, or rhythm, or harmony. Like,
oh God.
You have to pick one kind that you can really enforce. Like, but the way I'm asking, it's so bad.
So you're saying if you have a musician that is lacking in all three of those things and you only had to focus on one?
Yes.
What would be the first thing?
Yes.
Rhythm.
Agreed.
And then sound.
I used to be the sound, but then the more I talked with people, it's rhythm.
It's rhythm because I think there's a way in which if you have great rhythm, even if you have kind of an undeveloped sound, there's a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a way in which you are actually getting into something that's still really compelling.
Yeah.
And is able to really fit into the musical situation. The sound can always be developed, but also sound development is, there is sometimes an objectively bad sound and good sound, but also I feel like sound is a bit subjective, where there's ways in which people can think that, I'm thinking tenor. There's ways in which people can think a tenor player doesn't have a good sound, but I like it. You can have kind of a rawer sound, and it's cool.
Me and Michelle always have an argument about that. I feel for example, I think, I shouldn't name someone, because they're alive. This person I love, and then Michelle says, "Oh, hate this is playing. This person is playing because he doesn't know how to blow the horn." because it's coming from the point of view that he also plays tenor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, dude, but this guy's sound and this guy's the way he plays the horn, it's like so unique, and I like it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's very subjective. It's all I wanted to say.
I think sound, to me, is slightly more subjective than rhythm. Not to say that rhythm doesn't have.
Is rhythm subjective too?
Yes, because I think rhythm is subjective.
Yeah.
But to be clear, I think rhythm is subjective, but I think when something's tipping, it's just tipping. And there's no denying it.
Yeah.
But there's different kinds of swing.
Yeah.
And there's different kinds of ways in which something can feel good, and certain things feel good to different people. I mean, there's definitely some music that I like that maybe some people would be like, I don't hear the swing in that, or I don't hear the rhythm in that, or I don't hear the groove in that, but we might listen to, and we do hear the groove, we do find that.
I see. So
I think there is some subjectivity, but I think, to me, sound is more subjective in the sense that what it means to have a good sound can mean so many different things to good people.
Right.
But what it means to have good time.
Time is a good time, though.
It's like you have good
time is a good time.
Yeah, you have good time or you don't have good time.
Yeah.
I think it's where what you choose to do with the time, or where your time feel lives is subjective, right? Like Elvin's ride cymbal beat, for example, is not the same as Max Roach's, is not the same as Tony Williams, is not the same as... They all feel amazing, but they're all placed differently.
Right. Like physically speaking, like measurement-wise. Like,
exactly. From like one beat to the next. It's placed differently, but it all feels great. But so there's a subjectivity to it, but there's still an undeniable quality to it. And I feel like with sound, and especially with saxophone, in my opinion, because of what saxophone doesn't have the baggage of being an instrument that's hundreds and hundreds of years old, like a violin or something, where it's like, there are industry standards of what a good violin sound is. Saxophone is not really it's not an orchestral instrument originally, it's like a street music instrument. 100 or so, 130, 40 years.
Is that?
It's a young instrument.
Wow, I didn't realize how young saxophone is.
It's a young instrument, and it's not, it wasn't born to be in symphonic situations or refined, what is seen as these Eurocentric, refined situations.
It was for the marching band, right?
It's for the marching bands.
Bell that pointed out so the sound would project out.
Oh.
And it was like a novelty instrument.
Yeah.
It was like an instrument that made funny noises for like the marching band for the circus. I'm not kidding. That's why Coleman Hawkins is so special, is because...
Shit.
Did it stop?
It did stop.
When? Because we were talking about something cool.
Oh, I think the sound is still going, actually, I think.
Okay.
So people can hear
Hello,
it.
people can
hear it.
Oh wow, it's the screen of death.
Yeah.
It's the iconic
I think people can still hear it. It's pretty crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well I'm gonna Okay, well while you fix that, I'm gonna continue what I was saying.
Yes, keep going.
Because it was like a novelty instrument used to make kind of funny sounds, and that's why Coleman Hawkins, that's one of the reasons he's so special, is because he came along and really codified the instrument from a novelty instrument to a serious instrument with a really personal voice. He wasn't listening to tenor players. He was listening to like clarinetists and singers. You know, he really was the first of his kind in a very real way on the actual instrument itself, you know.
That's cool, yeah.
So I feel like because of that, I feel like at least with the saxophone, to me, there's a little bit more leeway in terms of the sound conception. I mean, like I said, a undeveloped sound is an undeveloped sound, and there's no way around that. But, you know, you take like Stan Getz, Joe Henderson.
Okay, go on, keep going.
You know, Charlie Rouse, John Coltrane, Dexter Gordon.
Oh.
The sound conceptions are so unbelievably different between all those musicians.
Right.
So different. But how can you say... and then some people do things that are really different. Like Gary Thomas playing with a plastic reed. Most people would say plastic reed, bad sound. I think Gary Thomas is a super cool sound. You know? Ornette. Some people think Ornette is a bad sound. I think he has a really interesting sound.
Yeah.
So, that's my take. I think rhythm.
Yeah, rhythm.
Number one.
Yeah. It's really interesting to, okay, we're back.
And we're back.
There is two people.
Yes, we're back.
Yeah, I think rhythm is just that's the quickest way that you communicate with other musicians. Like, that's the way that two people can get together and create something musical is like with rhythms. Even if they don't even need an instrument to create rhythms. You don't even need any knowledge. You can just play something, some sounds in time, then someone can identify that as music and can communicate with you. And so I think that's just like for a beginning musician who wanted to focus on the first thing that they should develop to be able to just make music. It's rhythm. It doesn't matter what the sound is.
Let's think about the drum circle.
Yeah, rhythms create melody too.
Exactly.
So.
And harmony, for that matter.
Yeah, I feel like those are almost, while they're equally important in music as elements of music. You know, I just think rhythm, like, good rhythm creates those other things already. You know.
I agree.
Rhythmic counterpoint, like, that's harmony too.
I think
exactly.
That's really cool. Yeah.
I think my favorite drummers, of which Jimmy is included in this list, play harmony. You know? Drummers hear and play the harmony.
Yeah, they do.
You know, not necessarily in an overt, literal way, but it's they're the movement of the harmony, the way that it's moving, the way that it's taking shape. The drummers are playing that. Very obviously, in my opinion, you know? And great drummers, I think, have either a very overt understanding of harmony or at least just a structural understanding of what harmony feels like.
Yeah. They
and how
have
it
to
should
be
move.
able to play the form too, you know?
Yeah.
As a jazz musician, like sometimes if the drummer is not playing the form, even if like the drummer is so competent, like they know what they're doing, rhythmically, super talented, technique-wise, they're really talented. But if they don't know the form of the song that we were playing, that just throws off like everything. It just like throws us off like, whoa, what's happening?
Oh, sure. But I think also that the great drummers hear in the same way that all the all the harmonic instruments, let's say, are playing the form, right? Because the form exists, but the form is while it does exist, it's almost imaginary in the sense that it's a structure that exists in all of our ears and our minds, but obviously we are doing whatever we please within and around the form, you know. Just because the form, we're not necessarily every 8 bars, like, or at the top of every form. You know, there's ways in which we play through things and play around. And the great drummers hear all those movements too, and play around and play through and play with. And there isn't necessarily a need to delineate the form or mark the form because it's the same freedom of flexibility with the form.
Yeah.
You know, but that's in many ways a rhythmic thing, but it's in many ways it's a harmonic thing.
Yeah.
I think. Right?
Yeah. Look at the understanding harmony, aka understanding forms, how the tune goes, like understanding where you are on a page of the music or whatever. Good drummers can really hear it, I think.
Both the pre-existing harmony as well as the imposed harmony.
They can really hear. Like sometimes, like when I see the drummer reading actually a drum chart, I would feel worried. You know what I'm trying to say? Like drummers should be reading like a lead sheet or trumpet chart. Or
that's whenever I've asked drummers what they like to read, they always say that. Lead sheet or trumpet chart. Chord changes,
like a lead alto chart or whatever, it's like something that's got the melodies or harmonies or like some kind of indication about rhythms and blah blah blah. Even though the drum chart supposedly having the all the information that you need to know.
I just had a hilarious thought about making a drum chart that's literally like tang, tang to tang in the right hand, and then like comping patterns. Do you know what I mean? Like you make a drum chart, but it's just like you just like make actual drum chart. Like you make a transcription of what you want. Da 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 doom 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 doom, and the person's reading it. Yeah. You know.
Oh my god.
Wouldn't that would be really
That
weird.
would be really weird.
If someone handed that to you, would you in a way you gotta kind of be like, hey, okay.
I guess so.
This
I mean,
is-
would you read it? Like, have you actually
I
be
couldn't-
handed?
I was thinking in high school we had some charts in our book in jazz band that, for whatever reason, because that publisher, that's the way they did things, or the way the arranger did things, it was like a drum part that had like it was swing.
It was like comping.
But all the hits were written within the part, not on top of the. It wasn't like slashes
Oh.
with figures. It was like,
Mickey.
No, what the hell is happening?
oh
No!
no, maybe they can still hear
We
us.
Yeah,
interrupt.
they can still hear it.
We interrupt this program.
All those. It was all snare drum here and then cymbal here, and
Yeah.
it's just really hard to read. That's the main thing. It's like
Oh my god.
impossible to read.
Yeah, right.
It's just so difficult to decipher. I don't know. I don't remember what line the snare drum's on and what line this is on. It's like
When you have no context for what anyone else in the band is playing.
Yeah.
Mickey, you realize that the cap is on, right?
No.
No, but it was.
Oh,
it's
did you just put it on?
It's really not that. That's not the issue.
What is the issue?
The issue is just like the camera being dead.
Oh, no battery? Both of them?
No. I just used the old one again to charge.
Mickey, I have to say,
Yeah.
I think that
I'm so ghetto, guys.
no, I was gonna say that I
I
feel
thought you switched them.
I
No,
feel
not
like
really.
the whole concept of this series, right, being Mickey's Moon Unhinged,
Yeah.
I feel like it's really, earning its unhinged status with this interview. Because I watched the Larry Goldings one, and it was really good interview.
No, it was really good.
But it was very
interview.
normal.
Yes, it was.
Like, it was just a normal, good interview.
Yeah.
Like, it was very interesting, very educational, very informative, very biographical, very cool. This one with our multiple technical difficulties.
to begin.
Yeah, and the progressive intoxication. I feel like you're really tapping into the unhinged
vibe. Yes.
aspect
Good.
of this series.
Yes, we're almost done. So we've been just going so long. I've never been on live this long.
How long have we been on?
Let's see. What time is it now? Okay. Yeah, almost 11.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Damn.
That is crazy.
We're doing great. Anyone have anything crazy to say?
Well, someone is crazy to say. My least favorite tenor sound is the Saturday Night Live guy. That's pretty crazy. We have no comments.
I like him, actually, but
It's a
thing.
It's a different job.
It's
you
a
know?
thing.
yeah.
It's a thing. It's a thing. See, subjectivity, man.
Man, did I do a 4-hour thing before? Dude, I don't think so. That's crazy.
I kind of knew this would happen, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because we're just hanging out, but it's being filmed.
Yeah, because we can totally keep hanging out and we can just talk about nonsense, watch videos,
And
and
it's just being filmed.
Yeah.
We should, Jimmy, we were saying earlier, Mickey and I should do a Twitch stream where we just
We
play
play videos.
Switch.
Oh, yeah.
I think we would. I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a really good idea. The thing is, we can't really gather that often. We can only do like maybe
But
once
once in a while.
And we
once
got-
in like 3 months.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
play Mario Kart.
Yeah, and I get beaten up, but it's really funny. You know, it's like, that's God. You know, it's like it's really funny. Oh, someone has a question. Well, it's John. Well, thank you, John, for tuning in. By the way, thanks
Yes.
for donating
Thank you,
for the
sir.
earlier show. Thank you. What was the New York City concert that you were the most satisfied with? One by audience reaction.
Do you mean us as performers or us as audience members?
How the band sounded. I think it's when you were playing, like the
Okay.
way the audience reacted. and also the way you felt about the band sounded.
Okay.
Yeah. When was that? What was the? Do you have a specific experience that you? Doesn't have to be in New York, honestly. I kind of want to hear. When was the best gig you thought you had?
Oh, I have no idea.
Like as a sideman or
I
as
don't
a
even know how to
leader?
begin answering that question. I have no clue. That's hard.
Each and every gig is incredible.
Yes. Every gig. I've never had a gig I didn't love.
I sound the
Just kidding.
greatest
Just kidding. Yes.
at all times.
Yes. Every venue is perfect. Every audience is perfect.
Yes.
I am perfect.
I am perfect.
Music is perfect. No, I don't know. I mean, playing at the Vanguard was really incredible.
Man, you were about to play. Come on, talk about
Wow.
it, man.
Yeah.
That was
We'll be there.
nobody is more surprised than me. It was just a last minute cancellation, right place, right time, I think.
It's incredible, man.
But
talk
that-
about
yeah.
it.
That was
When are you playing?
that was pretty when am I playing?
Yes.
May 27th through the 30 days has September. 28, oh wait, 27th, 28th, 20, yes, help me, 29, 30, 31, 30,
One.
32!
The 32nd.
One.
June 1st.
June 1st.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
May 27th through
Save
June.
the date, people.
Save the
June
date,
1st.
people.
That was
New York people, get your tickets.
Yeah, get your fucking ticket.
That was pretty special. There was I loved playing at Newport.
That's cool.
That's an amazing
Yeah.
experience and an amazing
Yeah. Had a great
festival. Great audiences, great environment,
time too.
vibe. Yeah, actually, I played with Christian in Portland recently, and that was really cool. The hometown really
hometown.
they really went crazy,
Oh.
which was really cool. The
That's
audience
cool.
was hype. It was I was proud. I was sort of like,
No, they
because
were. They
nothing
are
worse
proud.
than nothing worse than playing in the hometown and people are like, but people really gave it up. People really showed out. That was really cool. That was a lot of fun.
That's really cool. Yeah.
Those are, I guess, some recent memories, recent things.
What about you?
What about you guys?
Yeah. Any cool gigs that you really remember being really fun?
Trying to think.
You played with a lot of great people.
Yeah, I mean.
No, you don't show up, but.
No, I don't know. I think it's hard. I don't know. Yeah, I mean there have been cool gigs. I guess I don't. I mean I remember them, but I also don't really remember them that much. I don't know how to say that. I mean I
That's
do,
such
but
a
I know what you
musician
mean.
answer.
I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know. I can think of feeling good after the gig and stuff, and but I don't know. I feel like I've played gigs for not a lot of people that were some of the best gigs that I've ever done.
Yeah.
Where I felt the best.
Yeah.
I didn't care so much or
That's
something, and
true.
there weren't that many folks there, but it was just like there was one person in the audience that really liked it, so then I felt a connection to them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not to say
that's
that
cool, yeah.
playing for a lot of people is. I'm not trying to downplay that either. It's just
Sure.
I don't know. It's hard to
yeah.
say. There's gigs where you just some moment happens and you feel really good about. You just have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And that's like.
Yeah.
And it's hard to remember. For me, it's hard to remember those. I don't really hang on to them, to be
Right.
honest.
Yeah.
But I just remember them in the moment that. Yeah, that was fun. Feel good. You just feel good after you play music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It is kind of hard sometimes to recollect the exact gigs. In a way, sometimes they blur together a little bit because it's like you okay, time for the next one, sort of thing.
That's really cool.
But
Yeah.
there are places I really like to I love playing at Close Up. I feel like every
Yeah, I
time I
was
played
gonna
there, I had a really positive experience.
Yeah, like when I played the duo gig
That
with
was
you,
really fun.
especially the first set, like I haven't
That was great.
felt that free
Yeah.
playing without bass player or drummer.
Man,
ever.
that first up felt so easy.
Like it was like such a breeze to me. Like it was
Yeah.
like it passed by so quick.
Yeah.
I
I remember thinking that it would be like a... I remember going into it thinking that it was going to be a really kind of unique challenge. Not any...
That's what
Just
I
because
thought.
of the instrumentation.
Yes.
Nothing against, whatever. It's just piano, saxophone, no bass, no drums. And then the set happened and I was like, that was easy.
Yeah, it was really, it really flew by to me.
Yeah.
Like the way, like it's not like the audience was spectacular.
The audience was
Or-
cool though. They were
The
really...
audience was really cool.
But that's how it
like,
is at close up. Like, people are really there with you.
Yeah.
People are really there with you.
It's really cool
Which
audience.
is something
yeah.
I really love about that room is people are
Yeah.
really down.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
I think, when I like, I don't really feel comfortable. Like I played the solo piano last night at Mesro, and I really didn't feel comfortable. Someone said they watched and thank you, but I felt like very vulnerable and like solo piano is like really challenging to me. I like this music because I get to play with people.
Yeah,
So like
yeah.
I don't really enjoy playing solo
Sure.
personally. The fact that this music is awesome because I get to interact musically with people.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, like playing with a horn player, just me and a horn player, and then just that was scary thing for me to do. But then I was very scared. I was like, what if like my time sucks, or like I didn't learn the tune well, or whatever. Like I can think of, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then like we played, and it's like it was so natural. It flew by so quick, and it's like those gigs I would remember. I think because like the instrumentation is kind of unique too. I don't really do duo gigs ever
Right, me
for
neither.
the listening audience.
No, me neither.
So I think it was really cool to experience that the people actually paid attention to what we did, and we got to make music. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was super fun.
Yeah. it's
That
really
was
cool.
that was a very memorable recent gig.
Yeah. Oh.
Just as an addendum to it, I was just thinking about this, like, because I used to still sort of roll my eyes at this, but someone was telling me, oh, if you tell Ron Carter like, oh, I love the way you played on this record that you did, I guess he says like, well, what about the way that I play now?
Right.
Which I was always kind of like, okay, Ron, blah blah. But then I was thinking like, because I was thinking I've gotten asked those questions before, but what was your favorite gig that you did, your favorite place you played? And I always like don't really know what to say. But I was also thinking, I hope the best gig I play is always yet to come.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Like I really hope that I'm never gonna look back and be like, that was it. It
That
was
was it.
then. It was like, I hope I'm always kind of gonna be
Dude,
looking
that's
forward
so
to playing
cool,
the best gig,
Yeah.
and it never will happen because
Yeah.
obviously it couldn't.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Not to say that you shouldn't also enjoy all of the great experiences
No,
that
for
we
sure.
get to have, and remember them and be like, yeah, that
Yeah.
was a cherished moment to get to do this and experience that. But like, also, I'm like, I hope I haven't played the best gig, and I hopefully never will because they always want to keep
Dude,
thinking
that's
that there is
really
a better
cool.
gig.
The high
That's-
ceiling.
Yeah.
It's like
That's
I
really cool.
it's interesting thinking about Ron saying that because you're right. I mean, if you were to say, I love this record you did in 1964,
Mhm.
it's like, well, I have been playing bass for 60
more
years
yeah.
since then.
Yeah, that's
maybe
crazy.
maybe there's something else that I've done
Yeah.
in the last 60 years that you might enjoy.
Right.
Dude, that's so crazy.
And I think while that also could be a little bit like, okay, but also it's like totally, of course, yeah.
I think it makes perfect
It's
sense.
totally yeah.
Yeah. What if someone came up to you and said that their favorite thing you did was something you did when you were like 18? Wouldn't you
Right,
kind of
I'd
be
be
like,
like,
I mean, it has
wouldn't you
happened,
kind of
though,
be
no?
like, yeah, sure, and
Yeah,
it's
I'd be
not
like,
to invalidate what you
I
did.
love the way you play.
Yeah, and it's not to invalidate what you did then, but wouldn't you also kind of be like, okay, I appreciate that. I've evolved since then
Mhm.
Yeah.
and have more to say
Yeah.
and have
Right.
contributed more.
Especially Jimmy's been on so many records.
That's true.
He's like more than like he's on like more than 60 records.
Wow.
Almost 70, right?
I think so, something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
And
That's
he's on
amazing.
a lot of records, so like I feel like people be like, or like me and Clovis talking about his career and my career, like we're discussing what can we do, blah blah blah, and he was like talking about reminiscing about his first record that he made with a young Jimmy
Right.
McBride being
Wow.
on, and you were like 20 or some shit.
Wow.
Yeah, and the Clovis' first record, it's like Jimmy's got this, man. Jimmy is like he was like. It's like I knew Jimmy would be great. Like he was like
I mean, that's
really
kind of
passionate about
It's
that.
amazing.
It's like really being French about it. It's really cool.
So it's very
Yeah,
supportive.
Clovis is incredible. Shout out to Clovis.
Shout out
Yes,
Clovis.
We love Clovis.
Yeah, but like Clovis talking about Jimmy being like so incredible at the age of 18 already, and like he was like, well, I looked at this guy and he sounded so great. It's like, but I'm sure like people be like he was actually even mentioning that people checked out his first record a lot. And they came out to his gig, and the music is a little bit different.
Right.
And who he hires is a little bit different.
So they're like, I missed the
It's
first
like,
record.
oh, the first record's really good though. And I was like, oh shit, But Clovis be like, well, but my writing is a little different now, in a good way. It's supposed to be.
Of course,
you know?
it's supposed to
It's
be.
evolving.
That's
right?
what you do.
Yeah.
You write music, you record it. You write more music, you record it. Yeah.
Keep going,
Et cetera, et
That's
cetera.
what I'm trying to do. So,
Well, there are people who, I mean, with Train, they were like, I like when you played with Miles.
I'm
He talks. There's
sure,
interviews
I'm
where he
sure,
where he
yeah.
talks about that, where people will say to him things like that when he's in like the 60s doing his thing with his quartet. People are like, why? I like when you played If I Were a Bill.
Oof.
And it's like, yeah, me too.
Me too, but also,
he's somewhere else right now.
Yeah. We should be celebrating,
Yeah.
For all of us, right? Like, just like, hopefully, like, oh, I like that when you played with Benny Benak,
Right.
It's like, oh,
It's like, I'm glad.
thanks,
I'm
but-
glad you did.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's cool.
There's
But, like,
there's
it's
more.
very different,
There's more to come.
Yeah, it's like.
I think it's great. I think it's great that people are listening. I think it's great that people enjoy it. And the hope is that the people who heard something in you at one point or another continue to follow you and hear the development that you're making, and to continue to see what you have to say and trust you and stick with you and stay there through your musical journey,
Yeah.
Totally.
And yet to come, right? Like you said, like it's just
the
I
best
hope that,
is yet to come.
Yeah, the best is yet to come. So hopefully our best gig will happen in the future. Can't wait to hear you at the Vanguard.
Right. Or just continue to.
And to continue to happen more gigs,
Yes,
more music.
absolutely.
Isn't that fucking exciting?
Yes. That's also why documentation is important.
Yes, I like that concept very much.
Yeah, because it's supposed to evolve.
Yeah.
You're not necessarily supposed to look back on stuff you did at a different time in your life and be like, wow, this is great. Maybe you do, but it's really like, this is where I was at the time, and I documented it, and now this is where I am, and I'm documenting this too. I mean, so many people I know didn't document a certain period of their life, and now it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. Certain bands and certain things, gone.
Yeah.
And you can't really get that back. And so I think it's important to persistently, over time, perpetually document yourself.
I like.
And, give everyone the opportunity to hear your artistic development.
Yeah.
I think it's beautiful.
It's really beautiful. Like for me, like that I could stream, so like I could consistently produce what I've been working on, or what I want to present, or like, oh, I found this new bass player I want to play with. And like even like a little just playing tunes or just having a session, but I get to document, and it's all out there. People have different opinions about this, but for me, it's like I am learning a lot by doing that. So I think it's really cool.
I'm kind of in the same as you. People do have different opinions on this, and they're all valid, but I'm kind of with you. It's like, let's document, let's build upon the last thing. I mean, again, a Train is a beautiful example. You take Train in 1959 playing with Miles, and it's Train, and then you take Train 1964. It's a different thing. It's a different art. You know, he's developed into a different thing. He's exploring a different thing, but you don't love 1959 Train any less.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
At all.
No.
You listen to 1959 Train and you listen to 1964 Train, and they're different, and you love them both.
Yeah. Hopefully.
I do.
Yeah.
And he might not. There are interviews where he said,
yes.
he said, I listened back to some of the stuff I did with Miles and I'm embarrassed.
He did say that.
He did say that. But then I listened to it and I love it.
Do I love it? Come on.
I love it, you know, and sure, it's maybe not where he wanted to be or where he, you know, there was obviously a place he was going that was different than that, but it's still, that Train is still so great.
Yeah.
You know, and we're so lucky to have it documented.
I know.
Right.
What if we can't
Whether
listen
he likes
to it
it.
ever?
Yeah.
Right.
Isn't that crazy? That thought is crazy. What if like there was no system that we cannot keep our sound?
Think about how much music didn't get recorded.
I mean, more, right? Like the more music that we cannot even think.
Think about how many musicians and how much music never got recorded. Miles always talks about in his book. There's a trumpet player who always talks about Freddie Webster.
I don't even know.
He always talks about this guy Freddie Webster. He's like everyone, Fats Navarro, Dizzy, all of us are just trying to be like Freddie Webster. And Freddie Webster OD'd, and he died before he could make a record. So he's not documented. But he was like, Fats got all his shit from Freddie Webster. So imagine what Freddie Webster sounded like. We have no idea. We will literally never know.
It's like what's his name? The Winton Loves.
Buddy Bolden.
Buddy Bolden.
Right. Or Hassan Ibn Ali, who did record one album. You know about this guy? The legendary Hassan? Yeah.
No.
He was a huge influence on people. I mean, he was a huge influence on McCoy and a bunch of people, and he recorded the one album with Max Roach.
No, I don't know.
So at least he was documented at all, but apparently his discography is really not proportionate to how influential he was to people at that time.
Who?
Hassan Ibn Ali.
Wow.
Yeah. That record, the legendary Hassan with Max Roach is a great record.
Cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
What does he play?
Piano.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Another record to check out.
Yeah.
There's so many.
Well, Nick Hampton's playing and he looks like a ghost.
He does.
Yeah. Light is so bright.
He's
Wow.
disappeared. He looks angelic.
Yeah. Angelic. Wow.
That's a better way to put it than like a ghost, I think, maybe.
Yes.
He looks like an angel.
When I did the Mix Mood one time with the Grant Stewart and Bruce Harris, man, he looked like a ghost, man. And he wanted me to turn down the video. It's like, man, it's all you say, you know. It's like I turned down.
Or he wanted you to take it down.
Yeah, he wanted me to take it down. He was like, I'm not proud of how I play it. I was like, yes, sir. I'm always respectful, you know.
That's good.
But he looked like a fucking ghost. It was really funny.
He was pale. The lights made him look kind of purple.
Man, like publicly saying it's like a little bit wrong,
Sorry.
but man, so Grant School is creating a lot of clones of Grant right now, and I don't think it's cool.
Yeah.
I am not not at liberty to comment on this.
Man, they sound so great, man. They sound so great.
I know.
But damn, they sound exactly the same. Man, I'm kind of glad that I don't sound like anybody else.
You don't.
You know? Like,
Yeah.
I sound like shit, but I sound like shit in my own way. It's beautiful.
That's how I feel. I'm like, man, I'm not playing anything, but at least what it is I'm playing is mine!
Mine! I feel like I have ownership, you know? It's like, damn.
Well,
I don't know. Like, I would rather be a shit musician that is unique to myself than a super capable musician that sounds exactly like somebody else.
I think that, from what I understand, there was a time where you could just straight up get your ass beat if you were playing someone else's shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Like
You know what?
the old school.
Yeah, old school.
I've heard that a lot
Like,
from people.
yeah,
like
yeah,
if you
people
showed
like
up playing someone else's
like,
shit,
okay, so like I don't want to hear that.
especially if they're on the bandstand with you,
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
they'll be like, "Motherfucker, get your own shit."
Mm-hmm.
That you hear that story a lot.
Yeah.
Obviously, times have changed a lot, and I'm not
Mhm.
advocating for violence, but there is something to be said about that. There was a kind of an emphasis on finding something that was yours, that was, you know,
Yeah.
because people were protective of their intellectual property too, you know,
Yeah. I
which
mean,
makes sense,
it really does
Mhm.
make a lot of sense to me. Like,
especially at that time.
They gave a fuck about like what this person owned as a unique sound, right? Like,
And also at that time when it was really being developed into a certain way, it was like you really had to show up with something.
yeah. I mean, like, I don't like the concept of like, oh, you have to have your own unique thing,
Right.
and you don't even know what that is. You know, I don't.
Well, that's the funny kind of, you know, paradox there.
Mhm.
Is like, on one hand, there's this emphasis on having your own thing, but then on the other hand, sometimes I think now, at least in the academic sense, if you have too much emphasis on having your own thing, you're neglecting
Certain
actually
skill
just
set,
learning
yeah.
how to play.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, with a lot of my students, I'm really more concerned about them playing good than playing
Mhm.
different.
Yeah.
I'd really rather them just get a good sound, good rhythm, good harmony, all the stuff we talked about. Doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. But at the same time, then there is this thing of because I do think everyone has an innate musical personality, or at
Yeah.
least I think that in those days, I think there was a way in which it could come out, whereas I think today there's a way in which if you just kind of pay enough money and practice the right things, you can get to a certain degree of proficiency, but it doesn't mean you're like you know, an artist with your own voice.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like
People
there was a
like to say
time
that.
where if you could even play Inner Urge, you probably could get the gig with Joe Henderson. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like information was
crazy.
harder to obtain a little bit, or you had to, you know, in order to obtain a certain amount of information, it meant that you were already at a certain level of proficiency
Yeah.
in these areas, in sound and rhythm and harmony. If your only reference to Inner Urge was just the recording,
Yeah.
and
That's
not
crazy,
a lead
right?
sheet,
Yeah.
and not a billion versions of people doing it on YouTube, and
Right.
all this stuff. Like, if you could get through Inner Urge, Joe could call you,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
right?
That was even that concept of that was even a possibility is crazy, don't you think? That musician that you admire so much can call you for a gig. That doesn't really happen. Well, I guess it could happen. Like you could be like,
happens.
"Oh, I love Ambrose," and now Ambrose will call me one day.
It happens still,
You know.
but it definitely still happens, but it is weird to think about it happening with those guys,
Right.
because we're so removed from that.
Mm-hmm.
Because we never lived a life in which that was ever possible for us.
Yes.
To be called by Joe
Yeah.
Henderson or Sonny Rollins or whatever. So
Yeah.
that idea is so foreign and so mystical that
Right.
it just doesn't seem to make any sense. But when you think about today, all the people that you might want to play with could call you. You see how it could happen, but it just feels far removed,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But a lot of people we know who are in their 40s and 50s and stuff, I mean, they were the ones who were, you know, our age or younger, getting those calls being like, I can't believe this is happening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know,
True.
it's wild. It's wild to
It
think
is
about.
wild.
It's a young music, all things
Mhm.
considered.
Yeah, that's true. I always think
Definitely.
about that. Jazz is around only for like 120 years or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are people still alive who play with Coleman Hawkins,
Yeah.
the
That's
first great tenor player.
Yeah.
The first. great tenor player. There are people alive who played with him. We are not that far removed.
Not at all. The thing is, the kind of I'm coming back to this talk that we had that when we got introduced to jazz, we thought that was a kind of historic thing.
Yeah, we didn't understand.
We didn't understand it. It happened like just then, you know.
Yep.
Or now, we didn't even consider that it was happening.
And then could have been literally any time.
Yes, exactly.
It could have been 50 years ago. It could have been 500. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just concept was like, oh yeah, it's a past thing.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy that even we, as a kid, you know, it's like
Mhm.
whatever. We didn't have any better thing to think, but just we're like, oh yes, it just happened. You know, it's like,
Mhm.
oh, Count Basie, blah blah, John Coltrane, blah blah. You know, it's like,
Well, that's the other thing within the chronology of the music. I didn't. Not only did I not know when all of this music was made, I didn't know its relationship to each other.
yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? Count Basie
Yeah,
and
totally.
Train, and I had no
No,
idea.
I'm okay.
For all I knew, Train played with Basie. You know, I had no idea. Like it was so. I had no way of understanding that stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's it, right?
Thank you, sir.
Perfect drops.
This is perfect. So we basically finish out
two
Mickey's
bottles.
mood while we finish our glass, right?
Yes, we are
Does
about
that
to
feel
finish.
appropriate?
I think
Yes, yes,
is
we're
any-
about to
Right.
finish.
Are there any other final unhinged?
Questions?
Or you can also ask us some hinged questions too.
Yes, I know, right?
Fully
It
hinged.
doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be unhinged. Yeah.
Fully hinged. Well, you know,
Well-
strong adhesives.
Yes, not unhinged.
Yes, that's fine too.
What can I say? Okay.
What is there to say?
Comments there.
John asks, are you gonna do any Times Square gig? You know, the summer gig. Have
Right.
I asked you?
No.
The Lincoln Center.
No.
The gig is pretty sweet.
Oh, it's a great gig. I
Yeah.
remember the last time I did it, I was walking to the gig and some guy was naked and he shoved his dick in my face. And I was like, oh. And then I did the sound check. And then we were playing, and
Those
that
bright
same
big-
guy showed up while we were playing. We were playing like the organ grinder. You know, we're just like playing, and then the guy shows up. The guy shows up, and he's like,
Oh my god.
he's like, Jesus Christ. But, you know, it was fun.
Hey man,
Yeah.
that's so.
You know,
gross,
play
man.
like, you know, it was, other than that, it was great.
Times Square is such a wow zoo.
Get all kinds.
A zoo.
Yeah.
But I do like playing for just random people.
Yeah, I think it has a good meaning.
You have to it's kind of cool earning an audience too. There's
Mhm.
something that's kind of interesting about that because you'll be playing and people will just stop and be like,
What is this?
what is this? And it's
Right.
kind of fun to do your thing and see them become entranced by it or even repulsed by it. Whatever their reaction is, it's
Yes,
kind of
I
fun.
kind of like both of that
Yeah,
reactions.
yeah.
Honestly, it's, ugh, I like that too. You know.
I like it too.
Yeah, like some people have different opinions about, or like different reactions to what we do, and it's so natural. You know.
Mhm.
Nobody's forcing
It's honest.
them to.
It's super
You know,
honest.
I think it's really cool. That's why I kind of like those park gigs. Sometimes like at the Charlie Parker Jazz Festival.
Oh, those
or
are great.
Those like a free New York City concert gigs.
Yeah.
I like them a lot because like people be coming, not really coming, honestly. People be walking by.
Yeah, just like pulling. Yeah.
You know, it's like they be like a tourist
It's incidental
or,
almost.
yeah, it's just like, yes, incidental. Like
Yeah.
it's like, oh, whoa, what's going on? Oh, there's a seat. Okay, I'll sit here.
Yeah.
If you can grab just one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
then that's cool.
Oh, you know what? This is kind of cool. And sometimes like people be talking to me. One time when I played there, it's like, oh, I've never heard jazz before. It's like, whoa, that's a new. You know, it's like, whoa, that's cool. Did you enjoy it? It's like, I loved it. That was jazz, right? Like it said jazz in Lincoln Center. It's like, yes, it was jazz.
I think a lot of people really have an idea about what jazz is, and then they
Yes.
hear it for real.
Concept, right? Yeah.
They hear it for real, and they're like, "Oh, this is not what I thought
Mm-hmm.
this was," and they almost always like it more than what they thought it was.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Man, like, come on, it's just a fucking music. Like, why do you like hate? You know?
I think most people probably hate just because they don't understand.
Huh.
Which is a very natural, I mean, that's such a natural response.
Because it's like it's a bunch of notes and shit?
Maybe. I mean, did you ever have people that when you were younger you really didn't like listening to, and then as you got older, you actually really liked listening to them? Just because you had a little bit more understanding of where they were coming from or what was going on musically? I definitely have that.
I liked kind of anything growing up.
I liked a lot growing up, but there's still things that I like more now than I used to.
I'm trying to think. Like, did I have anything that I didn't like? Like, I didn't like, but then now I like. Do you have anything like that?
I think I think most jazz that was recorded a certain way I didn't like that much. Just frankly, I
That's
grew
what
up
I was
listening
thinking of.
to records that came out in the 90s, and so then I thought that there was a certain way that records sounded, like the instruments sounded a certain way because it was like very clean and like just a very modern way of production of a record, like similar to what we know today. And then when I heard even Blue Note records, I was like, it doesn't sound as good because it doesn't sound like this thing that I'm used to. The drums don't sound the same way. The bass doesn't sound the same way. The piano doesn't, even though, and now I'm like, oh, actually that sounds better to me, or like that sounds more natural, or at least that sounds as good to me in a different way. But I was like, I had this idea of like this, I know what modern production values are, and I thought that's what all records sound like. And then when you listen to Charlie Parker, you're like, it doesn't sound as clean as this Josh Redman record that I have.
Right.
So I don't like it as much.
Right.
Because it just sounds old. Just like same with like old movies. Like I didn't like old movies for a long time because I was like, it looks old.
Right. It's boring. There's no color.
Like,
it's not as interesting.
It's not as clean and like high definition and like modern as I thought. And then you're like, oh, actually, it's just as great and equally, or maybe I like it more, whatever. But I think that was a big thing for me. It was just
like the quality of the sound. Like
there's a certain type of aesthetic.
Type of a sound, aesthetic of the sound.
I like that. And then when things didn't line up with that, I was like, it didn't even really matter what anyone was playing. I was just like, it doesn't sound the same. So like, that's cool.
Like a certain like era of Ron sound, like people don't like and stuff. The bass sound.
Well, that's what I was thinking of. Is there's a certain era of like a stylized. For me, the stylized element of a lot of the music from like the 80s, let's say, I had a really hard time with when I was younger. I was just like, this doesn't resonate with me. I don't think it sounds very good. I'm not really drawn into what's happening musically. And then I got older and I was listening to a lot of it, and it changed for me. You know, I don't know if I liked Weather Report the first time I heard them.
Dude.
To be honest with you, the first time I heard them, I had a really hard time because I didn't really grow up listening to. I don't know. I hadn't really heard anything like that. I mean, I hadn't really heard fusion stuff, synthy stuff. Though, you know, that particular aesthetic was so new to me that I think when I first heard them, I don't know if I liked it. It was so hard for me to relate it to anything.
Like the whole aspect of like such electronic sound, but it's all of them are considered jazz musicians.
Right.
And they are contributing to the sound of jazz.
Yeah.
Personally, and as a band, Weather Report, when people told me that, Birdland, that tune was like Weather Report,
right.
And like, it's just like, whoa, let me listen to the original. It's like, fuck, like, whoa, this is not what I was expecting. It's like, it blew my mind in the weirdest way when I was in middle school.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, it's like, I don't like it.
Well, I know.
I just kind of rejected it in a funny way, you know, just because I expected some kind of sound. Yeah. Somehow, and it was not that sound. Yeah. And I was like, whoa, like I don't know how to think about this. So I was like, just naturally, just like, this was not what I expected. So I'm just gonna step away.
Yeah, I think that was kind of how it was for me. that and Return to Forever. And it's funny because I know a lot of people who got into jazz via Weather Report or Return to Forever. It really just depends, I think, on what you're exposed to when you're younger. I wasn't exposed to anything that sounded like that, so when I first heard those bands, I didn't really get it, and I didn't really like it. Now, obviously, I love that stuff. I think it's
brilliant.
I think it's great, but when I was a kid, I just didn't get it.
Me too.
Even so, you know, I remember what.
Funny one,
Yeah, I remember also when I was younger, hearing some of Herbie's stuff, some of his more electronic stuff, and also being like the stuff that I even like now, you know. And I just remember. I think that was a big barrier for me. The super electronic music.
Yeah.
When I was
Even
a kid, I
couldn't really do.
Same. That took me a while too. And again, now I think later Miles is great. I love all eras of Miles now.
Yeah.
All eras.
But isn't that really awesome that he was playing like fucking around midnight every night to like fucking like blowing into a fucking effect thing and like having electric instruments behind him and like playing fucking Vamps whole forever
and like playing Cyndi Lauper tunes
and
Michael Jackson
Gil
tunes
Evans and arrangements. Like he did so much. You know?
So much.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
That's unbelievable what he did.
It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Herbie too. Herbie's fucking alive. It's insane. You know, it's just like the way that he wants to still evolve. Like Ahmad Jamal was like still like creating his shit, you know.
Ahmad Jamal also was.
He passed.
He also was so heavily sampled.
He passed.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Ahmad Jamal also got sampled a lot.
So much. He influenced so much hip hop.
So there's a lot of hip hop that samples Ahmad, and there's some iconic Barry Harris samples.
What? Barry Harris?
Mobb Deep, one of their most famous songs is a Barry Harris sample. Obviously, it's extremely they did a lot with it. They altered it pretty dramatically, but I'm pretty sure
sampling is so deep to me.
Yeah, check this out. Let me find it for you. I think you'll find it interesting. Sampling is deep, man.
I think it's really cool. Let's see.
It's cool to hear that snippet and get the kind of feeling of this person heard this and they heard this 2 seconds of music and created something. They were so inspired to create something from these 2 seconds. To me, I think that's beautiful. Yeah. I think that's as deep as anything else, man. I think it's absolutely beautiful. So check this out. It's a bit of a...
What is it called?
It's a bit of a... It seems like a stretch, but it's a thing. So Mobb Deep, great hip hop duo. I think they're Queens too. Queens, man. They have a couple of really iconic songs you might have heard before. You might have heard at least the samples before. Wait till the beat drops.
Shook one.
Check out the... You heard this? This is iconic 90s. Check out when the... The piano part is Barry.
This?
Yes. This is not an underground song. This is a... Like... Barry is part of one of the most famous... Okay, here's the original. I mean, he's one of the most... he's part of one of the most iconic 90s hip-hop songs. That's it. That's the sample.
No. They changed the keys and everything, I guess, but...
Sending this one out.
So it's going ba bo da be da, and in this it's going be do da da da, and then the other one's going be da bo do de da be da ba da da. They just changed the key and changed the duration.
Cool. But did you know that it was sampled from Barry?
Well, I had to look. I mean, I read it somewhere.
Wow.
But it's that thing at the beginning. You can hear it. Because in the sample it goes beep ba, right? And he goes, it's the same. You can hear it, especially in the first two notes. Sorry. You can tell the tone is the same.
Yes.
It's the same touch.
Yeah.
It's Barry.
This one out. To my man Killer B.
No, wow.
No doubt indeed. Without weed. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I
They
wouldn't
slowed
know.
it down a lot.
Yeah,
They
they
slowed it down a
slowed
lot,
it
changed the
lot,
duration,
yeah.
but it's Barry. Barry got money from the track.
He did?
Oh, of course he did.
Holy fuck.
Isn't that wild?
Wow, that's crazy. I just wanted to mention that. Okay, so he was Mob Deep.
Yep.
What is it? Like something...
A survival of the fittest. Mob Deep. Well, check this one out. So this is their other most famous
Survival
song.
of what?
The Fittest. This is their fittest. Fit.
Of the
Survival of the fittest.
Fittest.
You know what I mean? Like, survival of the fittest,
And
But
what's
that's
the original?
Only the strong survive.
Only the...
Yeah, like,
Oh,
no,
I'm
no,
just
like
saying,
that's the
what survival
sentiment.
of the fittest means. That's not the name of the song.
And then the Barry Harris was Skylark with Alcone.
Wow.
But then check this out. This is their other most famous song. Shook Ones.
Okay.
Wait till the bass line comes in. Let me go ahead a little.
Dude, I know this song.
I know you do. Everyone knows this. If you've been to a Yankees game,
Yeah, I
they
was
play.
gonna
Yes,
say,
exactly.
this song
That's
is coming up,
Dude, I was gonna say you know these songs because I play them because it's New York hip hop. I know you know this.
So what is this?
This is before the Yankees got on the field.
Yeah. I know this.
So
What is this? The piano thing, yeah.
So okay, so it contains samples of a couple things. One of the samples is Herbie.
No.
Yeah.
Dude, I hear that all the time at the Yankee Stadium. Seriously?
That's the
No,
sample,
The
wait.
fourth, yeah. That's it.
That's the sample.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that
That's
crazy?
crazy.
That's the
sampling
sample.
thing is
So
crazy.
you imagine someone's just listening to this and they're like, they
I like
grab
this.
that one, something that we could listen to 100. It's another art, man. It's like we could listen to that 1 billion times and hear something to grab or something to develop from there. Hip hop artists are doing the same thing. They hear something to grab and something to develop.
Dude,
And the
that's
way that we're
cool.
listening to the same things and developing different things or even the same things differently,
Yeah.
it's fascinating, man. There's also there's a
Wow,
couple
that's
other things.
crazy.
There's a couple check this out. That sound, right? That sound which you hear, right? At the top of the cycle, right? It goes or maybe it's once every like 8 or 16 bars that happens, but you hear it happen. I think it's gonna come up here. Okay, or not. That.
Yeah.
That sound, right? That's that, right?
Yeah, that one.
It's the same sound. Listen to what comes in after.
Wow.
It's Quincy.
Wow. Well, they just find a sound that
Yep.
they like and they latch onto it and they're like, okay, I can use this.
It's from this Quincy Jones record
Wow.
that has like Little Richard and Roberta Flack and all these people on it, you know.
Dude,
And then
that's
there's
crazy.
this is the other sample. Oh no, that's the original, obviously. But then check this out. That's the groove. Just slow down. But that's the same groove. You can tell from the, you know.
The sound of it, yeah.
This is This is the Daley Wilson Big Band.
What? Who knew though? But they just picked that one groove and they just fucking expanded the whole tune.
So Herbie, Quincy, and the Daley Wilson Big Band are the chemical structure. So you have the melody from Herbie, you have that textural thing from Quincy, and you have the beat from that big band. And then they rap over it.
Dude, that's
Very cool.
It's pretty cool, right?
That's really cool.
Yeah,
Man.
pretty interesting. There's
that's
this
really
website
cool.
that you might find interesting. It's called whosampled.com.
Oh, whosample.com.
I think you might find it interesting. It's really cool. You can just go to
Sample.
or
Oh, whosample.com.
it's great. It's another one that I really like is this is, you guys might have heard this at a Yankee game too. This is also an iconic New York hip hop song. Pete Rock and CL Smooth. You might have heard this before.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is this guy. I think his name. He's a tenor player in LA. I think his name is Tom Scott or something.
Yeah, Tom
Do you know
Scott.
Tom?
Yeah.
It's him soloing on something. Tom Scott and the California Dreamers. Check this out. There's just a moment in his solo where he plays that. Imagine you play something in a solo
Yeah.
that you improvised.
Yeah. Yeah.
That someone hears.
Oh, that's cool.
They take 4 bars of your solo and they make an iconic hip hop song out of. That's there's something to aspire to.
Yeah.
Play something so strong
Yeah.
that someone makes a song out of it. So I want to find the different
that's
key
really cool.
faster, right?
So look, whoa, he's
just blowing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't it so? It gives me kind of goosebumps to like listen to, like if you listen to leading into it, right? It's just like starting a solo,
Yeah.
and then
And they were like, oh, I know where he is in this.
it's gone. It was one
Yeah,
idea.
Yeah. No, he's trying to change this actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's like a studio session guy,
Yeah.
but it's that one moment in time
But
was
that
enough to
idea,
create one of the
maybe
most
because we know
iconic.
the tune, but it sounds so strong.
It's so strong.
yeah.
What a
Yeah.
great idea this man had, you know? They put it in the different key and then they just put. Cool, right?
Yeah, it's really cool. Wow,
And
that's
then
really cool.
Wu-Tang sampled Monk.
Yeah, Monk was sampled a lot. I knew that. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're,
Man, that's really cool.
I know, right?
Yeah, the whosample.com is pretty cool.
It's fun. You can really spend a lot of time on that website, kind of getting into all kinds of interesting.
Yeah, that's really cool.
There's this.
But have to pay for it. Start free trial.
I think that's what's in it.
No, you don't
Okay.
have to pay for it. It's free. It's like Google.
Cool.
Or at the end of this song, Monk.
Oh, and I can hear that. Come on, that sound is totally mine.
Yeah, it's Wu-Tang. Wait, where was that moment? I went right to it. Oh no, I lost it. I went right to it.
Woo!
It's cool.
That's really cool. Dude, we can hear it. Yeah, we can hear it.
That's awesome.
Man, that's really cool.
I don't know why we started talking about that, but
It's really cool though. It's like the way, man, I like that. It was just coming from one. That's just the 2 bars or whatever that shit was.
it's just his
And then
idea.
they just like repeated it, and it was so strong.
So strong.
So repeated.
That's
Wow.
that's like a goal, a lifelong goal. Play an idea that's so strong
Yeah.
that you could make an entire
Song.
other song out
Yeah.
of the one idea you had.
That's really
That's
cool.
some shit, you know?
That's really cool. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's say that we're gonna keep evolving.
Yes.
Yes. And
Yes.
we're gonna have the better gigs yet to come.
And if any budding producers or rappers are out there,
Yes. Check out.
please find your next sample in our records.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
We'll charge good, reasonable fees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so cheap. Come on.
On that note, please donate to
Yes, to Mickey's Mood.
to Mickey's Mood Unhinged. Well, Mickey's Mood Unhinged.
Man, it lasts
I feel like we did pretty
crazy.
good.
Almost 5 hours. I think this is
How many people are still with us?
11 people.
Wow.
The troopers.
Hey man, cheers to you guys.
Cheers to you,
Any
man.
final words?
Yes, if you want to share final words. Someone says
Dude,
blue
people are
cheese.
wait, people are saying a lot of stuff. I didn't know that people are saying.
Blue cheese. What is blue cheese? Something about the Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, it's hard to read these out of context, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to go back and look at the comments that were said about something we talked
Right.
about 45 minutes ago.
Right. Man, Johnny
What's your
Mitchell's
take on
awesome.
Prince? Love Prince.
That was lit. Yes.
Yeah, it's all connected. Absolutely. Prince rules. Let's do like a rapid fire. Blue cheese, great. Excellent cheese. Hi, young kids. No young kids here.
Yeah.
There's no young kids here,
We're not
guys.
young anymore, guys.
Hi, young kids. At Nicole, at Jimmy. This is your dad. We are trying to sleep. It's time to go to bed. You know, I only have one father, and his name is Don too, actually, which is weird. But
It's really funny, yes. Yeah, Don Glover.
Don Glover.
Donald Glover.
Donald.
I like the story that you played at the Newport, and then
Oh yes.
yeah, your parents are on the guest list.
Yes.
And he went to pick up his voucher or whatever.
Well, yes. Well, what it was that the artist I was playing with at the time, the management asked us to send in the names of guests, and I sent in Donald Glover.
Yeah.
And Mary Glover, my parents' names, and the manager sent it in to the Newport Jazz Festival people, and then she forwarded me an email from the Newport management being like, Donald Glover is in the Childish Gambino. We can arrange to have him picked up in a more private location. Please give us the information.
That's you didn't tell me that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they're like, please give us the information of where he's staying, whatever. And the manager, she was so funny.
Wow.
She sent it to me. She forwarded it to me, and I wrote back, like, in a text. She screenshotted it.
Yeah.
And I wrote back, like, ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
And then she was like, ha 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 ha. And then a pause, and she's like,
Wait.
it's not him, right? It's like, no, it's my father. And my dad, of course, he was like, oh, well, you shouldn't have told them, you know? And I was like, yeah, but Dad, if they rolled up and saw a pasty white dude with long hair and cargo shorts, what do you think? They were just going to let you in the car, you know?
They'd be like, you're not the guy, sir.
My dad's so funny. One time I was out with him, we were out at a bar somewhere, and he got the check and he was paying, and the guy was like, oh, Donald Glover.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, that's right. And my dad goes, oh, well, you stole that guy's name. My dad was like, he stole my name.
He's older, right?
Yeah. Yes. My father is older than
definitely older
Childish
than
Gambino. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Shout out.
Yeah.
Donnie
Glover.
G.
The OG.
The OG Donnie G.
OG Donnie G.
That's right.
Shout out OG Donnie G.
All right. Y'all, thank you for sticking around.
Yes,
and
thank you
watching.
guys. Mickey,
That's the longest
thank you so much for...
mood ever.
and that there will ever be.
Yeah, I think
Possibly.
so. It's possible. I need to have a pretty good friend to be able to do this long time. That I don't want to kick anyone out. That's really great.
Hey,
Thank you
It's
for watching. It was really fun conversations.
It was my absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy, for
Thank you,
joining
Jimmy
us.
McBride, for
Thanks for
joining.
inviting
Thank
me.
you.
Fan favorite. Thanks to fan favorite Jimmy
Yes.
McBride.
Thank you,
Pleasure.
Snoopy.
Thank you, Snoopy.
Thanks, Snoopy.
Thank you,
Thank you, Totoro. Thank you.
Thank you,
Uh,
Nicole Glover.
Thank you, Nicole
On
Glover.
tenor
Ginger.
saxophone.
On
Ginger.
wait.
Yeah.
Please check out her Vanguard debut in
Debit.
in May, and also don't forget to donate.
Wait, plug your shit. Jazz Gallery Commission gig
Yes,
is May.
May 2nd,
2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
Go to that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Or live stream. You can live
They
stream
do.
too if you don't
Yes,
live in New
Jazz
York.
Gallery has live streaming
Sure.
shows. Yes.
Support.
Support must be nice. And then go to Christian McBride show at the Pearl Room.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same day.
Yes.
You can do Bang Bang.
Bang bang.
Yeah.
Come to New York. Do the Bang Bang.
Yeah, come to New York and do the bang bang.
Exactly.
Yes.
It costs a lot, but do it.
But do it.
Yes,
What do you have
can
to-
do it.
What do you have to lose besides money? I mean, what do,
Man,
it's,
I wish I had
what do you
money.
need? What do you know?
What do you?
What do you
Yes,
need
well,
money? I mean, it's just
yes.
money.
And Nicole is playing at the Vanguard on May something.
Yeah, that's
Check
right.
it out.
Yeah, baby, May something. Better see you all there.
Yes, exactly. I'll see
you know,
you there. I
That's
will
right.
be there.
May something.
Yes.
We'll all be there.
Yeah, Jimbo, do you have anything exciting?
What they said.
Jimbo,
Yeah.
when are you playing next in the city that people can hear you?
Let's see. I think with Miki on Tuesday.
Yay!
Yeah,
Where are you guys
Brooklyn
playing?
Botanical
Brooklyn
Garden.
Botanic Garden.
Oh, nice. Fun.
Yes. I like Brooklyn Botanical Gardens.
Do you like nature? Do you like Brooklyn? Do you like Mickey? Do you like Jimmy? Go to the Brooklyn Botanical Garden.
Oh, spoons.
I like 3 out of 3.
Good ass.
Yeah, even if you like one of those
Yeah.
things, just go.
Yes.
Do you like being outside?
Yeah.
Do you like nature?
Do you like cherry blossoms?
Do you like cherry sakura?
Exactly. Sakura.
We passed the 1 year anniversary of being in Japan.
know, that was so fun.
Wow.
Man, we were in Japan.
Best
we were
trip
all
ever.
in Japan. Best trip ever, honestly.
Ever.
Honestly, for so far.
Insurmountable.
It was really amazing.
It was-
It was super fun.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for watching, and I'm gonna
Konnichiwa.
Yes, konnichiwa. Oyasumi nasai.
How about
Yeah.
how do you say thank you so much for the food again?
Oh,
What do they say in midnight?
ごちそうさまでした.
What do they say in Midnight Diner all the time?
What?
They say it in Midnight Diner. They say
ごちそうさま. ごちそうさま.
Say it one more time.
ごちそうさま.
Gochiso-sama.
Snoopy.
Snoopy says gochiso-sama.
ごちそうさまでした. The Snoopies.